Are you ready? Are you ready? Wish I could get this actually like situated before I stream, but I can't. There we go. What's going on? Happy Friday. It is Friday, but yes. Yes. I do that all along. I definitely haven't slipped into space at one point in time. When are we getting SILKSONG as a wake-up call? I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to find out if it is. We'll have to find out if it is. 500K plus on Steam and how many on Nintendo and other platforms? That I have no idea. Yeah, I've seen the game has taken off. It's been a whole thing. It's been a whole thing. I've been quietly watching it from the background, just being like, huh. Like seeing some people's reactions to it, seeing the industry's reaction to it. It's just been, Luckily, this time around, it actually did kind of look like for a minute, because there's been some weird conversations that have been surrounding it, especially because of the price of it. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later. But there has been like a little bit of that. There has been a little bit of that same rumbling and that complaininess that we saw with like Baldur's Gate 3, where people are like, oh, this is just so unfair what this game is doing. And I'm just like, luckily enough, it seems like the AAA guys are the ones that didn't want to get involved this time, which is too bad. Which is too bad, because I really like when they line themselves up like that. Hope all is way. Same with you. Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Is it worth playing if you didn't play the first one? From what I understand, I think I saw their developer came out and said that they tried to make this game the best game, even if it's your even if it's your first Silks, or even if it's your first Hollow Knight. So I don't think you have to play the first game. I don't know if it's a prequel or sequel. I actually don't know anything about SILKSONG. Like, I've played Hollow Knight, but I don't know anything. I didn't really follow it or anything like that. I'm one of those people that, for the most part, like, maybe if there's an announcement and I know that the game is coming out within like the year, then I'll look into it a little bit more. But with these guys, I mean, effectively they shadow dropped it, right? Like, they just kind of just snuck it out there. They're like, oh yeah, here it is. Here's the trailer. It's real. And it's also finished. And it's also coming out in 2 weeks. It's just like, that's how, I'll be honest with you, man. That's how I want it. That's how I want it. Like these games that are like, oh, hey, we're working on this game and we're going to show it to you 3 years before it's even completed. What does that even do? That does nothing for me. And then on top of that, the other thing is that it's like, then they just waste so much more money on marketing, because now they're forced to market it for the next, X amount of years and try to make sure they're sending out developers to do interviews and all kinds of other stuff. And it's just like, it's such a waste, man. It's such a waste. Witcher 4, great example of that. Like, I don't need all this shit on Witcher 4. Nobody does. Like, it's great to know that you're working on it, but how about you just keep it at that and then just save everybody the headache and heartache and just wait till the game is finished and then show it off. 10 hours in and still on Act 1, and it's a $20 game. Like, oh my God. Yeah, well, that's how indie games can be for you. That's for sure. I hate how games announce that they're years away. Looking at you, Square Enix, they're really bad about doing that too, yeah. Elder Scrolls 6 was announced before Fallout 76. How many years ago? Yeah. Yeah. Ubisoft has done the same thing, Beyond Good and Evil, right? Like, they put out the trailer for Beyond Good and Evil, I think, like 10 years ago. And for all intents and purposes, I don't think that game is ever actually going to come out. I think what they did with it, if I had to take a wild guess, is they probably think about how much Ubisoft as a company has changed over 10 years, right? Like there's like just design philosophy. I would imagine when they first started out, it was probably going to be something that was really like relatively limited in scope. And then as Ubisoft continued to dive into more open worlds, and all those kind of things, the next thing you know, that game probably was influenced by that and then just largely outscoped itself to the point where they don't even know where to even go with it anymore. They 100% shelved it. Oh, for sure. At this point, it doesn't even make any sense. And you know what the thing is that when I look at some of these older games too, it like they have a. This is probably going to be weird for me to say. I don't think it is actually. I think that depending on the IP and depending on how many years it's been dormant, you have a limited shelf life of when you can bring that IP back, and it's still going to have any type of like relevance to be able to play off of, to be able to gain either hype within the market or just any level of interest. I think a really good example of this is Perfect Dark, where like basically Xbox had this one shot, and since they scuffed it, I don't think that we're ever going to see Perfect Dark again, because by the time it ever get into the hands of another studio that would go to make that game, nobody's even going to know what that game even is anymore, right? I'm late. Just 6 minutes this time. Good job. Good job. SILKSONG is overrated for you. Not for the people that are excited for it. I'm genuinely not a fan of this like idea that people need to be like, oh, it's so overrated because somebody else is excited for something that you don't give a shit about. Like, come on, man. Blake Rogers with a 5. You see the amount of devs that are pissed off at the SILKSONG release. Absolutely brain dead takes. Also, Helldivers update is hard as balls. Yeah, I've looked into some of that. I've been keeping an eye on it. That's for sure. With Helldivers, I've been cautious. Like I haven't played the new Helldivers update. I've wanted to, but the thing is that like I always know when it comes to that studio. Like, I love their work. I love Helldivers. But every single time these guys do an update, they break the shit out of that game. And now it's come out recently, and they've been talking about it more often, about how the game essentially has, you know, so much tech debt that now after they've released the Xbox version, they need to go through and start actually, like, cleaning and fixing the game. The balls harden. The balls do harden. They do. They just hunker down and work on the game, no new content. Well, that's the problem. That you can't do that though. You can't do that. That's the issue with live service games, is that to like qualify your live service game, you have to continue to support your live service game. And if you don't continue to support your live service game, well, you're going to put yourself in a position in which nobody's playing it. I mean, Helldivers has the privilege that I think people will largely keep playing it. It's not going to be like a massive audience that would keep playing it if they like took their time or something like that. But I think that for the most part, it's just the nature of the beast, man. You know, it's like telling these companies stop making money. And it's such a weird impasse to put yourself in, because if you think about it, like I personally don't think it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you need to fix your game, you need to fix your game. Like, especially after that, like the video that came out today. Look, man, like performance is king. And if these guys are not putting their best foot forward when it comes to making sure that these games are performing properly day one, then you're selling yourself way short. And you're likely going to damage the reputation of your game, your studio, and the future of like whatever like success that game could have, you know, potentially achieve, right? I think that Monster Hunter Wilds is a really, really good really good illustration of that, because like I was crazy, like it was wild as hell to see that Monster Hunter Wild, one of the most anticipated games of the last few years, right? Coming off of the back of Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise, both games that have like really positive reception. It sells 8 million copies, and then since then, it has just stalled. It's just stalled. Like, they haven't been able to sell 500,000 copies since the game released. So they blew it out 8 million copies at the beginning and only been able to sell 500,000 since then. That's crazy. That's insane. And, like, that just goes to show that, like, you know, I hate to be like, I told you so. You know? Like, I'll be honest, sometimes when I talk about these things, I'm still making my best estimations, or I'm at least, like, what's the word that I'm looking for? I'm theorizing. I look at what's going on, and then I think about what the outcome of some of these things are going to be. So I'm obviously going to take the extreme end of it and say, you're going to damage your reputation, and essentially you're going to make it where people are going to stop buying your games. And then people are going to go, that's never going to happen. People always buy the Monster Hunter. Guess fucking not. I guess not. I'm going to tell you right now, I know for a damn fact that Capcom was not expecting that game to only sell 8.5 million so far this year. I guarantee that's not what they were looking for out of that game. Because, like, Monster Hunter World... How many copies did Monster Hunter World sell? World sold 20.9 million copies. World sold 20.9 million copies. Now, mind you, that's over the lifespan of that game, but I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of that came from two waves. It came from the first wave when it came out, because it was very popular when it released on console. And then it had a second awakening when it came to PC. But either way, like, if they don't fix the problems that Monster Hunter has right now, I don't know. You know what it is? I guarantee I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. And this is if they do it right, which is such bullshit, and I hate the fact that this will work. If for whatever reason they are actually paying attention and they go, okay, performance is an issue, they're going to fix it through a expansion. Because if I'm not mistaken, didn't Iceborne also come with... Didn't it come with performance upgrades? Like visual upgrades for the base game? Itsuno deserves immediate credit for the brass balls it took to scream fuck Capcom and hide the entire sequel behind a prerequisite IQ test, reboot, although infinite loop. What are you talking about? Hideki Itsuno. Are you talking about... Isn't that the guy that did... Isn't that guy that did Dragon's Dogma? That game also ran like garbage when it first came out. And I think that largely the issues in that game still haven't been fixed either. Because they had like a lot of CPU limitations on that game because of the AI that was running in the background. Love your work. Big love. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. My friend who got a PC recently said the patches have made it a lot better for him. I'm sure that it's improved somewhat. I guess I'd have to go back and actually give it a shot and see what it's looking like now. Did you get to Act 4 yet in PoE 2? Yes. Yeah. I passed Act 2 in PoE. I am in the prologues. I'm on the very last prologue. So I'm like just before I would get to the point where I'm mapping. The only problem is, though, and like this is like the biggest issue that like Path of Exile has as it's in early access, is that build diversity kind of sucks right now. And there's just like there's either like you either make like the meta character that everybody's playing, or you play something that is just like categorically so fucking slow you're never gonna get anywhere. And I raged so hard at that game. Oh my God. Oh my God. I raged so hard at that game recently. I think I got to like one of the prologues, and there was this beetle, like elite, that spawns in this one area, and it's supposed to be there. It's like a mini event, even though it doesn't really have anything other than just like items that it drops or whatever. And the beetle, its timing, like its attack timing, was quite literally the exact speed necessary for it to be so fast that I could never actually get a spell cast off. And it was, and its movement speed was so fast that it would get to me just as fast as I could dodge roll. So if I dodge rolled, it would literally just, I would dodge roll and the bug would run up and I would go to cast and then it would hit me and stun me. And I was just like, oh my God. It took me like good 15 minutes. I didn't even need to kill this thing. It was completely optional. But of course, like the gamer I am, I raged for the next 15 to 20 minutes just trying to kill that thing over and over again. Our reflexes are slow as we get older. It has nothing to do with reflexes. It has nothing to do with reflexes. What are you talking about? You guys watched me play. You guys watched me play Battlefield 6. My reflexes are fine. It's trigger roll. Shut the fuck up. Pre-fire? You can't pre-fire in fucking. You can't pre-fire in Path of Exile. I made a Sork monk build that went well. My build is, it's all right. It's not bad. I feel like it's gonna get better. The problem is that since it's like leveling, I'm playing a sorceress, and I'm doing an arc Sork, and it's good. It works, but the problem is that I think it's just like really slow at the beginning, and I think it's gonna really like kick up later on down the line. I think it just needs gear. Hopefully, it's not gonna be like a really expensive build for me to be able to run. If that ends up being the case, then I was talking to one of my friends the other day about this, because he's like, well, if you're just getting stuck on that character, just go make another character. And I'm like, bud, I don't have the time. And he's like, what do you mean you don't have the time? And I'm like, are people under the impression that because I make YouTube videos, I have all the time in the world to play every single video game? I don't. I don't. I'm like, it takes hours for me to like research and write and get everything together for the videos that I do, and then record them and then edit them and then make the thumbnails and then also plan the content and think about the things that I plan on talking about in the future, and then like paying attention to news cycles and reading articles. And then like on top of that, the other part is that, you know, there's a lot of games right now. There's just a lot of games. Like we have Path of Exile 2. On top of Path of Exile 2, Helldivers 2 just got its update. I haven't even touched that yet. SILKSONG just came out. I've been playing this like really cool like Ninja Shinobi game that came out. It's a Sega game that came out recently. I've been playing that a little bit on the side. I wanted to try to finish Hollow Knight. I still haven't been able to finish that yet. Borderlands 4 is coming out next week. I'm skipping Metal Gear Solid until it's on sale. Because I just don't have the time. I know that game in and out. I've beaten it, I don't even know how many times. And plus, on top of that, I heard it had some, you know, performance issues, so I'm probably going to avoid that. Chronos is a game that I'm interested in. Okay, so we're at 8 right now. Okay, we're at 8. In like 2 weeks. All that has happened in like 2 weeks. Where's the fucking time? Where's the time for that? Where's the time for that? Jurassic World Evolution 3? I don't even know what that is. Is that like a park simulator? We eating good? I mean, that's the great part, is that there's a lot of Daemon X Machina 2 multi-platform. That one, maybe I don't. That's like the first time I've heard about that. How cooked is Outer Worlds? I think it's cooked. I usually don't like to like damn a game before a game is released, and I hope that it actually is good, because I know there's people that really like the game. I thought that the first one was all right, but I think that Outer Worlds 2 is just going to be absolutely fucking shredded by the fact that it's just being released up against more like prolific competition. That's really all it is. There's just too much shit that's going on. I really want to know why so many of these developers feel like September is like the month that all of their games need to come out. We've had all summer that these games could have been like dropped at one point in time, right? I really wish a lot of these games were delayed. True, dude. Thank you for the $2. True. Yeah, I do too. I think what it is... Well, no, I know exactly what it is. What happened was these guys were basically planning and under the assumption that Grand Theft Auto 6 was going to be coming out this year. And because of that, they all basically kind of had their games in a... They're trying to get their games out the door before Grand Theft Auto 6. And then they... Yeah, and they just pulled back. They're like, oh, I guess we're cool now. But also at the same time, like, that was like the worst thing for them to do as well. It's the end of business fiscal year for a lot of things. It is fiscal, you're right. I literally just talked about that too. I didn't even think about that. Clearly it's because my birthday is on the 8th. Gonna be 31. There's definitely another reason for Grand Theft Auto 6. Definitely gonna be 31. Congratulations. You've finished the hard part. I've been so busy I haven't owned games since July. That's rough, dude. That I don't think I could do. I always find a little bit of time, a little sneaker doodle in. You know what I mean? Little sneaker doodle in there. Get my, like, even on the days where like I know I'm too busy to play something, like I'll still just like hop onto something to clear my mind a little bit if I can. The problem is that in a lot of cases I'll do that and then I'll waste a shitload of time because of it. I did that on what was it? I did that on Wednesday because I planned on just like writing everything that I wanted to write down and get all my notes and all that stuff finished on Wednesday. And then I sat down and I started playing Path of Exile 2. And then I like looked up and I was like, it's 11:30. What the fuck happened to my day? It doesn't help that like for whatever reason over the last couple of weeks, my sleep schedule has just been absolutely fucked. So I've just I haven't been sleeping well, which means that I then wake up at like 10 or something like that. And then I'm dragging ass trying to get out of bed. And then I'm not getting out of the gym until like 2 or something like that. And then basically the day's already cooked, right? You make time for the things that you really want to do. Many gamers, many games just aren't worth my time. Yeah, in a lot of cases, that's usually what it is. What do you think about Ghost of Yotei? Will it be good or bad? I don't know. I'll be honest with you. Like I said before, like that's one of those games where like I'm largely just going to leave that one up to seeing what it looks like on release because I think like a lot of people got in their... I think they got their panties in a bunch when it came to that game because they just really didn't like that it was a female character, and then they also didn't like that the voice actor or most mocap actor for the character is somebody that, you know, they don't like their political views, which personally I don't really give much of a shit what the political views of a voice actor is. Doesn't really matter to me, to be honest with you. But then all of a sudden you saw like a bunch of like straight up like... just a shitload of just straight up fake news. Just absolute misinformation regarding the studio. Where they're like, this was like, I remember seeing all the pictures that people are posting on Twitter where it was like, this was Sucker Punch Studios in 20 whatever. And it's just like a bunch of dudes at a table at a restaurant. And they're like, this is them today. And it's Sucker Punch Studios, but it's like a bunch of women that are on a couch. And it was literally like Breast Cancer Awareness Month picture of the female staff at the studio getting their picture taken. I was just like... And the funny thing is, like, a ton of people just ate it up. They're like, oh my God, They got rid of all the men. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys. Like, are you really that stupid that you guys just buy into everything? Are you really that dumb that you just buy into everything that's fed to you? Come on, man. Think with your brain. Bro, come on. You're a smart guy. Ghost of Yote is obviously going to have a lot of commentary in it. I don't know. I don't judge before the game comes out. It's as simple as that. The first time I choose to do that, it's going to come to bite me in the fucking ass. There's just no point to do it. There's just no point to do it. There's no point in me trying to sit around shitting on a game that's not even out yet. None. I get nothing from it. Farm the algorithm, I guess, but that's kind of fucking boring. Don't go on LinkedIn today. Lots of SILKSONG takes. LinkedIn. Bro, I don't even have a LinkedIn. Send me some screenshots, Dustin. I'm very interested to know. It doesn't have to have commentary in it. If it doesn't have that commentary in it, will that one guy change his mind? I mean, I hate to say it, but in a lot of cases, no. Like, even if the game doesn't, like, look, here's the thing. Even if the game doesn't have, like, what people want to qualify or quantify as, you know, like, woke mentality or whatever, I don't fucking know. If it doesn't have that kind of commentary in it, people are still going to say the exact same thing about it. They're just going to find something else to be able to point at. At the end of the day, what really matters is whether or not the game is good or not. Let's find out that first. Because we can say the, like, we literally just said this. But I'd already forgotten what I was going to say. I forgot what I was going to say. Like, mid-sentence, I, like, read one thing, and then my brain just disconnected. That's great. You guys ever have that happen? It's fucking embarrassing. It's too old? No! It's ADHD. Fuck off. Fuck you, man. Oh, no, now I remember what it was. No, I was just talking about this earlier in the Discord because some people are bringing it up and whatnot, and some people are like, oh, man, they're talking about whatever game it was, and they're like, whether or not it's going to have, political ideologies or whatever it is, and I'm like, bro, at the end of the day, people can say whatever the fuck they want, but again, we can always point back to Baldur's Gate 3 and say it had everything. It had the whole list. It had the whole list of everything that people say is the worst shit in the fucking world for video games today. Yet the game still succeeded. So, like, it always comes down to the quality of the storytelling and the actual quality of the game and whether the game is good or not. So whether or not the game has the commentary or not doesn't really fucking matter. What really matters is whether or not it actually delivers. But it was optional, no? I mean, largely, yeah. Yeah. It's pretty easy to see when a game is going to have issues. It's almost like... What is this? It's pretty easy to see when a game is going to have issues. I like almost all of your takes, but I think this one is wrong. I don't think that it is. Bro, no, fuck that. No, it is not the wrong take. I'm not even having this conversation with you guys. The fucking conversation's already over. People said the exact same thing about fucking Split Fiction. They said the exact same thing about Split Fiction. Oh my god, it's too well, bud. Oh god. Oh, it's two girls and they're not overly sexualized enough. They're not attractive enough. I already know exactly what kind of game this is going to be. And then all those motherfuckers flipped the second the game came out and it was good. Get that shit out of here. Good Widget, thank you for the 5 gifted. It's wrong sometimes, but do we think Intergalactic is going to suck or not? That's a completely different conversation. See, because the difference we have with the difference that we have with that game specifically is the historical evidence of the studio that's making it and the director that is directing it. Right? Like, I don't have that kind of empirical evidence for Sucker Punch Studios. Ghost of Tsushima was a good game. So that's why their next game is a question mark, because it's like, okay, it's going in a different direction, but I have no idea if it's going to be good or bad. The difference with that is that I can look at Naughty Dog and be like, well, I know I don't like their director, and I did not like Last of Us 2. See how that works? You don't go off of the inclusion of something. You go off of the history of the studio and what they've delivered in the past, and also the people that are working at that studio. Look at what they've done. People are way too quick to just write off something just because they see one or two things that they're like, oh, that conflicts with my worldviews. God, get the fuck over yourself. Like, that's never been something that's ever stopped me from playing a video game. Everything conflicts with my worldview. Sucker Punch has made decent games. Santa Monica is much better. I don't know. Really? Really? Like, God of War is all right, but it's not like fucking next level. What is this? Okay, I think I get what your point is. If the developers have a track record of being good recently, then it's not fair to write off their next game if it seems to have some red flags, but the developer misses most of the time, then also has red flag. Yes, exactly. Yes. That is the point. That is the point. The idea is not to base anything off of just one single thing that you're looking at. And in a lot of cases, don't just base everything off of your eyes either. Sometimes you can't even trust yourself. Thoughts on Lights of Motiram as it's rallying Pal World? Dude, I've been wanting to look into that. I've been really wanting to look. I'm going to search for that. I was totally going to make a video talking about some of this stuff recently, and I haven't. Because I got distracted, because there's too much shit that's going on. Okay, what is this? Let's see here. Tencent Horizon Zero Dawn's ripoff is looking pretty different after Sony lawsuit. Light of Motiram's marketing materials on Steam have been adjusted to no longer evoke Horizon. So, like, there's some shit here with this. There's some shit here with this that is absolutely just like some blatant filthy thievery, okay? Like, the one piece of context that doesn't really get discussed alongside all of this is that for whatever reason, it's not for whatever reason. So Tencent, because who made it? Is NetEase the one making it? Tencent upcoming no, it's Tencent. Okay, it's Tencent. So Tencent went to Sony and was like, "Hey, we'd like to make a licensed Horizon game," and Sony said, "No." They said, "Okay." So then they went and made a not licensed Horizon game. And then they come back and Sony sees it after they do their announcement and they're like, "Hey, what the fuck? What is this?" And they're just like, Their response when Sony comes to them and goes, "Hey, what the fuck?" And then Tencent's like, "So can we license it?" Oh, fuck. What a fucking move. What a move. And then after that, obviously they went to court. It ain't that funny? It's fucking funny. It really is that. It really is funny. It's too fucking good. It's just the fucking balls on these guys to have asked to be able to license a game. Witten made it anyway, regardless of whatever they said, but just didn't make it Horizon. And then after Sony called them out, they were like, "So can we license it?" It's just like, holy fuck, dude. And now obviously they're in their lawsuit, but like, this is like one of those things where you guys know I have like a relatively complicated view on what I see as like patent and copyright and shit like that within the video games industry, because largely I don't want a lot of this stuff just confined to a couple of publishers, because, well, the problem is that what ends up happening, like, if you have your IP, you have your IP, but the problem is like, that does not mean that you just get a blanket, like, you just don't get blanket ownership over a lot of the themes and the things that you have in your game, right? Like, obviously, like, Sony's pointing out the fact that all the robots or all the dinosaurs are robots. And it's just like, okay, I get that you made Horizon, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you just now all of a sudden have fucking free range on anything that's a robot dinosaur. Maybe you should probably try giving fucking Transformers a call. Right? So, like, that's, like, one of their arguing points, but in a lot of cases, what they were pointing to was, obviously, their, like, main character, which, like, that was the most blatant part that I was like, why would you guys even do that? Like, that shit is so fucked. They don't give a shit about that. I know they don't. But, like, the one thing that I think is crazy is that, like, if they would have just avoided the whole, like, tribal aspect of this, if they would have just avoided that part, like, I mean, like, literally just, like, the whole, like, alloy look-alike kind of character, and then the fact that, like, the tribes themselves are not, like, super high-tech or whatever, if they would have just avoided that entirely, like, I think these guys would have largely been fine. And, like, why? That was the part that, and the weird thing is, too, when it comes to, like this Chinese company going to do something like this, is that it's also, like, under the belief that, like, Horizon is this massively recognizable, and, I mean, it is recognizable, but it's not, like, it's not the most popular IP. Like, it sells relatively well, but, like, it's not that loved in comparison to a lot of other stuff. And the thing is that, like, looking at the stuff, if we go and look, let's look at their trailer really quick. So I guess they went onto Steam because their Steam page had, like, a lot of references that looked straight, like, there was 2 screenshots that were, like, literally 1-to-1 from Horizon, right? Like, 1-to-1 Horizon. And they took all that stuff down quietly once they got sued. Here, let me pause this real quick. But this is Destiny, right? Do they have something like this? And I still need to play Horizon. I have that too. I was on sale and I had picked it up. Look up Lego Horizon concurrent players and you'll see how much brand power it has. Woof. I wonder if they're playing together. I wonder if they're playing together. That's fucking rough, dude. When did that come out? It came out 10 months ago? No, it came out in March. It peaked at 35 players. It peaked at 35 players on its first day. How does that make any sense? Where's this peak at here? Oh, it released to 600 players. And, yeah, there it goes. Yeah. Lego is a vehicle for other brands? Brother, Hasbro is a vehicle for everything. As somebody that plays Magic the Gathering, let me just tell you that, like, holy shit, fucking Magic is absolutely decimated right now. Like, this year has had 3 what they call like universes beyond, which is like outside universe stuff that's being like thrown into the trading card game. So like right now it's like Spider-Man that's coming out, and then it's Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's just like, what the fuck? The Lego game series is actually really good. I know that it is. I actually really like the Lego Harry Potter series is really good. Okay, so like, it's very Horizon evocative. It's also very Destiny evocative too, in a way. Black Guy, thank you for the tier 1. But like, see, like they didn't have to do this, right? They didn't have to do all this. Like this is very, like, in a lot of cases this is like straight out of a Horizon trailer, right? Hair used to be orange/red. I know. Like they literally made her look like Alloy at one point in time, but just attractive Alloy, which. I mean, here's hold on. Like, hear me out for a second. Like, these guys essentially were just making the Horizon that the general public wants, right? We like money. They literally were making We Like Money Horizon. And it's like, part of me wants to see like justice done for the sake of justice when you're obviously just like bold-facedly ripping off of another company, right? But, you know, I mean, if they made a better game, let the market decide.
I grant you to live in this world which spirals against time.
But I think they showed like a little bit, like, this is like so fucking Horizon coded. It's so bad, dude. And it's like they didn't have to go like this direction. Like they could have taken at least, they could, but like this is the stuff that really is damning them, right? Like the tribal even the tribal colors are the same for like the villagers and shit that you see, and like a lot of these character designs and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of this stuff is damn near 1 for 1. If they just didn't go in this direction. And instead just gone like, I don't know, maybe a little bit more modern or something like that. I think that this probably would have worked a little bit better, and it would have worked in their like this shit here. This is not Horizon, right? Like big fuck off spaceships. I haven't played Horizon, so you guys have to tell me. Wakanda style, maybe? No. Like, I think somebody else had brought it up. If they just went, like, full sci-fi, that would kind of work. Like, I kind of like the idea of, like, a world being overran, but it's still kind of, like, current day or something like that. I don't know. What was that TV series? Man, do you guys? There was a TV series about like how somebody had basically set off an EMP across the entire world. Endless, thank you for the prime. Brian, thank you for the $5, brother. Keeping an eye on the Steam charts lately. Call of Duty has never beaten Baldur's Gate 3 anytime I've checked, and I think COD is cooked. Also, China doesn't give a fuck about intellectual property. No, they do not. Silo Revolution, is that what it was? I think it was called Revolution. I think Evolution or Revolution, one of the two. Yeah. You guys got it. Like, I like that kind of theme, right? We're like, imagine like a world like taken over by all this shit, but it's still like average every day. But for whatever reason, like we are the ones that were taken back, like prehistorically, not prehistorically, but you know, we were the ones kind of sent into a dark age. Yes, The Last of Us, but with mechs. Yes, exactly. That's a really good way to say it. Yes, The Last of Us with mechs. That would be sick. Like, that'd have been a way cooler way to go about it. They could have got away from like this like tribal look and all this stuff that's like very... It's a very distinct thing about Horizon. But it's like, I don't know, but the thing is that I want to bring up is like the shit that's not Horizon, right? The shit that's not Horizon in this game looks sick. Like, being able to capture your own mounts, these like random mounts and shit. The combo or the combat being like the base building stuff. This is cool where it has like survival game elements. I dig that. I think that's really cool. That looks fun. Flying mounts also sick, and also it looks like the game is multiplayer as well. So they're like mixing in a little bit of like Monster Hunter into this, and then you look at the combat, and the combat is very well. This is literally Fallen Star Beast. It's literally Fallen Star Beast. Yeah, it feels like they're trying to go like a Monster Hunter route with this. I think this game is supposed to be multiplayer. I think it's supposed to end up being multiplayer. My non-gamer wife was watching this and said you already played that. God damn. God damn. Bro, can I copy your homework? Yeah, just don't make it obvious. Horizon Zero Dawn, alloy. Light of Motiram, minerals. I almost like that the publishers were thinking if I steal a bunch of ideas from several unrelated studios, we can just get we can't get sued by all of them at once. Yeah, I guess so. The lack of shame here is almost respectable. That's where I'm sitting. Like the balls on these guys to do something like this is almost respectable. It's almost respectable. Light of Motiram is an open world action game where the players are going to fight off against colossal robots like animals, where set in a world that combines futuristic aesthetics with indigenous people bent. The game sounds like a mashup of popular ideas that include concepts like crafting, co-op base building. Yep, there you go. So it is co-op and light platforming elements. Still, it was hard to ignore the similarities between Sony's first-party franchise Zero Dawn. Beyond the concept of taking down beyond the concept of taking down giant robots that look like ancient creatures, the protagonist was highly reminiscent of Horizon's protagonist Aloy. This is especially the case for Motiram's protagonist, who was depicted wearing a specific specific headgear, which more closely mimicked the long hair and feather look of Aloy that she's known for. Images on storefronts appeared to be staged in a similar way to Horizon Zero Dawn's assets in terms of framing and coloring. Yeah, dude. I mean, like, this is going to be one of the things that when it comes to, like, some of these Eastern studios getting involved, is like, I'm just going to say Chinese studios. This is going to be one of the things that's going to happen with, like, these Chinese studios. They're going to be trying to cross over into the West. There's going to be a lot of legal battles. Like, most of these companies got around the fact that they really didn't. I think what it is, they really just didn't give too much of a shit because a lot of these games have already been ripped off in China. Like a lot of popular IP has already been ripped off in China, like many other things. But the difference is that these companies couldn't sell their games there, and those games weren't leaving China. So these companies largely just ignored it because it's just not their place to be able to go and fight that, and they know that they're not going to win because of the country's government, right? In this case, they're trying to do what they do at home at somebody else's house. And that shit ain't gonna fly. That shit ain't gonna fly. A lot of IPs exist in China because they were because they were ripped off anyway. Corporations like Apple were forced to set up there. Yeah, that's basically what the situation is. Like, and the thing is, like, the Chinese government puts them in that position where it's like, oh, well, if you're not going to, you don't want us to do this. Well, the only way you can do that is if you bring your business here. And then you're under their thumb at that point, right? The entire AAA industry is based around copy-paste design. Well, the difference is that they at least try on a distinct level to make sure that everything is different, even though they might copy features of their games. The difference is, like, one thing is copying features, like themes or like gameplay modes, open world, quest design. Another is, wholly copying somebody else's shit entirely, right? Do you think devs should give players the option to turn off paint indicators? I just don't think paint indicators should even be a thing in video games to begin with. I talked about this before. I think I talked about when I reviewed, what was it? I think I talked about it when I reviewed Expedition 33. Like, they used flower petals, or they used lamps. And how, like, they would light stuff along the way. And the funny thing is that a lot of times it wasn't even used, like, overtly, like, to the point where you could actually, like, notice. It was just kind of done more subconsciously, pulling you in the direction of, like, where you would need to go to be able to progress. Have you played Hades 2 Early Access? Yeah, of course I have. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't put too much time into it. I only have like 7 hours into it. I haven't played too much of it. Mostly because when I first started getting into it, they didn't have a lot of content available for it yet, and I like to wait until, like, heat and all that stuff comes in. Simple as that. But yeah, I mean, like, for something like this, I guess the weird thing is that, like, there's a lot of really cool things that they're doing with it, and I really do just really like the overall, like, direction that they're going. Like, multiplayer, Monster Hunter-esque, base building, survival crafting, all shoved into a Horizon experience where you're fighting big dinosaurs. Like, that sounds awesome. The problem is that they've copied way too many things from other people to the point where, like, there's nothing distinct about it. And I think that's, like, one thing that I will say when it comes to some of these Eastern titles as well. I think that They're grabbing the blueprints, but they're not understanding the process. So you're seeing, because of the fact that like Unreal Engine 5 has made game development so widely accessible, which is a great thing because it makes it where we can see a lot more games coming from a lot of different people. The problem is that you have a lot of people that are out there that are just wholly ripping off the blueprints of other companies, but not understanding the process of like why those games are successful, why they're popular, what makes them good, what makes them fun. I think probably the best example of this that I've seen so far is the First Descendant, right? Like the First Descendant is literally just a 1-for-1 with Destiny, or not Destiny, but Warframe. It's the same upgrade systems, it's the same acquisition systems. It's all of it. Like all that stuff is almost the entire like 1-for-1 the same game, but it doesn't have any of the things that make that game fun. So because of that, the game doesn't really have any like unique feature or any distinct feature that like draws you into it and wants you to keep playing, other than the fact that they just have like super hot, chicks in the game. But does Warframe have cake? That's a drawing. I need the actual, like, where's Ember? My God. Oh, there it is. Warframe is a fucking gooner game. Like, it's barely hidden underneath all of their lore and all their other shit. Downloading Warframe right now, BRB. I actually I wonder if I can pull this up off screen some way. There's something really cool. There's something really cool that I would like to tell people about. Oh no, it went to the other place. So I can't pull it up on here. Maybe I can do it on here instead. So I got an email from somebody over at Digital Extremes that I had talked to at TennoCon a couple of years ago. And basically they just said, "Hey, hope your summer's going well. It's been great over the past couple of years. Hello and congratulations on 400,000 subscribers. Continuing to enjoy your content and see your viewership grow. Your commentary and presentation style is top tier, and your opinions are honest and true. I predict your growth will continue. You've earned it." And he says, memory flashback. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Memory flashback. I really valued our conversations at TennoCon, and I'm hoping that we get to meet in person somewhere again down the line. We continue to refine the new user experience for Warframe, and have to thank you for your assessments and contributions in improving the early hours of our game. We've seen positive retention results based on these changes, and continue to make tweaks to that experience with every update we roll out. That shit is so fucking good to hear, dude. That shit is so good to hear. Like, the developers over at Digital Extremes are like some of the fucking coolest people ever, right? They really are. Like, they just are some of the coolest people ever. But the glazing is real. I do, to go back and actually watch how fucking in-depth I went on my Warframe videos. I mean, like, that was an adventure for me, because like I'd never tried to dissect a game like that, especially one that's as large and has as much history as Warframe does. And the fact that a game that I enjoyed, that I criticized the shit out of, the developers actually saw that feedback, implemented it into their game, and they've seen positive results as a result of that feedback, and that I have somehow contributed not only to more people playing Warframe, but more people continuing to play Warframe. That's cool, man. That literally makes like all of this shit so much more worth it. It's not even funny. Like, that's what I want. That's the whole reason I do this shit. I think a lot of people think that I just hop on here just to talk shit for the sake of talking shit. No, man. I want games to get better. I genuinely just want games to get better. And maybe that's selfish of me, because I'm putting out my information and I'm putting out like my point of view on this stuff, right? And maybe my point of view isn't going to line up with everybody, but if these companies are genuinely seeing some positive retention and positive feedback as a result of the things that I've brought up, that's cool as fuck, man. That's cool. That's all I can say. If you don't do it, who will? I don't know, man. Like, anybody can. You just have to put your heart in it. You just got to put your heart in it, man. You just got to put your heart in it, man. You're a professional game designer without being a professional game designer. I would hardly say that. Thanks for your hard work. Hey, man, thank you. Nah, bro, they're telling you what you want to hear, what you want to hear. They need big creators like you to push their product. That's not Warframe doesn't need to get me to say anything to get me to want to push their game. There's nothing they would need to do to say that. Bro, you're ripped as fuck. I'm getting there. Fucking getting there. Give it another year. Give it another 6 months. We'll see how I look at another 6 months. We already got 6 months in the bank. Let's wait 6 months more. That's some Illuminati shit right there. No, I mean, like, the thing is what the like I see what you're saying. Where it's just like I don't know, man. Look at how in depth I went on those videos, and like how very specific I was with the like criticisms I had of the game, especially as a new player, because how do I even fucking explain what I did there? Like, I went in raw, like no context whatsoever. And if I got to something that made me have to like, where I would need to like Google something to be able to get past it, I wouldn't. And then I would write down what I ran into, why it frustrated me, and then how I found my solution. And if at any point in time I ever ran into anything that forced me to leave the game to go find information, that was a major criticism. I fucking hate it when I play games that require me to even be able to beat the game, to have to go and look at websites for information to be able to get around obstacles that these developers have put into their game. And the problem is that when you have games that have a lot of that, especially right at the very beginning, where it's like the first, like, I don't know, man, probably like the first 5 to 15 hours, you're just going to lose players. You're going to lose a lot of players. And the best thing that you can do is try to make sure that that's not saying that you need to make your games dumb and for babies. It just means that you need to make sure that you have enough resources in your game so that the player can be able to find the answers on their own. Terraria? No. I played Terraria, base Terraria. I played that completely blind. I didn't look up a single thing. I didn't know anything about it. It is still today my best gaming experience I've ever had. It was the fucking coolest thing in the world. Mike W. Thanks for the W. Thanks for the channel. Thanks, man. Thank you. Thank you for the $2. Like, how do I explain this properly? Do you like imagine how much I was shitting myself when I got like a heart, right? And I got my health increased, and then all of a sudden across the bottom of the screen is just like, you feel a dark presence watching you. I'm just like, I didn't know anything about the bosses. I didn't know anything about that shit. I thought it was fucking Minecraft. I thought it was 2D Minecraft. That's all I had ever heard about it. It's 2D Minecraft. And I was like, oh, okay. I like Minecraft. I like Minecraft. And then all of a sudden I come up to my base and I'm like, I got my rocks. I'm going to make some armor. And then all of a sudden it's just like fucking Eye of Cthulhu. And I'm like, why? Why? What the fuck is this? And then all of a sudden I'm like hitting it with my little bow and arrow. And I ended up getting it down kind of low enough, but the second you get it low enough, all of a sudden it fucking opens up and it's a mouth, and I'm like, oh my god, this is fucking nightmare fuel, and it killed me immediately. And then like, and still, again, I didn't go searching for shit. I was just like, okay, so there's a boss. I guess it just shows up randomly. Now I need to make sure that I prepare to fight this boss, right? Like that's the whole thing. Like I need to prepare to fight this thing because it's gonna come back. So then I go out and I go, okay, I need to go and I need to find, more materials. I need to make better armor. I need to make a better bow. I need to make, what else can I make? And then like I just kept messing around with shit like that, right? And then it came and it killed me again immediately. And I'm like, okay, well the terrain is the problem. I can't get around this thing. Like I need to be able to jump over it, and I need to do that. And then I ended up finding swift foot boots. And I was like, okay, now I got movement. That's cool. And then I was like, but that's still not enough because I keep running into these rocks and all this other stuff. And then I was just like, what if I just built an arena? So then I built platforms like I'm playing fucking Donkey Kong, right? And then I murdered that thing. And I was like, that was crazy. I wonder if there's more. I wonder if there's more. There was a lot more. A lot more. Imagine my horror when I I ran into a wall when I was playing the game. Again, blind, wasn't looking up anything online. I made my way all the way down to hell, right? And I was like, oh, okay, this is crazy. I'm like, there probably has to be some like, there's a boss down here or something. So I'm like searching the whole area looking for it. And then I just like, it took me like, I think it took me like a couple of days to realize that when I was killing some of the demons that had voodoo dolls, that the voodoo doll falling into the lava was summoning the wall of flesh. And I didn't understand that at first. And then I finally did. Yeah. What a fucking game. What a game. Now it's giving me the fucking itch again. And I know that I can't play it because there's too many games to play right now. All right, let's look to see what the fuck's been going on lately. Like the first thing that I saw recently, man, SILKSONG going off, baby. SILKSONG is going off right now. Thank you guys for sharing videos recently. I don't talk about this shit because I feel like it's not your guys' fucking concern, okay? There's nothing I can do about it, and obviously, I guess it actually is something that my community can do something about. Essentially, I don't know if you guys have seen this. YouTube changed some shit on the back end. Nobody knows what the fuck it is. Nobody knows what they did. Nobody knows. All I know is that for whatever reason, all of a sudden my videos aren't being shown to as many people. Is it crazy? No, it's not like that crazy, but it is a lot in comparison to like how many people were showing my videos to before. And it's affected a lot of other channels. I know that, who is it? Second Wind has gotten hit really hard. A couple of other channels. Shadowband, I don't know. It's not that. So basically what it is part of it is because of like AI integration. The other part is because of the Child Safety Act in the UK. So like, I don't know if you guys know this, but do you guys know that like YouTube has a restricted mode? And if you have that turned on, there's just a shitload of channels that just won't even show up to you. Or it's not even just the channels, it's also their videos. So with some people, their restricted mode got turned on without their notification. And because of that, people just haven't gotten their shit, right? And so like that's been part of it. People have run into that a little bit. And there's been some other weird shit or whatever. Anyway, sharing the videos, super fucking nice, man. I really appreciate when people share the stuff because it makes it a lot easier for me to be able to like get people in to come and watch the channel and also to reach new viewers and stuff. It supports me more than probably just about anything, to be honest with you. And YouTube really likes it when you're taking traffic away from other websites. So they really, really enjoy shares. YouTube needs to stop screwing with the algorithm. It's stupid. I'm not seeing channel videos anymore. It's just feeding me music. Bro, I logged on, on Tuesday, and like my whole feed was a bunch of channels that I have never heard of or seen or ever watched. There was a ton of stuff, which I mean, like part of it's kind of cool because it was like a couple of videos that were like 100 views or 300 views or something like that. It wasn't any good, but it's cool to at least shake things up a little bit, I guess. But the problem is that it's just like none of this shit is what I'm looking for. You saw the new Destiny pay-to-win mobile game. This hit is funny, dude. I've heard a lot of stuff. I've heard a lot of people have been like really, really happy with it. Like at one point, maybe I'll give it a try and check it out. But I've seen people that have been relatively enjoying it, right? I use the sub tab more than ever now. I highly recommend using the sub tab. If you're a sub tab user or don't use your sub tab, I would. Otherwise, you're just not going to see your stuff. Asmongold has so many videos. He's just all over my feed. Well, like for somebody like him, I think it doesn't matter as much because like I only put out 2 videos a week, right? I have 2 videos and then I do a live stream. So if those videos get lost, they're lost. That's just it. That's just it, baby. That's just it. Let's see here. So I already talked about this in my video. He says that, the main reason Unreal Engine 5 games run poorly is because of PCs and GPUs and the development process. Yeah, but the problem is that like he has to realize, and like this is the one thing that I don't think that they'll ever admit, is that like your engine is partially the reason why their development process is fucked up. It's because your developer tools have so many shortcuts for these guys to be able to cover up their mistakes rather than actually fix them. There's so many, like, especially when you start, like, and then on the flip side of that, it's the same thing with hardware companies as well, right? Because in NVIDIA, with like frame gen and stuff like that, what is frame gen there for? Frame gen is there to make up for bad code or high demands on the hardware. I.e., a game that was developed like shit. Yeah, it's fake frames. It's trying to predict what the next image is going to be in the location of that image. And it's just like, you guys are contributing to this problem. And like, the one thing I didn't really talk about too much, and I only kind of like glazed over it, like very slightly, was the fact that like, with all these tools that these guys have and all the shit that they're doing right now, to be honest with you guys, we're going to reach a point where like these guys are just not going to be able to fix their own problems. And I think that might just be like a broader issue with AI in general. And just, that's just the way things are. Like we're just going to become so reliant on technology. We're not going to be able to know how to fix our own problems without it, which, yeah, I mean, I think that's just kind of history across the board with tools to begin with, right? I mean, like if you took away power right now, like power went away. It's gone. Solar flare knocked out all power. We just, for some odd reason, have no way to be able to generate power or get power to people's houses or something like that for, I don't know, X amount of time. How many people do you think, like most people, a lot of people would die. We're dead. Yeah, we're dead. Like, it'd be awfully boring. You know what the funny thing is? I don't think a lot of people were all that bored before technology. They just find other shit to do. Whole lot of banging. I tell you that right now. That's how they pass the time. That's how they pass the time. Which honestly, you know what? Turning the lights out would probably help out a lot of people nowadays. A solar flare in one fell swoop would just solve the male loneliness epidemic. Just like that. Just like that. Do you remember the blackout in 2003? I don't. But I would imagine it probably resulted in a lot of babies. Stuff like that usually does. 2003 blackout was wild if you lived in a city. Oh yeah, no, I lived out in the country. Probably didn't even notice. No, I was probably outside. So I was probably outside. Honestly. Yeah, I was probably like skateboarding or riding a bike or something like that, or up to no good, whatever it might be. But yeah, these guys have to realize that they're also contributing to these issues as well. And the thing is that like they have to step in at some point to be able to rectify it, because the problem is that what ends up happening is that like I'll be honest with you, man. It has made people almost completely, like, I don't think anybody doesn't believe that Unreal Engine 5 games suck. Like, most people are of the mind that Unreal Engine 5 games suck, and that Unreal Engine 5 is making some of the worst games in the industry. Performance-wise? Yeah, performance-wise. And also at the same time, I think that I'm right in what I said, that a lot of these Unreal Engine 5 games are looking the same. Monster Hunter still not fixed Unreal 5. Monster Hunter was on RE Engine. Unreal 4 is so good. Unreal 4 games are still ripping. That's the crazy thing too, is that like Unreal Engine 4 games are still doing fine. I think the problem is that like, I've talked about this a couple times already, but it's just the over-reliance on AI. I think that these companies are going all in too quickly before this technology actually has had room to get legs. And I think they see that as that's the reason why they need to go in, is because like the more we invest into AI, the more we include it in things, the faster it's going to get, the better it's going to get, the faster it's going to get better, essentially, is what their idea is, right? But the problem is that just means you're going to churn out a lot of fucking garbage and a lot of slop for a while before you can get to that point where it starts to, apex. The constant stuttering on Unreal Engine 5 is atrocious. Yeah, Stellar Blade is cooking. Was Stellar Blade Unreal Engine 5? If so, that game was actually really well optimized. Unreal 4. God damn. Unreal 4 strikes again. And that was a really pretty game too. But I'm not even talking about the ass cheeks. I'm just talking about the game itself. I think like the environment and the visuals and everything, I think the game just looked really pretty. Expedition 33 and Monkey was Unreal Engine 5. Expedition 33, I think, might be the only, like, I think I brought it up in the video. I think it's the only exception to the rule. Black Myth Wukong performed like shit too. Don't get me wrong. Black Myth was a great game. I absolutely loved it, but that game ran like donkey shit. I remember that game was like nuking people's computers. People started using Starforge. They actually bench test their game off of Black Myth Wukong because of how demanding that game is because of poor optimization. They need to fix Halo Master Chief Collection. I thought they already did. I've played it a bunch of times. I haven't had any problems with it. Expedition 33 is actually the best Unreal Engine 5 game of all time. I would actually say, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I didn't have any performance issues with it. I know that people did have some performance issues with it, but yeah. Expedition 33 is still badly optimized, but it has some tricks to mask it. The benefit for Expedition 33 is that 90% of it is like it's split between cutscenes and then turn-based combat, right? Like if it was a full action game, then you'd probably see a lot more issues. So like the design of that game is actually a little bit better because it's easier to mask some of the problems. But the thing is that like, at least from my perspective, when it comes to some of these studios that like, if you're an indie studio, you're the ones that I would expect would have bad optimization. If you're a AAA studio, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't think Satisfactory has a lot of optimization issues, but multiplayer can be kind of buggy. Valorant and Split Fiction is optimized on Unreal Engine 5. That is actually true. I think those are probably the best examples of the games that can actually show that they can be optimized if you know what they're doing. Kitty, where Kitty? He's on his perch. You already got enough, Kitty. He was in the video. Joss did a stress test Satisfactory for the devs. Oh, really? Bender the Offender with the $5. Currently playing Hollow Knight. Can't believe I waited so long to buy and play it. A lot of people have really been enjoying it. I've heard a lot of good things. My headset turned off. It did. Let's see here. Path of Exile's 2 Steam player count jumped from 10 to 15k to over 300k in a single night. Like this game is always going to bring its players back. That's just how that's how like seasons and shit work for Path of Exile. I think a lot of that stuff is just kind of common sense at this point. One thing that I will say is it's actually crazy how quickly they're improving that game. Like, I know it's an early access game. I think there's a lot of people that don't understand what early access is. But Path of Exile has come a long way already. They did great this season. Oh, it's insane. Like, the trade, like, for them to be able to, introduce that entire trade system and it go in without a hitch and just work. Cinema. Absolute cinema. Like, holy shit. That is so cool. I think that Act 4 is really good. It's a bit long, but I don't really care that much because it's like, I really enjoy my first playthrough on a season in Path of Exile 2. I like how grindy it is. I like how difficult it is. I like how, like, slower paced it is. I enjoy that part of it. That's like the slow burn that I really enjoy. I realize that the people that stream Path of Exile, like 8 hours, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, don't really like the idea of a game that is going to take longer than 8 hours for them to be able to get through the campaign and get into endgame maps. I don't give a shit. I would like to believe that the vast majority of casual players that like to play these games every once in a while, like me, do enjoy a nice, hearty campaign. And I do. Path of Exile 2 launch was rough. I think it was all right. I just think that like the end game content largely didn't deliver on what people were looking for at the time. But the problem is that like it's constantly being compared to Path of Exile 1, which is a finished game with a shitload of extra content. And it's just like you're just not going to reach that point, not right now. Yeah, what? I should run the same map over and over again and get max level faster? No thanks. I'll take the slow and fun path. Yeah, that's me. Especially because, like, dude, holy shit. Some of these new bosses that they added, good God, man. They are hard. They are hard. It's like, and talk about such like a wild experience for a player where it's like, not only am I fighting something that is just like challenging on its own, but it's also a test for my build. I think probably, you know what I think the best design boss in the entire game is? The end of Act 2 boss. And the reason why I think the end of Act 2 boss is so well designed is because it will straight up fucking filter you if your build is bad. If your build sucks, that means you have to near perfect that fight, which is really difficult to do because he has a lot of like off timing attacks. Then you have like the second phase where he has the fucking tornadoes and the lasers, and like you're gonna get hit, you're gonna fuck up. It just is what it is. But it's just like it's not only just a challenge, but also a gear check at the same time. So like and even if you do have a good build, unless you have like what was it? Unless you have like the monk build from like initial launch, where like that build once it was online just absolutely just nuked the fuck out of everything. Like in a lot of cases, you're not gonna have something that's like that busted by the time that you get to him. So yeah, it's good. It's good. The beef gates, yeah, yeah. Now I'm scared. I would be too. Yeah. Viper used to be like that too, but they nerfed her. Viper. Oh, are you talking about the Vol chick that has like all the knights that are around her that stab you? The spear general? Fuck that bitch. She's still hard. She's still hard. It's not even her necessarily. It's the shield assholes on the side. They're like, hey, I sit there and I do that fight, and I'm like, how about you guys mind your own business? Just like, it's like you're getting into a fight with somebody, and you got people on the outside that keep pushing you back in, and you're like, no, I'm trying to breathe. I'm trying to breathe. Leave me the fuck alone. Path of Exile 2 talk. Now I want to play. Yeah. I'm kind of in a pickle, to be honest with you. Kind of in a pickle. I don't know what I want to play tonight. Part of me wants to play. Like I got 3 on deck, right? Like Helldivers. Checking out Helldivers 2 update kind of sounds cool, but I know it's going through performance issues, so I kind of just want to. I think I kind of want to avoid that like a little bit. But I also don't because no, because the Warbond's permanent, so I can always get the Halo ODS 2 Warbond whenever I want, right? But I want to get to maps on Path of Exile, but I also want to play Hollow Knight, or I also want to play Silksong. But at the exact same time, for me, when I play Silksong, it's like, I don't know. Like, it's a new game. It just came out like today, right? So it's like, I don't even know, or today or yesterday or whatever. And it's just like, I don't know if I want to play that. Maybe I don't want to spoil it for other people. When I see streamers jump into like the newest game the minute it comes out, I'm just like, bro, why would you do that to folks? Let them go play it. Dragonclaw, thank you for the $5. Silksong might have actually needed pre-orders considering it crashed every game store other than GOG when people rushed in trying to buy it. That is actually true. You got a good point there. So, I don't know if you guys caught on to this one yet, but legality is not the defining factor. Steam's censorship campaign details its removal of games, whether they're legal or not. So everybody's favorite group of Karens, something that I don't think people realize is that Collective Shout is now emboldened, right? They finally tried to get something taken down, and it worked. And while initially they tried to fight off the gamers because they're just like, oh, well, we didn't think it was going to do all that. We were just trying to get this one game taken down. Okay, bitch. Yeah, okay, bitch. Yeah, they're not done. They're not done. So now they've come forward and it says legality is not the defining factor. What is this? Collective, so this is, legality is not the defining factor. Steam censorship campaign details it seeks removal of games, whether legal or not. All right, Karens, what do you got to say? Over the past few weeks, the battle has been raging between digital game storefronts, payment processors, and an Australian activist group, Collective Shout. The group has initially targeted games with R and N. I'm not going to say the words because YouTube's a fucking bitch. Contacting Visa and MasterCard, which is really funny that I can say that, but I can't say those words. Enforcing online stores like Steam and itch.io to delist dozens of adult games. However, their campaign extended further, with developers arguing that the ban is harming queer creators. Even if their games are within the confines of the law. I always thought that was interesting that like that was this is the way like they were gonna go the LGBTQ side of the defense, essentially saying that like because of the adult nature of these like LGBTQ games, those games were also caught up in the fire, right? So now it's fight fire with fire, right? So it's like Karens versus LGBT, which is that's a fight. that's a fight that I will not want to get between. It can be a part of a wider plot overseen as Project 2025's lead. And we're done. Man, it didn't take them long to show their hand, huh? Didn't take them long to show their hand, huh? Good Lord. So now all of a sudden, I like... so there... So... Yeah, no. I'm fucking good on that, dude. I'm fucking good on that. What the hell even is that? So essentially what they're trying to do is like what the gamer is trying to do in their article, and likely there's other games journalists that are probably trying to do the exact same thing, is they're seeing the gamers' outrage towards Collective Shout, and they're like, oh, well, actually, we think, and like this is crazy because like this is just like how fucking wild like conspiracy theory like now like things have gotten so wild that like everybody's a conspiracy theorist at this point, but they're trying to make the accusation that Collective Shout, the Australian groups of Karens, are actually a part of Project 2025's greater initiatives, the like world domination plot or whatever it was that was like before Trump got elected. So they're trying to make a cross section to show that actually that's a part of this. And I'm good. They're trying to paint this as right wing. Well, they are though. No. You need to understand this though. The Collective Shout, they are right wing. Yeah, they're conservatives. They are. This is one of the reasons why I say that like I don't want any severe political leaning in any game. Right? Because both sides of that fucking coin are toxic as fuck. I don't want to deal with either side of them. Yeah, they're right-wing Karens. Yeah. I think people for some odd reason forget that they're like radicals suck. Yes, exactly. Like I think people for some odd reason forget that like you know the flip side of that like you have people that are like let your freak flag fly, right? And then the other side of that is people that are like you're not allowed to be human. Like it's weird. So anyway, we'll just move on from that. because I don't even feel like trying to dig into that kind of stuff right now, to be honest with you. That's a bit too much for me, man. This game is cooked. This game is cooked. No, not my team. Yeah, no. They're not on my team, but they're on my team, but they're not on my, like, it's, people have to like try to qualify it, and they're like, oh no, that's the extremes on my side. It's just like, no. I'm fucking good. It's exhausting for sure. Yes, it is. Concord 2. I want this game to come out. And things keep happening. And things keep happening to stop my dreams from coming true. Like, this is the exact kind of game that I know for an absolute fact. There's no audience for it. There's no audience for this game. It doesn't have a chance. Its themes are tone deaf. I mean, you're talking about a game that is being made. It's a game that's being, what is it? It's a game about robbing the rich, like a Robin Hood game, essentially, where, like, I think it's probably supposed to play something like, oh man, what's the robbery game? I've never played it. The one that got into, like, it came out with a third game, like last year or the year before, that Payday. Yes. I think it's supposed to be like Payday meets like the finals, probably is what they're trying to reach for. I have no idea. At least that was just the kind of theme that I got from it when I had watched it. And they're doing it with vaguely racial characters, and it's about stealing from the rich because the rich are just too powerful. Meanwhile, the game that they're making is a game that's a live service game from a multi-billion-dollar company. It's just so weird. And it's just like, I want this to come out because I would love to watch this fail. I would love to watch. I want to see somebody try to speed run. I want to see people try to compete with Concord. That's what I want to see. I want to see people try to compete with Concord. I want to see if we can beat that record. Let's up them numbers. I know that we can. I know you can. I know you have it in you. We've already seen a game die in 12 days. Can we see it die in 7? Can we see it die in 7? Marathon? I'm sure, like, if I was actually funnier than I am, there's probably a joke there. Marathon honored its name. Yeah, it's in for the long run, that's for sure. We can tell you that right now. That's going to be going on for a minute. People are going to be looking into that. Wait, is this their third departure? Well, this is Daniel Drapow. Whatever. Daniel Draps. He was the game director at Haven Studios, Fair Games, and he left the studio to join WB Games Montreal in August 2025. No. Bro, what is up with this? Drapeau? Is that what it is? Oh, it is. You're right. Drapeau. Thank you. AEU is O. Drapeau? More like Drapeau. Got me some hot chicken in LD stream? Dude, guys, I need to tell you something. Earlier today, I went and got Chick-fil-A. They got a new pretzel bun sandwich. It's fucking good. I got a spicy chicken pretzel bun sandwich. It's pretty good. It was pretty good. With the spicy? Yeah, with the spicy. Ew, Chick-fil-A sucks. Man, who said I always have to have good taste? But yeah, no. I think that this game is probably going to get canceled. I don't see this game coming out. I think the only reason that Sony is waiting is they're probably not going to announce that this game is canceled until next year. Likely to probably try to avoid, like, it's probably for investors. I'll be honest with you. It probably has something to do with their taxes and how they report losses, and also because they don't want to report another loss and another studio closure or anything like that this year. They'd probably rather wait until next year to be able to do something like that, especially since they don't really have a whole lot going out right now. They don't have a whole lot of like new games that are being released. So they need something to be able to like control investor sentiment. Otherwise, it's going to look like all their plans are failing, and they don't want that to be the case, right? But talk about somebody that has an absolutely fucking cooked career. Like, Daniel, my guy, how are you going to go from working at Haven Studios on Fair Games, and now you're going to go work at WB Games Montreal, which we already know right now is working on another superhero live service game? Danny boy. You're a glutton for punishment. Gaming's Grim Reaper. Wait, wasn't Shadow of the Tomb Raider pretty good? Decent. He was associate game director at Ubisoft. Dude, all I'm seeing, I just look like associate game director of Ubisoft. Then he goes to work on Fair Games, and now he's going to WB. Bud, you're in the fucking drain. You're in the drain. That's not good, man. I'm just going to say that. Like, that's not, you're not building a good track record for yourself. Ubisoft, what a surprise. Yeah, it's just like, and then you also, it's so funny though, because you start thinking about like why some of these games seem to like always have like the same themes, the same direction, and sometimes in some cases like the same art and same look and shit like that. And it's just like, well, it's just because all they do is just, they just have these same people. They basically like burn down one studio and then they get picked up by another studio. And like the problem is with the games industry is that they're not filtering any of the bad developers. I feel like you're probably having more cases of like good developers going to work for like fucking cybersecurity or something instead, right? Rather than like the guys that just do not belong in the industry, that just somehow keep finding a job and keep destroying and just keep, you know, working on the next thing and just driving it into the ground. They love promoting failures. I don't disagree with you. You know, I think you actually have a good point. I think that there are some, I've seen it happen in the past where companies have specifically gone out to be able to hire people that they know that they know that by having that person, it's going to make them look better. Because like everything nowadays is just an optics game, right? Everything nowadays is just an optics game. It's always about making yourself look better than somebody else. Which actually, that reminds me, I saw this earlier. Who's Chibi Reviews. So like there's been an ongoing debate lately. So Chibi Reviews has said, hot take, I believe so many reasons so many people hate 2020 anime fans is because they don't want to integrate with the community. They only seek to change it forcefully. You never saw so much drama about fictional characters' ages 6 years ago. People assume it's just Twitter, but you have to understand people are upset about fictional content with anime on all platforms. I think that TikTok is a big reason for this too, because people watch shows through clips and edits, so they join a community and have no idea what the content is within it. So, you know what the funny thing is? I think that all of this, when I look at like social media today, when I look at he is right, but he's right within like within a much more narrow scope. And what I mean by that is that I think like I think for a lot of this shit nowadays, This is just the long-term ramifications of social media. This is the long-term ramifications of social media on society. Especially when we're talking about younger audiences. We're talking about like just younger generations in general. Like these guys have grown up on it, is the only thing that they've known. So at that point, in a lot of cases, you have a lot of people that think that their only worth in life is social media. So it's just this constant fucking purity test. That's all it ever is, because all you have is people that are out there that are trying to find some distinct feature about themselves to be able to make themselves marketable on social media because they're searching for fucking acceptance. They want people to like them. They want people to know them. And when they see that, like, who do you see online? The people that you see online are the rich and successful people or somewhat successful people that have become notable online, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Twitch, whether it's whatever it is, right? And they look and they're like, well, I want that. I want to be like that, right? And they think they can coast into it, I think, in a lot of cases, right? And the problem is that kind of mindset and growing up on that and being so fucking indoctrinated into social media has literally just turned people into, I have to find out. You have so many people that have no distinct features of their own, no actual values, and because of that, they have to try to extend value and virtue and things of those nature. They need to emulate those features because they don't actually have any of those features. And the best way to fake those kind of things on social media isn't to actually do anything with your own actions, because none of these people are actually taking any action. They're not making any content. They're not going out into the world. They're not working on anything. They're not saving anybody. They're not doing fucking shit. No, what they're doing instead is they go out, and the best way to make themselves look like they are someone of value is to make sure that they make other people look like they are of lesser value. So when they come into some of these online communities, whether it's anime or whatever else, they start bringing in these fucking moral purity tests because it's the only thing that they know, because it's just how fucking social media works nowadays. Oh, you like that anime? Well, that anime shows high school girls' butts. It's like, okay, well, they're fucking drawings. I like, like, am I really going to fucking burn somebody at the stake for that? No, but you're going to have people that are absolutely fucking crying online about it because it's the only way for them to make themselves look good or look virtuous online. That's what it is. And it's not even just like virtue signaling, pure narcissism. I think part of it has to do with that, but I think that's just kind of the nature of like, that's also the nature of social media. Like you have to be a little bit narcissistic to want to have a public profile, right? If we only had a clips channel, have I got news for you? Have I got news for you? Shorts are actually coming back next week. Clips channel for the live streams, not yet. Not yet. I'm working on that. Yes, they are drawings. Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like, obviously, there's some shit that's going to be, like, risque or whatever. But also, at the same time, it's fucking freedom of expression. If it's not illegal, it's not illegal. But you have people that are out there that are trying to police people morally based on fucking nothing. Based on internet points. Because they're not going to do anything at the end of the day. They're just hoping somebody else agrees with them so they get likes and they get follows. That's all this is coming down to. And the problem is that, like, that's creating a culture. That's creating a society that is basically based their entire value system off of social media, which makes them completely fucking useless in society. I think in a lot of cases with social media as well, is that like most of your interests and your hobbies were fucking personal and private, right? Like I remember when I was playing video games, it's not like everybody in my entire school knew that I liked playing fucking Metal Gear Solid. It's not like everybody in my town knew that I liked playing Final Fantasy, right? Like that shit was on me. That was just my thing. And like maybe a couple of my friends knew about it. But now in this society we live in today, well, that shit is just public because people put all that information online. So then all of a sudden now that becomes, oh, you're an anime fan? Well, I'm the bigger anime fan. Oh, I'm a Gooner anime fan. Oh, I'm a not Gooner anime fan. And then like it just keeps going on and on and on. Why anime is so awesome when they can get away with stuff. Oh yeah. Is safe horny? Like that's not even a fucking thing anymore. Who gives a shit? Who gives a fuck? I don't care. I don't care what people fucking like or look at or whatever it is. As long as it's fucking legal, obviously. I draw the line at legality. Outside of that, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. No shame. Just keep it to yourself. That's the other problem too, is that like nobody keeps their shit to themselves anymore. Like, that's one of the things that probably frustrates the shit out of me is that, like, especially when you look at content creators, they are the fucking worst with it. The amount of oversharing in this industry is crazy. Y'all don't need to know fucking shit about me other than, like, what I think about video games or whatever random shit that's going on the internet. Who's the biggest grifter in your opinion? I don't throw fucking shit out there like that, my guy. I don't. I'll be honest with you. I don't really go after other content creators. Let the communities do that themselves. Obviously, unless somebody comes spitting fire at me, maybe I'll spit some fire back in defense. But outside of that, I'm not like going out there trying to dunk on motherfuckers. I am not the moral police. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Love the LD lore drops, though. I mean, like, funny stories and personal stories of shit like that have happened. Like, obviously, I'm going to talk about that kind of stuff, right? That's a different story. But, I mean, I think that, like, in a lot of cases, people try to overshare a little bit too much with their audiences in some cases. Who's the most hated game dev in your opinion? I imagine it's probably Ubisoft, right? Because I mean, at least people are willing to give. Like, people still buy EA stuff, and people are also still, you know. Oh, if you're just talking about a person in game dev, then it would be Neil Druckmann. Oh yeah, that's not even. There's not even anybody that's close. I don't even think anybody even shares the same universe as him. Like, he's off in a fucking dimension of his own. He is the Dormammu of fucking hated game devs. Except he doesn't bark, and no. Blizzard? I'll be honest, I actually think that, like, there's a difference between, like, hated, because I think that, like, I think Blizzard is a place of apathy. I think that Blizzard is a place. I think people are apathetic for Blizzard. I could give a fuck what they do. Their games suck. They're so bad. Like, Overwatch is all right. World of Warcraft, there's no way I would fucking touch that game again. I tried it with Dragonflight and was like, nah, dude. This is no. I'm fucking good, man. I am so good on this. And Diablo 4 was just. I'm gonna start talking about Diablo 4 in the past tense from now on. Because it feels like it actually it does not make any sense why that game is still up. Like, why are you making. My question is, why are you making expansions? I don't need this. Why are you making expansions? How is this a live service game? The game is still huge. Is it? Is it now? Beaten by an indie game. Beaten by a fucking indie game. And they had a they had an update recently, right? Because we played that on stream. Current day Blizzard feels like old MJ on the Wizards at the end of his career. No, current day Blizzard feels like Michael Jordan playing baseball. True, I forgot about that. Everybody wishes they did. Everybody wishes they did. That was such a weird fucking thing to watch the fucking GOAT go and play baseball, and you're just like, what? I wish he would have just stuck to golf. Was Last Epoch the Diet Warframe one, or am I thinking of something else? You're thinking about something completely else. Last Epoch is a Diablo, or is a Diablo-like. Actually, Last Epoch's more of a Path of Exile like. No, Last Epoch's actually really fucking good. I think it's a great game. The thing is that it's just not as like challenging as like Path of Exile is, and it's not as accessible as Diablo is. So it sits in its own like weird position. But the really cool thing that I like about like I feel like Last Epoch is the ARPG with no it's the ARPG that has no friction. Like if there's an item that you want to get, you can craft that motherfucker. You want the stats that you want, all you got to do is just play the game enough and you'll have all the shards to get the stats and basically craft your own perfect pieces of gear and stuff like that. It's really easy to target loot and stuff. It's a very frictionless environment to be able to play a game like that. So you get to like live your power fantasy pretty wildly in that game because you can get some builds that are just fucking out of control. Plus on top of that, being able to have like a druid that has like bug transformations is just cool as shit. I think it has a dinosaur one too, doesn't it? And plus, on top of that, you can play Last Epoch on or offline. But I mean, like, this is just fucking cooked. I mean, like, how many people is it bringing back on its updates? So it's the Sins of the Haradrim. Came out July 1st to 34,000 people. 37,000 people. 37,000 people. Was this their expansion? Vessel of Hatred was their expansion, right? That brought back 50. That brought them to their peak on Steam. I forgot that they just like released it on Steam at like a dead point where there was like nothing going on. And it launched to 13,000 people on Steam. And then they had a free week. Such fucking dog shit. Even I got Vessel. I didn't touch it. I don't want to have anything to fucking do with it. I played it, and I never played it again. I played Diablo 4 on launch. I played it up until that summer, and then I never played the game again. Because I played Baldur's Gate 3 after it, and it was just like, there are so many fucking better games that I could be playing than that absolute fucking pile of garbage. It never went back, baby. Never went back. Oh, I missed a, I'm sorry. I missed a fucking super chat. I missed 2 super chats. Sorry about that, guys. Rambling Entertained with the $5 said, about optimization, it's not just games, it's Windows. My base 6700 on Linux Mint outperforms the 4060 Ti on Windows despite being 19% slower. Yeah, Windows obviously has their fair share to play in it as well, right? I definitely do think that's the case. Thank you for the $5. With Windows, I mean, like, I wish you could get more people to go. Like, even I wish that I could get myself to go to fucking Linux. The problem is that like since I use mine as a workstation, I just don't have the time to set aside to like build an entire. Let's not build a new rig, but like I would have to because I wouldn't want to try to like dual boot off of something, right? Like you'd want to do it from scratch when you're first building the PC, and then learn it and get used to it and get everything that you need in there and whatnot like that, right? So, but maybe if I get myself to the point where, you know, I actually have more space and whatnot, and I get my future office set up at that point in time, then maybe I'll actually have like I'll have a Linux rig that maybe is just like purely for gaming or something like that. But I also don't want to run into any like headaches where I can't play certain games because I'm on Linux or whatever it might be. Trent Yancey with the $9.99 says, not to get you off topic, but do you think Bungie could come in clutch and change the way gameplay works in Marathon? It's an IP that I think could be flawless if they treated it as good as the cinematic. Do you think that Bungie could come in clutch? No. I've actually said that before at the end of my couple of different videos where I looked at it. The problem is that I think that what a lot of people don't realize is that the vast majority of talent that made Bungie is not there anymore. Those guys are just not there. There's still like 2 original Bungie guys that I know of that are still there, but the people that were largely a part of everything that like held everything together, they're not there anymore. And it's obvious. I think that it's relatively obvious that they have a severe talent and organizational and like management issue at that company where, you know, let's take them at their word and say that the indie artist art deck that just got pasted all over the entire fucking world of Marathon, right? Let's say that was a genuine accident. How the fuck do you let that happen? And also, how absolutely inept are you? Or how like talent robbed are you that you would actually have had you would have actually hired somebody that went in and pasted that art on a bunch of shit? So like, not only do you have bad employees that can't even create their own art, but you have bad management that can't even catch that somebody is using somebody else's artwork. That's I don't see you coming back from that, not without like company-wide organizational changes. And the only way that I could ever see that working for them specifically is just the only way I could see that working for them is Sony folding them into PlayStation and Sony manages them directly. Which is, by the way, not what Sony wanted out of that massive deal and all that money that they spent on that company. That was not what they were trying to do. No. But I don't think you guys remember this. It would be really hard for me to find the articles. You know what? I might be able to. Let's see here. Let me see. Bungie. All right, let's see. We're going to use the power of AI. I see my fucking brain sometimes. I knew it. Bungie creative leadership team integrated into PlayStation Studios as live service support team. So this happened almost 2 years ago. Essentially, the creative studios arm at Bungie is still working on Destiny 2 and Marathon while providing extra assistance to PlayStation's live service output. So essentially, after buying Bungie, Sony's plan was to use Bungie as a support arm to be able to help get all of their live service games off the ground. And they basically thought they were creating this like live service super team because Bungie is so good at live service games apparently. How did that support team work? How did that work out for them? By the way, I want you guys to keep in mind that like all but 2 of Sony's live service projects out of like the 15 or 16 that they originally had are gone. Have either been canceled or delayed. Or sorry, canceled, delayed, or failed. Money well spent, right? Yeah. See, like people forget this, that like when Sony bought Bungie, they straight up thought they were buying experts. They're like, we are buying live service experts that are going to come in. These guys are not only going to bring a successful and profitable game with them that they're going to continue to support. So then Sony has its own live service game. They're going to make another live service game. And we're going to take their team and we're going to have their team come and help our other teams making other live service games, make those games even better. Come to find out, the company is robbed of talent and this is all a waste. These guys, like, Sony got absolutely fucking fleeced by Pete. They got fleeced by Pete. I'm just going to say it right now. That's what happened. They took this guy at his word, and they were like, oh, man, this is going to be great. And they come to find out, they ain't got nobody there that knows what the fuck they're doing. The company is basically on fire. And then you just watch as they just like lose players. And it's really sad because like you can see that the players still have like hope. It's not hope. It's just that people want fucking Destiny to be good. Like people do. Like the concept of Destiny should be successful, insanely successful. A live service MMO first-person shooter RPG. Like, that is the dream game that, like, so many like, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14 got. Like, if, like, that's the kind of MMO that you don't want. It's not that, like, those players don't want an MMO. It's just, that's just not the MMO that they want, right? The idea, like, tabula rasa, but good. Exactly. Yeah, tabula rasa, but good. It's the dream game. For a lot of people, it's the dream game. For me, it was the dream game. And honestly, like, I think it still largely has in the past delivered on that partially, but their handling of the game has just been terrible. And the over monetization is just fucking so egregious with that game. It's so bad. Instead, we got Warframe. Warframe's a good game, but Warframe doesn't deliver on that. It's raids. It's like genuine cooperative raids that are like real raids that are really dependent on your build and like team dynamics and party and like all that shit, right? Warframe isn't a normal RPG. No, Warframe is a very weird game. Warframe is a weird game. It's a very weird and unique thing all onto its own. A lot of bloating and bad ideas. Yeah. Destiny 2 was fun before the story part where they killed off Cade. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think, like, narratively, while narrative parts of the game are going to have an impact and characters are going to have an impact, it's largely the gameplay loop. It's largely the content of the game, the gameplay loop, the balance, and then also, like, the fairness of the monetization. Which all of those things have been terrible. Terrible. There's nothing more unfair about monetization in a game than a game that takes away the things that you bought. Like, we're usually bitching about games that are trying to charge too much and microtransactions have become macro transactions. We're not even talking about a company that takes away the shit that you bought. That's a whole level of fucking filthy nobody even thought of. They're like, wait. In an active live service game, you're taking away things that I already purchased? Bungie's like, yes, we are. I have heard, I don't know, I saw something recently. Is it only available on console? Because I heard that is Destiny 1 still up? Half Dead Saint, 24 months. 2 years. This guy became a member of this channel when I had probably like less than 1,000 subscribers. Solid vids, but what the fuck is this hype shit on YouTube? 2 years of solid content. To Be Hero X is kick-ass anime must see. To Be Your Hero X is just like, man, that show has some moments that just absolutely like fucking rocked me a couple times. So we're just like, I did not see that shit coming. Thank you for the membership, brother. We were looking for you when we were playing Path of Exile because we're still in the guild. Both Mark and I have been playing. What is this? Oh, the hype shit. I don't know what that is. That's why I said before, like, YouTube's done a bunch of weird shit on their back end, and it's fucked up the algorithm, and that's why, like, you'll see some people are, like, not getting the viewership they were before. And, I think that part has to do with it. Like, what does hyping a video do? I have no idea. I think it's like free points that you just like throw onto it, and apparently it's supposed to try to like boost a video. I have no idea. He's on the YouTube side. No, I think I thought I saw he resubbed on Twitch too, if I'm not mistaken. I can't scroll up, otherwise it's just gonna reset my shit. Yeah, I just reset it again. They're trying to be like Twitch? I don't know. That wouldn't even make any sense. YouTube doesn't even compete with Twitch. Twitch competes with YouTube. They changed the UI. They changed my streaming UI. They changed a bunch of shit. Are they ripping off of hype trains? I have no idea, but like you can hype a video, which is like hitting a button and they're like, you hype the video. And it's just like, okay, like that's cool. The one thing that I do like is that like you can see like Bender the Offender, right? Like he has like top fans, right? Like I think that shit's cool. Like you'll see those people in comment sections too, where it's like if it's people that have like super chatted a lot, or if it's people that have like commented a lot, like they've actually put tools on the back end where I can actually like see the people that have like commented on like almost every video, and it'll like put their comments up top first and be like, you know, this person has commented, you know, 24 times, you know, something like that. Like that stuff is really cool. I like those kind of tools. I think that's really interesting and it's helpful for me at least. But and then plus on top of that, like people are like regular community members end up standing out like in comment sections and shit, which is kind of cool. The hype feature is just stupid. I don't know what it is. That's my problem. I don't understand what it is. And you will not hear me. The last thing I want to do. The last thing I want to do is be in my comment section, or is be in my video and have to say anything longer than I already do. Okay. I don't want to have to be like, you know, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share the video, make sure to hype the video. Like saying something that fucking generic and stupid would make me quit. Like I feel like I would need to like wear a hat sideways as I said it. And it would just remove all the joy from life. You need points to do it? I don't understand. Yeah, hype for the family. Hype the family. That's right, family. Okay. All right. Let's get into some of this, dude. I want to look at some of this. This fucking game here, No Man's Sky. I need to play more of that at some point. So, dude, I saw this, like the Polish business owner that goes viral. Like, who the fuck steals a hat from a kid and then goes online and starts like doubling down? Like, yeah, I stole that shit from that kid. Survival of the fittest. Rare Polish L. Yeah, the dude got absolutely destroyed online. Is it the recent incident with the tennis match disproportionate? Oh yeah. Here's the quote from the CEO. He said that the recent incident from the tennis match has caused a disproportionate online uproar. It's all about the famous hat. Of course, yes, I took it. Yes, I did it quickly. But as I've always said, life is first come, first served. Like, this dude is trying to be like some like self-improvement coach or something like that online, I guess. Like, he's trying to be like a fucking Andrew Tate. I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing. Like, if you're first, you're first. Yeah. Yeah. And it's just like, what are you doing, dude? Like, you snatched a hat out of a kid's hand. And like, I think somebody posted, I don't know if they posted like the picture of the actual dude. Fuck them kids. Fuck them kids. Oh, fuck. I shouldn't find that funny. I understand that some people might not like it, but please, let's not make a global scandal out of a hat. It's just a hat. If you were faster, you would have it. Regarding online hate, I remind you that insulting a public figure is subject to legal liability. I like how he's like the hardest motherfucker for like the first couple of paragraphs, and then it gets a reminder: insulting a public figure will be subject to legal liability. Like, I like how this dude goes hard as fuck, and then all of a sudden he's like, "I'm actually a soft ass bitch." Like, I can dish it out, but don't give it back. Does he think he's Drake? I don't fucking know. All offensive comments, slander, and insinuations will be analyzed for the possibility of taking the matter to court. Well, you know what the funny thing is? The vast majority of people that are going to be talking shit about you are going to be from the U.S., where we can say whatever the fuck we want. We can say whatever you want. I think you're an asshole. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. USA. USA. God bless America. God bless America. God damn. Wasn't this the fake one? I have no idea if it was fake or not. Still funny as fuck. Coming from someone in law, anyone who says at the beginning an attorney usually can't afford one or doesn't know what they're talking about. Well, he's the CEO of a company. He actually has a lot of money, and the reason why the backlash was disproportionate is because the power dynamic is disproportionate. Like, I think a lot of people tried to like qualify this as something else, but the reason why this dude is getting fucking hammered, or it got hammered for it, is because he's an asshole. He's fucking 3 times the size of the small child he stole the hat from, and he's fucking filthy rich. So by disproportionate power standards, the best answer to him is everybody on the internet fucking hating him. And I guess what it is, like, people like negatively reviewed his business and a bunch of other shit, review bombed his business or whatever. Though he claimed he didn't write that. Oh, I have no idea. Well, if that's not the case, he's still an asshole for taking the hat. Doesn't fucking matter. I have a hard time not believing like I have a hard time not believing it when I see like fucking random CEOs and politicians in Europe talk about jailing people for whatever they want for insults. No, not SILKSONG. (2017). So it's been 8 years since the release of Hollow Knight. So I think they announced the sequel like a year after. So it's been like 7 years in development. 8.5 years. They announced it in 2019. So they announced it two years after this. Okay. So it was in development for 7 years. 7 years in development. And by the way, it's not just that. It's probably right here, right? The fuck it. Is Steam trying to save itself by not advertising SILKSONG? Is Steam trying to save itself? Like guys, you guys need to fucking calm it down. I saw it on here originally. Oh, this is the one that people told me to look at too. What is this? Maybe I'll look at this in a little bit. Let me look. What is it? SILKSONG. They're also selling a bundle. I can't get it now because I already own both, I think. There's a bundle where you can get the first game and you can get SILKSONG. I think that's what it was. I think I took a screenshot of it just in case. I'm happy I did now. Oh, no. It's a Silk. No. Never mind. No. It's a soundtrack. It's a soundtrack bundle. I thought it was the game and the soundtrack. Still, good deal, though. If you like the soundtrack, it's a good deal. The bundle usually removes the cost if you own it on Steam. I love that about Steam. Don't you? What a great platform. What a great platform. It seems they're suffering from success. Dude, are you guys really like that desperate for a fucking wake-up call video? Really? Do it or no balls? Yes, do it. SILKSONG is a wake-up call? I don't know. We'll have to look into it. We'll have to think about it. SILKSONG is a warning. That was actually a really good one. It's just too bad I was proven wrong immediately. Fuck. That was one of the first and only few times, okay? It's one of the first and few times. I should have... Well, actually, no. No. So I put out... It was a warning, right? I put out... What was it? I put out Oblivion is a warning. And I talked about how I'm like, I think Xbox might be waking up to the fact that the best thing that they can do is challenge everybody else on prices, because that's going to be the best way for them to be able to do shit right now. And then obviously right after the week after I put that video out, or like 2 days after I put that video out, Xbox comes out and like, we're going to do the price increase just like Nintendo. And I'm like, you guys, fuck. Why? And then obviously months later, I still ended up being right as they dropped the price. It just took a little while. They all come back in the end. They all come back in the end. Remember that Baldur's Gate 3 set a standard industry shitstorm? Yeah, of course. I fucking made like 40 videos on it. Come on now, AAA games need to cost $90. I think that people are they're a little bit too tied up in just the cost of the game. and not necessarily like the message that sends, which is the fact that like, okay, the developer of Hollow Knight and Silksong, it's like 7 people, right? That means that since the release in 2017, all of the money that they have made off of Hollow Knight, they have made sure to invest that money properly to put them in a position in which they are comfortable enough to be able to sell the game for $20 and reach a far wider audience than they would if they sold it for 40 or 30 or 35. Because every dollar you go up is another customer that you're going to miss. So you have to keep that in mind. And they have managed themselves so well that they were able to make the game comfortably while just having fun making it. I remember that was one of the things that I'd seen. There was an interview they had where they just said, we're having fun. Like, that's the reason why it took so long. We just had a lot of fun making it, so we just kept making more of it. And it's just like, that's exactly what you want to hear. When the developers are just having a really good time making the game, yeah, let them cook, right? But it also means that these guys are just absolutely fucking killer at managing their money. Look at, when did Terraria release? 2011. It's been 14 years. It's been 14 years since the release of Terraria. That studio has not done anything other than update Terraria every once in a while for 14 years while hiring more people. How many people work at Logic? 11 employees as of 2025. Like, imagine being like this well operated, this well managed, this well budgeted this well. Now, mind you, these guys live in Indiana, right? So like their cost of living, where is Logic based? Fort Wayne? Floyd Knobs. Is that Floyd Knobs? Oh my God. They're in southern Indiana. This is fucking hit country out here. This is like dirt fucking like, so I worked a job before just outside of St. Louis. And it was in a what the fuck is what's the name of what's the name of the city in Superman? I think it's... Is it Metropolis? I guess I was still far out. No. Is this it? No. I don't think this is it. No, it would have been in Illinois. Because it was closer to I think it was closer to Kentucky. Anyway, there was a town that I had worked in. There's a town that I had worked in out in that area. I think it was called Metropolis, and it literally had a city population of like 500. They didn't even have a hotel. You had to actually like leave to go to a different city to go to a hotel. Sister Wives country, essentially, yeah. Yeah. It was a cool little town. It was cool. Believe me, when I like went into like one of the, there was like a gas station there, and like There was a restaurant that I went and I had dinner at one time, and when I went in to sit down, they're like, the fucking restaurant, the waiter slash cook slash probably owner was like, "Who are you?" Just a guy. I'm here working. Locals only type shit? No, they're just not used to seeing a lot of people. They had a, I think the town had a, what did the town have? What was I working at? I think it was a coal refiner, or not coal refiner. Was it a power plant? I think it was a power plant. Because we had guys that were welding on water storage tanks. Which, holy fuck, during the summertime, those things are hot as fuck. Oh my god, imagine being in, it's like being inside a fucking microwave. Which, funny enough, I mean, when you're in the Midwest during the middle of summer, I mean, to be honest, the microwave is sometimes a little cooler. It's a little cooler. Oil refinery? No. So when I'm thinking about coal, it's either going to be a power, because I know they were working with coal. So it's either, it would either be a power plant, or maybe they were working with gypsum. I'm not really too sure. Brother, tell me about it. I'm fucking shit. Good Lord, man. Though I'll tell you right now, actually speaking about it, there's no fucking hotter place that I have worked. Oh man, that's a really hard pick. They're both hot. So I worked near the kettle furnaces in gypsum refinery, like gypsum plants, which are like they make drywall, essentially. They make drywall. So I've worked in one of those before, and they're dry as fuck because there's just like white gypsum dust all over the place, the stuff that's in drywall. And then and those kettle furnaces burn insanely fucking hot, right? So like and then we work on like the higher top levels of it. Well, the higher you go, the hotter it's gonna get. The other place is the hottest though. It's not even fucking close. Is steel refineries, blast furnaces. Oh my. Oh my. Because, like, sometimes if they have, like, a cheap blast furnace, which a lot of the companies in the U.S. have cheap blast furnaces now, especially for steel refining, because a lot of that stuff has been shipped overseas, which now, as a result of it, the specialty equipment is not fabricated here anymore. So a lot of that stuff is being fabricated in China. So then it's being brought over here. So the nozzles are, like, super fucking cheap. And those nozzles will get fucking gunked up, which means that people need to go inside of the blast furnace and chip the nozzles and actually clean them up and make sure that they can actually still work. And to do that, they have to shut down a furnace that's burning at high enough heat to be able to melt steel, right? But they only keep that shit down for, like, they can't keep it down for long because steel refineries in the US don't make a lot of money. So they can't be like, okay, we're going to shut it down for like 3 days and let it cool down and let you go in. No, they shut it down for like 24 hours. And then once the internal temperature is at least within a survivable range, then they send people in to work on it. What is the accident rates at a place like that? Surprisingly low. And it's not because of like the safety standards of the companies. It's just because guys try to not die. You guys try to not die. Safety people do their job too, right? So like they try to make sure that they're taking care of their guys and making sure that they're like staying hydrated and making sure they're not staying in for too long. Because like the one place that I worked at, like it was so hot at one point in time that there was a heat gun on the outside, and they essentially had to like keep an eye on the internal temperature. And what they would have to do is that they basically had the guys on a 15-minute rotation. They could actually only be inside the equipment for 15 minutes before they had to come out. Otherwise, anything longer than 15 minutes, there's a good chance that they're just going to pass out. And if they pass out inside of a piece of machinery, it's not very easy to get those guys fucking out, because we're talking about, when I'm saying a piece of machinery, I'm talking about something that's the size of a fucking small house. right? Or not even a small house, like a multi-story house in some cases with tiny little ducts and shit that these guys have climbed through and got themselves all the way to the bottom. You can't just drag that guy out. You're not going to be able to. Sometimes these guys are on like zip lines and shit in there. So it's like you have to make sure those guys are getting out. If death might happen, surely it's okay. Pay. I mean, yeah, kind of. Kind of. Ish. The long-term effects are never talked about. People that work in those places are just a career long-term, basically cattle slaves that die early. Not necessarily. I mean, so here's the problem though. I get where people are coming from. What's the solution? If that piece of equipment goes down, do we just not have steel should we just not have steel anymore? Like, these pieces of equipment have to be worked on regardless. So do you want to do robots? Because if we do robots, then they're just not employed. And these guys don't make bad money. They make good money in a lot of cases. They make some of the highest pay that a construction worker can get depending on where they're living at the time. They're knowingly taking these risks. They're not being shoved in there without any choice of their own. If they don't want to take the job, they just don't take the job from the hall. The guys that are coming for those jobs are taking those on purpose. And for the most part, like I said, yeah, guys have gotten the industry on the construction industry on a contractor side has largely gone out of its way to try to make the work as safe as they possibly can. The client, not so much. The client doesn't give a fuck. Get it done. It's more of an indictment on the government support of the industry and the capitalists that run the businesses. Well, like, okay, I get what you're saying, but what is the solution? You like that's my thing. Like, would we just not have that equipment worked on? That's the problem. Like, I think a lot of people want to sit around and pontificate about how they want the world to be a fucking utopia, but at the same time, some shit has to get done. The world just doesn't work the same way if it doesn't. And a lot of the privileges that we are all privileged to have today would go away in a minute if none of this shit is actually getting worked on. Especially at the speed in a lot of cases this stuff needs to get worked on. I don't think so. You guys live in the real world. I think I wish more people worked in construction. I really did. I really do. Because I think that, like, it is the biggest touch grass moment that people just don't understand, like, how much work is necessary to have a functioning society and to have functioning infrastructure. Like, there's a lot of work, a lot of time, and a lot of money that has to go into that. And there's a lot of risk that's involved with it because it's just the nature of the work itself. And there's nothing to be done with it. It is what it is. It's just the nature of human existence. We either just do without it. Same thing goes for like working on roads. Like, holy fuck. Oh my god, dude. Like, I worked in where was I at? I think I worked in Chicago one time. And there was a hospital that was being built. I think. Yes, it was a hospital that was being built. And as this hospital was being built, they had to run electricity to it. Well, to run the electricity, all that electricity is being run in what you would essentially call old Chicago. So, what some people don't, I don't think a lot of people know this. Chicago after the fires, like after the Chicago fires back in the, what's that, like 30s or teens? Oh my god, it was 1871. After the Chicago fires, where like a shitload, like the whole fucking city basically burned down, they just built on top of a lot of this, right? Like, they built on top of buildings, on top of roads, on top of all kinds of stuff. And the same thing goes for like the aqueducts and stuff like that they had out here, and a lot of the irrigation from the lake and whatnot. And the area was like an old part of Chicago, and they're building a hospital, and they had to go down into the sewer to be able to go and run these power lines. And from the point of like where the sewer entrance was I think it was like 45 feet to the bottom. And it's just, I swear to God, on the inside, it's like it's straight out of like fucking Batman or something like that. It's just these huge like archways and ducts and stuff. And it's not like sewer water down there. It's like irrigation, like old irrigation. But it's like, doesn't France have it? Ghostbusters 2. Yes, Ghostbusters 2. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about now. Yeah, but the thing is that like, all that shit, you have cars in towns and you have cars in buildings and shit that are like right above you. All this weight and all this shit that's going on, right? And it's just it's crazy when you're down there and you realize that if you don't have a rope to get out, there's no signal, there's no nothing. You're gone. Catacombs. Yeah, essentially catacombs under Chicago. Yeah. Oh, sorry, dude. Brother, I'm not ignoring you half dead. I was getting to it. I just wanted to finish the story. Make sure to hype the video. Family. Thank you for the $2, brother. Appreciate that. Half dead Saint with the $20, man. Unnecessary. I'll be back on POA work schedule all over the place for the next 5 months. Just got home from skydiving on my birthday. Well, happy birthday, my guy. Been grinding hard on Helldivers in No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky has accessibility that can turn off res and just build. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Construction mechanic under app. By the way, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 2. Paris has crazy catacombs that go on for miles and miles. Yeah, I know. People get lost in them all the time because people try to, like, adventure around in them or whatever. I do think the funny thing is, I heard some people that were talking about this recently where they're just like, maybe it's like Skill Up that I had heard talk about it in a recent video where you just said, essentially, like, that's the point that we're at right now, is that, like, when we see generosity, like, we're basically like fighting to like tell the developer we want to give them more money. And it's like, I hope that's actually not the case. I hope that people aren't just like so beaten down by game prices and like the condition that these games come out in, that they're like, they see a cheap price and they think that it's like some type of like benevolent thing. Well, I respect it. I definitely do. I just see this as just a smart business decision. For the scope of their game and what kind of game that it is, it's a Metroidvania game. $15 to $25 is the most you'd pay for one, regardless of if it's SILKSONG or not. Now, they could have tried to go out of their way to be greedy, knowing that their game is highly anticipated, knowing that Hollow Knight was a great game and people loved it. They could go out of their way to be able to make extra money on it if they want to, but they just chose to stay within the confines of what their game should cost. About 25 Australian. Yeah, they also did regional pricing for it too, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think they did regional pricing. Legendary, what are your thoughts on Game Freak and the current projects with Legend ZA and Beasts of Reincarnation? I don't know what Beasts of Reincarnation is. I'm waiting to see what Pokemon looks like. I might give it a shot if it ends up turning out to be good, but to be honest with you, Game Freak has kind of been freaking off more than actually freaking on. They need to like get that shit under control. I like a good Pokemon game. I think they're fun games. They're simple, but they're relaxing, and I like catching monsters and shit. Here in Latin America, it's $7 USD. I was wrong. It's $29 Australian. Well, that's because you guys are rich, apparently. Pay for the $12 soundtrack if you really want to support them. The soundtrack is essentially a tip. right? Because you're gonna have access to all of the songs on YouTube anyway. In $7 USD. No, well, he said that in Latin America it's $7 USD. So like it's $7 for us if we were in Latin America. Pokemon is now the Diablo 4 of the animal capture games. No, because it has way too much like cultural weight and recognition. Like keep in mind, like Pokemon trading card games go holy shit. Holy shit. That shit goes crazy. I also fucking hate it. Like I hate the like, that's a whole other fucking rant for me to go on. I just hate that like everything is becoming a part of like content creation culture now. So it's like because of the fact that these trading card games are like so pulled into like YouTube algorithms and shit and like streaming culture or whatever, and TikTok specifically, like the prices for all this shit is just like skyrocketed insanely. And it's actually changed the way that like some of my trading card, like some of my like local game stores are set up. So like my one game store that I go to, like all of the fucking Magic cards used to be in like the first couple of cabinets. And now they basically relegated all of the Magic stuff just this last week. They relegated it all to a back corner of like just 2 displays. And it used to be like the main thing for the store. And now it's just like, nah, we're just Pokemon now. And it's just like, bro, that sucks. That fucking sucks. The 4 Horsemen of free updates. Stardew Valley, No Man's Sky, Hollow Knight. Did Hollow Knight get a lot of free updates? Terraria. Terraria gets, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty much, yeah, that's pretty fucking accurate. That's pretty accurate. How come Minecraft isn't on there? Minecraft devs be like, we're proud to present our biggest update yet, and it's just this. That's fucking true. Like, they do some of the most, like, pointless fucking updates to that game, and then, like, every once in a while, they're like, hey, we added a new map type, and then they added the, like, the caverns and shit at one point, too, right? PoE developers deserve to be up there. No. As much as I love Path of Exile and GGG, they don't, because like it's a live service game, right? So like the expectation is for them to deliver free content regularly. Where like these games are not expected whatsoever to deliver free content. Deep Rock Galactic should be on there. One-time pay, not a live service. That's also true, yeah. That one's been widely supported. To be fair, what is this, Shiva? To be fair, I'd rather they make minute and like small and safe changes rather than break what already works. Yeah, that's true. I see what you're getting at. Valheim, is there an early access? Is Valheim still in early access? There's no fucking way. That game's finished, right? There's no shot. Holy shit. How long has Valheim been in early access? I mean, I'm not complaining. I think it's a great game out of the box. Four years at this point? Is Valheim feature complete yet? They have a roadmap? I would imagine it has to be relatively close to feature complete. What a fucking good game, though. I also, like, love the look of the game. This is another one of those, like, fidelity. Who gives a fuck about fidelity? It's more about, like... It's more about the, like, distinct nature of the art style. But, like, some of these environments are just so fucking sick. Game is just so cool, man. I wish that video games would stop coming out. I would love to go back and play Valheim again. It's such a fun game. And it's like the best character building It's like the best character building game, like from like an RPG standpoint for a survival game. The fact that they bring in, like just the fact that they brought in like the Oblivion style or Elder Scroll style like weapon leveling and shit, right? Like jumping and running increases your endurance, and punching increases your unarmed, and using a sword increases your swords, and bows increases your bows. I love that stuff. Leveling feels so good. Yeah, because it feels like you're genuinely making progress in the world. I love that game so much. Valheim puts the V in vibes. It really does. It is such a vibe of a game. I kind of wish Palworld used that as well. Yeah, I can see that. Maybe that could work. Please buy our game for $200. We spent the last 7 years carving the pores into Lucia's left ass cheek. Our employees missed their missed the birth of their own children, so the mud texture on Crack Dealer 31 shoes looked right. Please give us $200. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the decades long. Why decades long? It's not been decades long. It's been a decade, I guess. Almost. That'll be $20. True. Okay, so I got baited by this. I think we talked about this last week. I got baited by this. This is not them shutting down. I guess they're doing like a rebranding, and they're doing a bunch of other shit or whatever. I just want to say that this is the most cringe way to do a viral marketing campaign. I'm just gonna be real. Like, part of it is because I got baited, right? So I don't like that. The other part of me is just like, that's just really fucking cringe. Like, why is that what you guys would come up with? Yeah, and I mean, like, look at the way this reads. After years of shaking it up with G Fuel on the grind, rewriting this, it's the end of an era. And then, like, at the end, they said logging out, right? But that's why, and then they come back and they said, no, we said it's the end of an era. And I'm just like, bro, you guys are lame as fuck. Guys are lame as fuck. If you felt the best way to be able to market yourself was to say that you were going out of business, that tells me a lot about how people are actually, like, how many people are actually buying your shit. Tells me about how many people are actually interested in your shit. Let's make people think that they're not paying enough attention, that our product is no longer available. Yeah, exactly. That's the idea. Yeah. It's like one of those I'm quitting, but not really. Those YouTubers did years ago. What are you talking about? They still do that shit all the time. They bait with that stuff all the time. I would do gamer subs though, only if I can get a waifu cup. Just like an anime version of my face, but just like, I don't know, what would I do? No, I wouldn't even get a version of myself. What would my flavor be? Oh my god. I already know. Well, I mean, I guess you could probably just call... I guess I'd probably just call it, like, my flavor legendary drops, right? I don't fucking know. All right. I gotta stay fucking focused. Legendary? Yeah, true. This is what I want to see. As a developer making a small Metroidvania game making a smaller Metroidvania than SILKSONG, which I originally thought was fairly priced at $20 USD, What should I price it now? It'll be 10 to 15 hours of game, but made by one person with limited dev time and funds. I can't afford to give it away for free. Cry me a river. My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, man. But, like, people need to get over this, like, victim mentality bullshit. I've been seeing it all over the place, whether it's in game dev or wherever else. And, like, maybe you should be less worried about what your competition is doing and more worried about what you're doing and what you're going to charge for your game. How about instead of making it look like the world is just so unfair and they're creating an unfair situation for you and essentially the world is just setting you up for failure? How about you figure out how you got yourself to the point of failure to begin with? And, like, this isn't even the first part of this either, right? Like, we've already seen people that were complaining about how they need to move their indie game because they don't want to release their indie game next to Hollow Knight because they're afraid it's just going to destroy the entire indie scene. Yes, I know, because everybody plays Metroidvanias. Well, there are a lot of people that do. Come the fuck on, man. And, like, I know for a fact that some of these guys are going to use that as a complaint. Well, you got to understand, my game came out in the same year as Hollow Knight. And I know for a fact that there's going to be some games journalists and other game developers that are going to be like, true. And it's just like, that's just some bitch-made mentality. It's so bad. It's so bad. They're acting like AAA. They're acting. I keep missing stuff. They're acting like AAA don't have multiple games that come out at premium prices with varying quality. Yeah, exactly. And the same thing goes for indie games. Well, I can't imagine you sitting back and going like, oh, because you priced your indie game at an affordable price point, it's making the industry just too unfair for me and my game. It's just like, what the? Get over yourself. Get over yourself. And here's the funny thing is, this post blew up more than I thought it would. The game I'm talking about is Lone Fungus. These motherfuckers are literally just doing this to try to get sympathy and try to market their games. This is the most classless shit I've ever seen. Don't think for 1 second that some of this bullshit is just locked into AAA. The same shit happens in fucking indie. We need to stop crucifying devs that create exceptional products and instead celebrate them. We have exceptional games coming out at low prices, and yet there are still people that will buy the newest NBA 2K for $70. Make a worthy game, and people will pay the asking price of it. We need to stop crucifying developers to create exceptional products. Is he talking about this guy? How the fuck do you know if he's making anything exceptional? You don't even, his game's not even out. Dear hardworking indie devs, please don't be afraid by pricing a game above $20 to $30 even. Your hard work needs to be recognized and rewarded. Gamers will pay for experiences that they enjoy. In fact, AAA games will be inspired by you and learn a thing or two. I've also learned that the internet has become a place of gassing people up to make the worst possible fucking decisions to ruin their life. This is the most like, you go girl, do your thing girl fucking kind of comment. Like, dear indie devs, don't be afraid. Price your game at $30, $40, $50, $60, $200. Your work is worth it. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Lone Fung. It's the sequel. Malady of Spores. It's just a repeating, like a repeating image of him just like walking through a town and nothing actually happening. Like, you don't even have anything like, oh, here we go. Hold on. 50, I'd say $10 to $15. You'd still price it at $20? I'd say it's probably 10 to 15. Let the man eat, son. Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't know if I'd go $20. I don't know if I'd go $20. I don't think that he's far off from his price point. It was okay. Yeah, I'm not not here to shit on the guy's game. That's not the point of why I was looking at it. I was trying to get a good judge of like what I would actually think that game would actually go for. But I would say, like, I mean, I guess I could see I feel like $20. I feel like $20 is a little fucking high. And the reason why I say that is because, like, there's a lot of games you can get for cheaper. $20 is a bit steep for that. Yeah, personally, I feel like it probably is, especially if you're not, like, necessarily proven. But the thing is, it seems like he already made one game, and it did relatively well, or it did well enough for him to be able to make a second game, and now they're selling that one, right? $20 goes on sale for $10, and that's usually what it kind of is. Yeah. It's the $1 per hour, and he said 15-hour argument. Yeah, I would probably agree with that as well. It'll be a 10 to 15. See, that's the other thing there. It's a 10 to 15 hour game, and you're trying to charge $20 for it. Like, that's kind of steep for a game that you could technically beat, and you know most people are probably. And the thing is, like, they'll say 10 to 15 hours, but I mean, that depends on the player, right? You'll get it in a humble bundle, yeah. And the thing is that there's nothing like, it's not. So I guess this is my problem, is that like there needs to be some distinct trait of your game to be able to reach some of those like higher price points. And there's nothing that was like really jumping out at me about their game. Like it looked like a high quality game, but I think that it looked good. It looked like it was going to play well. It looked like mechanically it was solid. It looked like it's cute, right? But outside of that, there really wasn't anything that I was like, oh shit, that's your hook. That's the cool thing, right? There's very limited appeal. Yeah, that's the point. Very limited appeal. And it's not that you don't have to make every single game. Not every single game needs to have some crazy fucking hook, right? And if you don't have it, then you need to price your game at a point that it can challenge, right? And also at the exact same time, when you're in a highly competitive market, you're putting a game into a very highly competitive, a very oversaturated part of the indie sphere right now. Metroidvanias are a dime a dozen, right? Like we can agree that in the indie space, two things are true. Metroidvanias and roguelikes. They are a dime a dozen. If you do not have something that is very distinct to your game to be able to reach some higher price points, then you need to challenge other developers at the price of their game. If it was a waifu, $20. Unironically, yeah, that would probably work. What was Schedule 1 priced at? I think... I don't remember. $13. That's on sale. It's $20. But this game is like on sale all the time. Do you guys think that gets, and like, see, that's the problem, is that like, while I understand where developers are going to come from, because they're going to like, they're two different games. Players don't give a fuck. A player's going to look at that game and go like, well, I bought Schedule 1 for $13. Or I bought Schedule 1 for $20. Does this game look like it's going to give me Schedule 1? I'm not talking about themes. I'm just talking about enjoyment, playtime, all that shit, right? Like, that's how players think. You need to, like, a lot of these guys think, like, very binary within the confines of just the genres that they compete inside. But it goes further than that. You also have to understand the perspective of the players. But it's just, it's a victim mentality regardless. And the funny thing is that like them going out and doing this and then essentially trying to promote their game through it, that makes me not want to play your game. No, something that is completely unrelated to your game makes me now not want to play your game. If I would have saw it to begin with. But you made sure that the way that I did find it was by you essentially playing a victim on social media. I don't know why you would think that that's going to be a good way to promote your game. I'm sure you're going to get some people, but the vast majority of people know. Victim mentality isn't good for advertising. It goes beyond that. So it's not just not bad. It's not that it's just bad for advertising. It's bad for advertising because it doesn't show confidence in your game. If you're not confident about your game, why would I be? That's the best way to look at it. You're a lone dev, little to no overhead, creating a game that has no individuality, so little that you even retweeted a list of games which are like for like in terms of mechanics and gameplay to yours, trying to dump attention to reskin your side scroller. Fuck. This is a fair statement, and quite honestly, Team Cherry really does a disservice to the indie. We're gonna collect some receipts. We're gonna collect some receipts. Okay, let's fucking buckle in for this one. This is a fair statement, and quite honestly, Team Cherry really does a disservice to the industry and other developers by pricing SILKSONG so low. The level of work, craftsmanship, years, and you charge $20. I get being pro-consumer, but this would be infuriating to your colleagues and in turn distort gamers' sense of worth. Oh, this guy's just a full-blown retard. Whataboutism. What did this guy say? Corporate shill, and retard. Flip side of your argument, why do AAA developers output such shit quality games and slap a $70 price tag on it? But nah, an indie team with 3 people, that's the problem. Definitely not the faceless corporations and ass clowns inflating costs. Oh, no. They're right. No. They're absolutely right here. Because they're saying that essentially the AAA industry is the reason why prices have gotten so inflated, at least on the game side. But obviously there's economic conditions that are also impacting that as well. So I can't necessarily say what side to really jump on with that. But at the exact same time, most of these prices are being based off of the prices that AAA sets, right? Because they're usually coming down from a AAA cost. But it's just a whataboutism for this guy. This is some professional level coping that you have going on here. I love that. I love that you want to be pro-consumer, but think about the damage you're doing to your colleagues. Well, there's a controlled disaster that's happening there. Do I make my competitors in an industry in which I am competing with them look bad in comparison to me and the actions that I take, which are going to be relatively limited because there's not going to be that many other developers that are making games that are competing directly with SILKSONG? Or am I fair to the millions of customers around the world? I would imagine a guy like this would be more for the few than more for the many than the few. You know what I mean? But I guess that's not the concern. These people fear competition? Yes, they do. They do. They don't think that there should be any competition at all. None. That's not fair. I've always stated, make a great game and people will buy it. These dudes are definitely coping hard. This is just fucking absurd, man. I honestly think that Team Cherry's pricing at SILKSONG at $20 will long-term do more harm than good. They're not just undercutting their own game, they're also undercutting the entire indie scene and making it harder for them to sell games that are at reasonable, healthy prices. Holy shit. What do you guys think that they're supposed to be selling indie games for? Indie games typically range between anywhere from like $10 to like $25 at most. In a lot of cases, you do not see these games come out for over $30. I mean, that's pushing it. I'm sorry, dude, but once you're getting into like the 30 plus range, you're looking at AA, not AAA anymore. They've gone, dude, this is crazy. Like, what? What? Metroid Dread costs $60 and it's 10 hours long. Price the game whatever you want. Yeah, price your game whatever you want. Stop worrying about what everybody else is doing. Like, you should pay attention to your competition, but not pay attention to your competition on the high side, but on the low side. If they're pricing their stuff competitively, try to think about the fact that there's a fucking reason for that. And that we're not just comparing prices between games before making these decisions. Maybe some of this stuff actually comes down to just general economics. Maybe economically, it's not a smart idea for you to go out and try to charge $20 for a nameless game from a nameless studio that looks like it's a fucking copy paste of a bunch of other games that we've already seen. Maybe that's not the best thing for you to be able to do. And if you see your competition, like Team Cherry, go out there and they're making a game and their game is highly anticipated, people are really looking forward to it, and they're releasing it at $20, maybe see that as a sign that these guys are trying to avoid overselling their game. Look at what the competition is doing, but but it doesn't follow that you need to do the same, or even that you need to do the opposite. Yeah, exactly. Like, you need to pay attention to what your competition is doing, but you shouldn't be trying to like base your survival off of whatever your competition's actions are. That's not how any industry works. So the debate is whether a game costs 15 euros is too expensive. The debate should be, what the fuck is a game doing by increasing its price and other companies asking them not to release? I don't know what the fuck that's talking about. This is a stupid discourse. Just price it at $20. Lamau, nobody will compare. We've been complaining that games are expensive for a while now, and SILKSONG's team has listened. Should they not have priced it? Should they have priced it at $80? Should they have priced it at $80 so smaller creators can feel good? Fucking true. Fucking true. Oh, should they have overpriced it so then that way you feel better about the price of your game and you can look like the hero and they can look like the villain? Get the fuck out of here. Dollar per hour mentality needs to die in a fucking ditch. I paid $10 for a game that I got 40 hours of playtime out of, and $20 for a game that I got 12 hours out of. The appeal of indies is being affordable. If your game is good, people will play it. Like, yeah, you're right. And actually, the other thing is that I also kind of, I actually do slightly agree with this, because like the thing is like there's games that I've played that are insanely short, right? And I've said this in videos before, actually. I think I said it before because like it was during a time in which Asmongold was reacting to a lot of my videos, and one of the things that he kept bringing up was the dollar per hour average on games or whatever, and I was like, but that's just a fucking dumb mentality to have. So I wanted to like include it in a video to hopefully make sure that guy could actually hear a good opinion from somebody at one point. And I just said that, you know, dollar per hour average doesn't really work out with a lot of these games, because there's tons of games that I've played where I paid nearly nothing for it and got hundreds of hours of enjoyment out of it, right? There's been plenty of games that I've overpaid for and got nothing out of it. In a lot of cases, it's the quality of those hours spent, not necessarily the fact that you got those hours out of it, right? Because I can spend $70 on Diablo 4. I can play Diablo 4 for an unlimited amount of hours, but what is the quality of those hours? The quality of those hours is very, 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 very low. I could spend, I spent $60 on, a really good example. We'll just use it like this. Diablo 4, I spent $70 on, right? I got over 150 hours in that game when it first came out. And those were low quality hours, and it really wasn't all that enjoyable. I didn't like it. It was mind numbing. That's a good way to say it. On the flip side, I spent $60 on Space Marine 2. I played that game for a total. I played the game's campaign. I played like a little bit of multiplayer, and that outside of that, I didn't do anything else. I played that game for 13 hours. That's all it took for me to play and beat that game. 13 hours. It was fucking peak. It was fucking peak. Path of Exile 2, $30, right? Hundreds of hours I've invested into that game. And again, those hours are high quality hours. So it's the quality of the hours spent, not the fact that you're getting the hours out of it. So I don't like the idea of just play time, because it's like there's plenty of games that I could play and not enjoy. Think about whether or not you enjoy something or not, right? Like, I could play their game for 15 hours, but if I don't enjoy playing their game, is that really is that $20 actually worth it? No. It ends up not being worth it. Really dumb blue check responses to this, saying that SILKSONG is undercutting itself, hurts indies. when the money they saved on SilkSong could be used for said indies. Bro, I'm gonna like that. They don't take the time to think about, well, maybe the fact that the most hyped game in maybe the hyped game in the genre, the most hyped game in the genre and in the indie scene is now coming out, and it's coming out at a competitive price point that is not only going to save people money, which means they have more money to spend on games, but also on top of that, it's going to bring a lot more people into the genre because everybody's going to want to hear what the hubbub is, which likely means it's going to be free advertising for your game by extension from being in the same genre. I don't like this framing of like how it's just such a bad thing for them. There are benefits that you're getting from the popularity of SilkSong. And it's obvious because of the fact that their post blew up. They are already benefiting from it just by the fact that their post blew up. Crabs in a bucket mentality, yeah. Pricing matters. Sometimes less is more. Yeah. The rent must be high. You have to understand, man. Everybody lives in different economic conditions. I think that far too often people want to try to put everybody in the same. I think that in a lot of cases, and this is something that like it took me a long time to fucking get over this myself. I think we try to apply our lived experience across the world without recognizing that not everybody has the same access to shit that some of us do, right? Like it's really difficult to identify with somebody that's poor if you've never been poor. Luckily for me, I've lived the spectrum. I've lived the spectrum. I've been poor. I've been I've not been homeless. I've dodged out on that for the most part. I had to live in other people's houses until I could afford, like I had to like live at friends' houses on their couches and on the floor and shit until I could like get enough money to get an apartment or whatever. But yeah. People underestimate their sample size. In a lot of cases they do. Yeah. Are you rich now? No. No. I make as much money as I did in construction. I just now make that money doing something that I love. I'm not like I think that people don't understand like just to what level you have to have people watching your shit to get to that like crazy fucking like Asmongold XQC level of like wild income. Like you got to get a lot of people watching you. Can't you see all the gold he's swimming in? Yeah, I've been streaming from the same living room, or streaming and making videos from the same living room for about a year now, 2 years. So, another game I know about wishlisted after SilkSong drama, and I'm happy to support the game when it releases. Like, I mean, do what you fucking want. Thanks to everyone who shared their thoughts. I feel reassured. I'm sure you fucking do. I'm sure you fucking do. I feel reassured that a lot of people understand that SilkSong's price is Team Cherry being cool and giving their game away for a cheap price because they can. It might not necessarily affect other games in the same genre. This is all just a fucking marketing stunt, wasn't it? Fucking shame on you, dude. I mean, at the same time, I mean, game recognized game. Unless it's not a marketing stunt, then, that's how I'm going to treat it anyway. Because there's no telling. And the other thing is, too, is that, like, people understand that SilkSong's price is because Team Cherry's being cool. You don't know that. Where did you hear that from? Team Cherry hasn't said anything about the price of the game. They are cool, though. I know they're cool. But Team Cherry hasn't said anything about it. That's the thing that I think, like, don't lose sight of the fact that, like, it's not like Team Cherry came out and said, oh, hey, we're doing this because we want to be nice to the fans. No, they're like, it's still a price increase from Hollow Knight, because I think Hollow Knight was 15, wasn't it? So it's still a price increase, but they're just keeping it in line with competition and with how indie games have been selling and what they feel their game was worth. Like, it was a strategic thing. It wasn't just because they're like, oh, man, we're just a really cool guy that's just going to throw this game out there that we do need to make us money, but we're going to throw it out there for this real cool price. Like, that's not... No. They likely made an economic decision, especially based off of market conditions when you look around and see that a lot of high-profile games, especially games that have been coming out at like $70, have not been performing well. And actually, do you know what? Something to add on top of that, something that I saw recently... Speaking of the devil itself, Mario Kart 8 is outselling Mario Kart World on Switch. So let's not pretend like the price of a game doesn't matter. And now I realize that these guys are also, it's also $30 to $35 more in a depression. Yeah, that's true. How much if I'm not in a depression? I'll put you in one. Yeah. I got to Switch 2 with Mario Kart World in it, and Mario Kart 8 is a way better game. I realized, and I think some people had seen it before, where like there was a report that came out, and I think that these like financial experts were not necessarily counting the attachment rate of Switch 2s with the bundle, but even still, I played Mario Kart World. All right. It's crazy to me that that's the first $80 game. Like I'm playing that game and I'm like, this is it. And I'm like waiting for that $80 moment and it never comes. It never comes. I never get to see it. Ooh. Is any of this shit spicy? Interesting. I need to actually like check some of these like reaction videos before I actually like dive into them or anything like that. What is this? A video that predicted what was going to happen? Oh, no. Yeah, I'd seen that a long time ago. I'm trying to see if there's anything. Maybe this. Sure. How long is this? I'm always worried with some of these videos. 24 minutes. Super Earth sign in the background? Maybe. Who's ready to see Borderlands 4 eat what's left of Destiny's launch? Do you guys have any idea how much I am fucking hoping that Borderlands 4 is good? Can't blame an indie. This is the bad side of the price of SILKSONG, that small developers will now have to put up with people seeing that their game can't charge the same as SILKSONG because of X. Nobody's going to fucking do that. Nobody's going to do that. You're going in the bank. Nobody's going to fucking do that. Has anybody done that? What about, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I can't even think of an example where this has happened in indie. Can anybody else think of an example where this has happened in indie, where people were like dick measuring the price of a fucking video game and trying to figure out whether or not they could justify buying it because another indie game was cheaper? I think that people overestimate the popularity. Like, I think people overestimate the popular, how popular indie games are to begin with. Like, we've seen a lot more indie breakout hits, but there are so many more indie games than AAA or even AA games on a scale that's just fucking crazy, to the point that it wouldn't even make sense trying to like dick measure the fucking prices of these games, because there's too many of them. There's way too many of them. Give me a second. Let me use the bathroom. I think my music turned off again, didn't it? All right, I'm back. Who would skip on a great deal? I have no idea. Oh, did you hear about the streamer that bought Helldivers 2 and then paid for the $4,800 credits and then proceeded to complain that he didn't get all of the Halo stuff without actually playing the game? Oh, that's weird as fuck. Is this like somebody was playing it on Xbox or something like that? That's the only way I could see that happening. Was he a COD streamer? It sounds like it, maybe. It was a COD. I like immediately everybody's just like Call of Duty fan. Oh, you didn't get everything you want because you didn't pay? Or because you paid money? Yeah. Tried to buy guns with money? Yeah, that's actually a pretty accurate thing. I hate to say it, but if you're looking at your competition and complaining about their price setting and you're not looking into your own wealth provided in your game, you're worried about trends, but you're at the end of the day, you need to be confident enough in your own price. Yeah, like that's what I had said earlier. Just price your game based on value. The SILKSONG effect, developers, if they're I paid $20 for Valheim. Not every game needs to be Valheim. Price it however you fit. Yeah, yeah. Trying to think if there's... Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to go through more of these. I'm sure I'll find some more bullshit that people are probably saying in here as well. It's an industry problem that products like Game Pass or free-to-play games are riddled with microtransactions have led gamers to expect all games to be cheap, bigger, and always updated. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. I mean, Game Pass has created a problem on Xbox, kind of. But I feel like that's more or less, I feel like that's actually more or less created a problem for Xbox themselves, because they can't sell their own games to their own players anymore, which yeah. But I don't think that, like, not everybody uses Game Pass. I think Game Pass is locked to about what, 25 million subscribers or something like that. Which, I mean, which it sounds like a lot, and it is a pretty solid amount for a subscription service. But you compare that to the number of people that play video games regularly, and it's not that big. It's not that big. This is just unsuccessful people desperately trying to find an excuse of why they're unsuccessful. Yeah, you're absolutely right with that. Yeah, effectively just trying to find excuses more than anything else. Now all indie studios are like, damn, they're releasing SILKSONG for $20. What are we supposed to do? And that's a fair question. It seems to me that trying to compete with SILKSONG is a really bad idea. What do you think? Fuck. Consider a release for $20 and left high and dry. If a game of the quality of SILKSONG is worth that, no one would buy an indie game. Indie devs price, what a mess. No. Why would you think that that's the case? What, like this is the problem with the price of SILKSONG. Now that indie devs who are making their game and are considering to release it for $20 are left high and dry, if a game is of the quality of SILKSONG is worth that, if a game is of the quality of SILKSONG is worth that, no one would try to buy an indie dev's game at that price. What a mess. So they're trying to say, like, if your game is not at the quality of... That's just not even true. Like, people are literally just making up bullshit. Because it's something that it's something that's already, like, these are already, like, observably disproven. Is Peak? Well, I mean, Peak's $7. I need to find something of that quality. I need to find something at $20. I should have narrowed this. Okay. Actually, no, this is actually a good example. Final Fantasy Online, the MMO, if you want the first expansion, is $20. Right? It's $20. Is SILKSONG of the same quality as Final Fantasy XIV? Even if it's just a Realm Reborn. The value proposition between those twos, the value proposition between those two is wildly different. Wildly different. Rocero, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Can't tell you how sick it is. I was seeing the same DraftKings. Oh, sick. I was seeing the same DraftKings ad over and over again. Oh. Final Fantasy 14 is Final Fantasy 14 is fucking good. Okay? Base Final Fantasy 14 is not that bad. People have fucking shell shock over it. Final Fantasy 14's A Realm Reborn, I thought was really good because it did a really good job of, like, building the inner, like, personal connection between all the characters and shit that you're meeting that become way more, like, prominent later. Like, you need Realm Reborn. right? You need Realm Reborn, otherwise the rest of it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, just because Final Fantasy XIV's latest expansion is shit doesn't mean we just shit on the rest of the fucking game, okay? Yeah, Realm Reborn has great world building. Thank you. It also has some pretty cool fucking fights. And on top of that, you get the Titan one, right? I think the Titan one was in there. And Ifrit, which both have banger soundtracks. And it also has the fucking Coils of Bahamut, which are fucking peak. Coil of Bahamut is fucking peak, okay? Titan Shiva Ifrit. Yes, Shiva is in there as well. Yeah, you're right. Which Shiva is also peak as fuck. Holy fuck, that song is so good. I've never played Final Fantasy. What would be the first one to play? 7 Remake is probably the best one to go with initially if you're new to the franchise and you want something that's like relatively recent. If you're okay with playing a Final Fantasy game that's like retro or older and you don't like that doesn't bother you at all, I'd probably go play Tactics if you like tactics games. If you do not like tactics games, then I would play probably like 8, 7, 10, 6, 9. I feel like 10 is kind of the dead ringer. But the problem is that like what I think a lot of Final Fantasy players and fans don't realize is that like 10 was before 10 was one of the most grindy games they put out. 10 was a fucking slog. Great game. But holy shit, that thing was long. Like it was long in the tooth when it came to like how much you had to go back and grind. Good lord. Ugh. I talked to a guy the other day and he's like, okay, I need to vent about something. I need to vent. So the other day, I was playing Magic the Gathering. And there's this really cool app, by the way, that I've been playing it on because there's a Steam game, right? It's called Tabletop Simulator, and somebody built a mod for it that allows you to just be able to you can just play Magic. Like somebody literally just built a Magic the Gathering like commander table in, and you can just import all the cards and just play your decks and shit. It's really fucking cool. Like it's the most intuitive thing I've ever seen. Better than anything better than anything anybody else has ever made, including the people that actually make Magic the Gathering. But there's these Discord communities that have popped up where you can just hop in and you can just jump in and start playing with some other people. It's actually been really funny how many times I've actually jumped into a room and played a game, and how many times, and like I've actually been kind of surprised by it, where people are like, "Wait, holy shit, are you really him?" And I'm like, huh. And they're like, "Are you Legendary Drops?" And I'm like, well, I mean, yes. They're like, I guess my voice is recognizable. That's something, I guess. But it's been cool because it's like I get to play Magic with people in the games in the community, which is kind of sick. But there was this game that I had played, and this dude is in there, and I don't know. You guys had to have gone. I'm sure people here have gone through something like this before. We all sit down to start playing, and this one guy that's playing with us is just kind of like a little whiny, a little bit, right? And then somebody says, "Oh yeah, no, oh man, that the amount of times I've played against that Titus card," and he's talking about Titus from Final Fantasy X, and he goes, literally says, "Actually, it's Titus," and I'm like, I chimed in and I'm like, Titus, potato. I'm like, it was different in marketing and shit. It's really not that big of a deal. Well, actually, it's my favorite game of all time, and I play it every single year, completely. And I've beaten it all these times and stuff, and I was just like, oh god, like I could smell what was fucking coming. So we continue to play, and me and the other guys that are at the table are like, we're bantering, right? We're bantering. The Tism, yes. we're bantering, right? Because Magic, especially Commander, is a fucking social game. You do not play Magic the Gathering Commander unless you're going to go and play fucking CEDH. We're going to play competitive games. You're playing it because you're just there to bullshit with a bunch of people and have fun playing this fucking card game, right? And as we're just bullshitting, he was just like, "Can you guys stop talking? I'm trying to say what I need to do." We're like, "Okay, so we do." And then he would just constantly the entire game complain about how like he misplayed, so then he didn't have a hand, so he's complaining about how he wasn't getting a hand, and then every time he would draw into another land, he'd get mad again and like cry about it, and then like basically just like begging for people to like not hit him and not fucking, you know, like have pity for the position that he's in the game or whatever. Did he flip the table? No, it was turned off, thankfully. And then like we were talking about something else, me and one of the other players, and he was just like, "Can you guys please just keep it on the game? Just talk about the game. It's distracting me." And we're like, "Okay, yeah, it's fine." And then he says, "And you guys keep talking about things that don't have to do with the game, and it disturbs me." Like the concept of people having friendly conversation that's not about the Magic game is disturbing. Like, people being social is disturbing. And I'm like, "Hey, bro, I'm not here to fucking capitulate to your fucking lifestyle. Sorry. I'm not that sensitive guy that you're looking for. And even if it is the tism, like, you just as much as I came into here, and you're like, "Hey, the world needs to fucking bend to me. I'm sorry, that's just not the way this fucking works." And then, like, after the whole time of this guy of everybody going easy on him, like, I'm talking, we're way deep into the fucking game, right? And he has nothing going on. Like, he's effectively out of the game already. And then he gets up enough mana and he plays this is going to be a little bit high level, not really high level, but it's only for people that understand Magic the Gathering. Effectively, I'm playing an artifact deck, and I'm the only one that's playing artifacts. And he plays an artifact board wipe that destroys all of my artifacts at like near the end of the game. And I'm just like, he's just like, "It's the only thing that I could do right now." And I'm just like, it effectively took me out of the game. And I was just like, and it's not like took me out of the game to like win, because he's never going to win. It's just literally just to be a fucking annoyance for no reason. And I was just like, "I'm fucking good." And I just left. And I blocked the fucking dude. I'm like, last thing I want to do is get in another goddamn game with you. Jesus, it was one of those things where somebody says something and you immediately recognize how insufferable they're about to be, and you're just like, "Oh God." And I understand, you know, people are probably pointing it out. It's probably fucking autism. It's probably somebody that just doesn't have the social awareness to begin with. But I don't know what to do about that. I don't have it either. Maybe I don't have it either. Maybe I got the tism too, because I don't give a fuck about what you want. Tism is the excuse to be able to work around. Yeah, I know. Don't hate to play him, man. I mean, he's not even playing the game. It's just one of those things where I'm like, I'm just not going to sit here and have to suffer through this. Well, because I should have explained this. Basically, when he had his little crash out, the entire table just went silent and then just stopped talking for the rest of the game. Because if anybody talked, he would start whining. So like the minute that he did that, I was like, I'm fucking out of here. Like, I'm not gonna put up with this fucking shit. Like, what am I doing here? It's no fun anymore. You should block me and improve my life. All right, I got you, bud. Where's it at? There you go. No problem. What the fuck? Why'd he ask for it? Did you think I wasn't gonna fucking do it? Careful what you wish for. Monkey's paw, man. Monkey's paw. Oh, man. Yeah, I'll have to look more into this later. I'll be coming back for you. Don't worry. I'll be coming back for you. Ask and you shall receive. Uma Musume is game of the year. Dude, I fell deep into the fucking horse girl rabbit hole there for a little bit. I was having a lot of fun with that game. It was such a good way to just kind of like pass the time, like right before I was about to go to bed or from like waiting on food or something like that. But now, they had like the big PvP race thing, and then I realized like how much money you would actually have to spend in that game, and how like literally only if you spent money would you be able to actually like compete in the like meta game of it. And I was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna kind of like maybe I'll play it every once in a while, but I'm done. I'm like, you immediately get you know, reminded of what kind of games those are, and you're just like, I'm good. Northern Lion is killing it and pays nothing. Is he still playing the game? Maybe I just suck at it. That's a really good chance. I probably just suck at it. It's grindy. Well, yeah, like the thing is you got to like try to get like the special, like I wasn't able to get any like good sparks out of any of the horses. So it's like I didn't really have any good parents to be able to raise better ones. Like, I mean, I ran that shit like constantly, dude. And I never got anything good. PvP and gacha is a nope. PvP and gacha is a nope. Yeah. Yeah, that's a real tough position to put yourself in. It's a real tough position to put yourself in, playing a game like that. You're always going to run yourself into walls. Yeah, there's like been a bunch of people that have essentially been there's been a bunch of people that have essentially just been like telling, where's it at right here? Oh yeah. So I had posted this earlier. I said, PC Gamer said, SILKSONG is so popular that even piracy subreddits are encouraging others to just buy the game. If you can afford it, support them. We should. Yeah. This is what you're normally going to see from a lot of people. That's why I said, like, I think in most cases, if it's worth the money, if it's affordable and it's accessible, then people are going to buy it rather than pirate it. More times than not, people are pirating shit because they don't have the money. They can't get it any other way. And they don't trust you, and they don't trust your games to not be shit. Like, in most cases, people are pirating because they have reasons to pirate it, right? Like, obviously, you're going to have some people out there, they're going to be some fucking edgelords, they're going to respond to that and be like, imagine having reasons to be a pirate. But, like, who gives a fuck about that? Like, obviously, you're going to have a few people that are like that, but in a lot of cases, people are pirating because it's just it's the only option they have for themselves. So, like, you have to do yourself, you have to, like, you know, do yourself a solid and realize that when you're actually making something worthwhile, people are probably going to pay for it if they think it's worth it. Don't fuck with us and we won't fuck with you. That's a general rule of thumb for piracy. Yeah, in a lot of cases it is. I don't know really anything about current Magic the Gathering. They lost me. I have to like enlarge for me able to see this. They lost me with the card when the card design changed. I don't know about any TCGs anymore. Always ruined their design. Oh yeah, I have fun with it. It's a social game. It's just something to get me out of the house every once in a while and whatnot. I you know, I like the older cards and whatnot too. So. SILKSONG is worth $20. Make a good game, a good price. Yeah. Piracy Reddit says SILKSONG is good. Yeah. Yeah, that's usually how that works. Starfield Shattered Space DLC never deserved the level of backlash it got. I don't remember any backlash over Shattered Space. I don't remember anybody even talking about it. I remember maybe Luke Stevens making a video talking about how, like, yeah, they added a buggy. And that was pretty much about it. Outside of that, I don't really remember anything else. Was there backlash or just apathy? That's what I'm saying. I think it was just apathy. I don't remember anybody talking about it. I don't remember anybody talking about it. And the thing is, like, Starfield, nobody played it. Here's his right here. September 30th. There's the update. It gasped. Utterly forgettable game. It's so bad. It's one of those games where, like, I don't know. Do you guys, please tell me I'm not the only one that does this. Sometimes when I see like an old trailer of it, or like I see gameplay of it, I'm like, maybe this game will age better than I think it will. Because like sometimes I see it and I'm like, man, that looks cool. You know, that'd be kind of cool to just like sit down and play this. And then I'm like, no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. Like for a second, I get baited in and I'm like, oh, maybe we're too hard. Then it's just like, no, weren't hard enough. Bear down Chicago Bears. Aloha from Honolulu. Wow, what are you doing in fucking Honolulu, Ned Flanders? I honestly forgot this game existed, let alone any DLC for it. Yeah. Elder Scrolls 6, I'm so worried for that game. It's basically going to be like one of two things. This is one of two things that's going on with Bethesda. Either A, Bethesda just can't make anything worthwhile, and they've lost the talent to make anything worthwhile. Or, two, Bethesda is only good at making one game. The copium side of me says that they're only good at making one game. The more realistic side of me says that chances are these guys are cooked. It's using the same engine. Well, I mean, yeah, they're going to keep using the creation engine. No, I don't know. Will they? Didn't Oblivion is the Oblivion remaster was using Unreal, right? Yeah, it was using Unreal. I know for a fact because they use that metahuman character creator. A shit remaster? I don't know. I thought that the Oblivion remake was fine. Or remaster, or whatever you want to call it. I thought it was alright. I enjoyed it. I got what I wanted out of it. The problem isn't the engine. People got to stop coping. Yeah, I mean, there is something a little weird about that engine. Like, no, you're probably right. I think that they just largely do not do enough QA on the back end of their games because they make the excuse that it's part of their charm. I think that's really what it comes down to. It's a two-part issue where, like, because like there's interviews that you could go back to where man, I can't remember where it was, but it was Jeff Keighley interviewing Todd Howard, and he had asked something about Keighley had asked something about bugs, and then Todd was like, well, you know, it's part of the charm of our games, really, you know, because there's just going to be some unexpected things that can happen sometimes because it's just how vast and crazy our worlds are and blah, 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 blah. And essentially was alluding to the fact that they didn't need to fix everything because that's part of the reason why people also like their games, which is definitely not the fucking case, Todd. It's definitely not the fucking case. And I think that's it's that, and then it's also because of the fact that they have modders that come in and fix their games. Like, they have other people that come in to do their work for them. That's really what it comes down to. You have people that come in, do their work for them, and then you also have people that are, you know... I mean, you have a lot of people that are Bethesda apologists that will have no problem with the games having bugs and issues. Bethesda's MO since Skyrim has been release the game and let the community fix it. I don't even think that's since Skyrim, my guy. I mean, that's even Oblivion in some cases, too, at least on PC. How you feeling about Borderlands 4? I'm cautiously optimistic. They've been very aggressive with their marketing on the creator side, where they've been having a lot of creators trying to put the game in front of people, which tells me that, like, performance is likely going to not be much of an issue for the game, which is going to be good. And I mean, if you're having people already play it right now, that tells me that you're pretty confident about it when it's going to release. I mean, I literally just watched. I watched Shroud and Burnt Peanut and somebody else play it live yesterday. I've been playing Borderlands 3 again to prepare for Borderlands 2. Or Borderlands 4. I play 2 instead of 3. The gameplay of 3 is really good, though. I saw the Viking guy, and he actually hyped me for the game. I'm not selling the game up I'm just not gonna sell it up the river. I understand that people want to hate Gearbox. I understand that people do not like Randy Pitchford. But we'll just kind of wait. Yeah, I think it'll be. I think it will be good. I kind of wanted it to fail because of the dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no. I fully understand where people are coming from. Do not get it twisted, okay? I completely understand the desire to see Borderlands fail because they don't like Randy Pitchford. Personally, as somebody that loves Borderlands, I don't want to see it fail. I want to see it turn around and do really well. I want to see it be the Borderlands. Like, I want one of these fucking franchises to just do their goddamn job. That's really what I want. Desperately. Desperately, I want one of these companies to do what they want. Even with the Borderlands movie, he didn't write it, he didn't direct it. That was Hollywood taking a that's basically I mean, it's like the old Mario Brothers movie, right? It's just like they had no idea. Literally, the guy that directed the show, the showrunner, who was the producer for the movie. All I remember is that he said that the source material didn't matter. That he didn't need to play the games or anything like that because Hollywood is different than video games. And I also remember that it's somebody that was. I also remember that it's somebody that's not somebody that a lot of people like. It was Eli Roth. Yes, I believe it was Eli Roth that had said that the lore didn't matter, that playing the games didn't matter. I forgot what his exact words on it all were, but he also made like the weirdest casting choices ever. Stop coping, man. We should measure a company based on their product and their attitude towards the customer. Huh? Coping. What am I coping over? That's why I said I hope it's good. We'll see if it is. I'm going to wait for it. What are you talking about? Let me refill my water. That's the whole reason I got up in a minute. A minute ago anyway. All right, I'm back. Never heard of the name before. Where is he now? Who are you talking about? Are you talking about Randy Pitchford? Eli Roth? I don't like Eli Roth. He's the guy that did the movie director. I didn't even watch the fucking movie. I knew that shit was gonna be fucking garbage the minute that they fucking announced it and they showed who the cast was gonna be for the movie. Did you think I was coping over the movie? Movie was ass. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Yeah, we're sort of looking at the pirate thing. 530,000 players. How's it doing today? It probably did a little less than that today, right? No, it peaked again. So it went up by another 30,000 people today. We're not even into the week. Tomorrow should be its highest peak. Is it Saturday or Sunday that normally? Nah, I'm drunk. Carry on. Yeah, all right, that makes more sense. Up more. I would like to see this go a little. I would like to see this go higher. But still, I mean, this is wildly impressive for a. I mean, this is insanely impressive for a Metroidvania single player game. Like, that's crazy. And like, people are playing it. It's not like these numbers are not dipping very low. Down to 300,000 since the release. You know, I'm just gonna do this just to make my life easier. Goal. No, what do I need? Where's my button at? There it is, right here. I'm just gonna poll chat on what to play tonight because I honestly couldn't fucking tell you. I could play either game. I could play Path of Exile or I could play Silksong, but also at the same time, sometimes I don't really like playing like new games that drop the minute that they come out in some cases because I don't want to like spoil things for other people, right? If like they're gonna play it and they haven't played it yet and they haven't had the opportunity to, I wouldn't want to spoil the beginning for them. There you go. I posted a poll on both Twitter on YouTube and Twitch. Shinobi is awesome also. I've been having a lot of fun with that one in the background. I like how like 5 people immediately like don't spoil Silksong. See, like I don't understand. It always makes me so mad when I see like streamers that are playing those games on the day that they fucking come out. And I'm just seeing like 40, 50, like, you know, well, anywhere from like 10 to like 30,000 people that are watching somebody and they're just like ruined. Shinobi is Pog. Dude, Shinobi's actually really good. I'm really impressed. I also really like, for any of the people that have played the Shinobi game, I'll show it to you guys so you know what I'm talking about. Shinobi Art of Vengeance. It is the most campy, like, Sega Genesis story. Literally everybody just... Oh, wait. The entire, like, 80% of people on Twitch... 80% of people on Twitch were like PoE. And it's like kind of edging towards Silksong on YouTube. I'll give it some time. The art is amazing. Well, it's 50-50 with the poll. How do you feel about Final Fantasy 14 is what I say about Base Wilds. How you feel about Final Fantasy 14 is how I feel about Base Wilds. What do you mean? Are you further back in the stream, Saniko? I think that's somebody that's like chatting that's like maybe further back, maybe? I don't know. I'm way behind as you answer me as I talk, right? I don't have a problem with Monster Hunter Wilds as its base game. I think that like largely like from a content perspective, I think there's plenty of content that's there. And I think that like Monster Hunter Wilds is going to grow and be a better game over time. But there is zero excuse for the performance of the game, like the performance that the game shipped with, and it still largely has right now. And also the fact that like for whatever reason, like Capcom at one point in time had like a GDC talk where they were going to talk about performance and how to optimize your games. It's just like, really? Really? You out of all people, huh? Ninja Gaiden Ragebound was great, but Shinobi is better. Yeah, I could think that, yeah. I'm planning on playing PoE tonight. Would you mind partying? I'm trying to get my shit together. How come Capcom stumbled with Monster Hunter this bad? Just how? It's just, it was literally just for their investors. It's because they're banking on it. They know it's like their biggest game. They know it's like the one thing that's going to sell a ton of copies for them. I think it's their highest selling game, if I'm not mistaken. Like I think it's their highest selling franchise that they have. It's the one that makes them the most money, that's for sure. And they knew that its release was going to bring in a lot of sales, so they just wanted to hurry up and just get it out the door before the end of the fiscal year to make their end of year financial report look better, which makes their stockholders happy, which then probably pays out bonuses and dividends to CEOs and upper management, and then brings in more investors or whatever it might do, or hopefully holds on to investors and then kind of goes from there. Did you stop playing Warframe? No, I play it casually here and there. Me begging for Mega Man? I mean, you'll see it at some point when they finally get bored enough to make one. I think when it comes to like Mega Man, like if they were going to make a Mega Man, the choice that they have to make is, do we effectively make an indie game, or do we make a like reimagining of Mega Man in 2025, 2026, right? A modern Mega Man. Did Mega Man 11 flop? I have no idea. Could be Pragmata. Would that work, though? I don't know. I think it would be kind of cool if instead of, like, actually releasing something as titled Mega Man, if instead it was, like, one of those games where it, like, dawned on you halfway through it was Mega Man. Like, I think one of the really cool experiences that one of the cooler experiences that I've enjoyed with games is Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, where, like, I had actually forgot that I was playing a Resident Evil game until I was like, oh, I'm playing a Resident Evil game. Because, like, just how much they had changed the way that their systems operated in the first-person view and all that stuff, it was like a completely different experience. Yeah, I can't believe this comes out in 7 days. I can't believe Borderlands is 7 days away. That's crazy. There's been so many games in such rapid succession. We're not even done yet. There's going to be more before the end of the year. And I would almost guarantee you there's going to be another sneaky indie banger before the end of the year. I'm going to make that prediction. I'm going to make the prediction that there is going to be another sneaky banger before the end of the year. Maybe one little like comes in there and you're like, "Whoa! Whoa! Where did you come from?" That's bold. Is it? Is it? Watch your video today, and I think a lot of the problems people forget about sometimes, the limitations breed creativity. Old game designers used to use every trick they could to optimize. That's the reason why I brought up using older Arc Raiders. Fuck, I forgot about that one. Yeah, you're right. Arc Raiders is another one that's probably going to come out. I think that one's going to do really well as well. It's going to blow up, and it's going to keep a stable player base. And for us, as long as Fortnite has, I don't know if it's going to go as long as Fortnite. I mean, that one's that's a pretty strong commitment to try to jump onto something, to be honest with you, man. But I think that I think Arc Raiders will be the casual audience's extraction shooter. I think it's going to be the first one. I think it's going to be the first one that's actually going to be able to find a relatively decent sized audience. By the way, when I say that, that does not mean 300,000 players a month. That doesn't even mean, honestly, it doesn't even mean 100,000 players on Steam a month. If they put out that game and that game can average never mind. That game needs to average over 100,000 players. That game needs to average over 100,000 players. I mean, when you have 300 to 360 employees. I like, because I don't think the finals makes them, like, maybe they made their money back on this, but I don't think that they're like, so tired of extraction shooters and battle royales. Well, extraction shooters are not something that's like, there's not a lot of extraction shooters. That's like the new horizon that a lot of these companies are going to try to run for. Some of these companies have made like their own like offshoot version of it inside their game. Like they had, what was the one for Warzone? I can't remember what it's called now, but they had one for Call of Duty at one point, but it was not very good. Like there haven't been very many of them that like pushed in and actually did something like worthwhile. Arc Raiders has 166,000 wish lists on Steam, not far behind Battlefield 6. They'll be fine. Yeah, I DMZ. Yeah. I think it was like the first iteration of DMZ that was I didn't really enjoy that much, but I think the later updates they did to it actually made it a little bit better. Some of my friends really enjoyed playing it. It just wasn't for me personally. I'd rather play Tarkov. Now I don't play it because I don't know. I don't think the game is like very good right now. I do need to go and play. I want to go play the PvE version of Tarkov. I still haven't taken the time to do that. I wanted to. That's what I'm saying. You're like, Mecha Break is a hero shooter and an extraction shooter. That's kind of the point that I'm bringing up, though, is the fact that, like, in a lot of cases, these games aren't necessarily going all in on the extraction shooter, like just being an extraction shooter. Not a lot of players for them, but still the company is pushing it. Will you stream it? Yeah, I'll stream. Yeah, of course I will. Wait, are you talking about Tarkov, or are you talking about or are you talking about Arc Raiders, which I'll stream Arc Raiders for sure. Tarkov, that'll probably be something I'll just check out on my own. Wait, LO Tarkov has a PvE version? Yeah. That was like, so a lot of people don't know this or remember this, but originally when Tarkov was pitched to the players, the idea for the game was for it to effectively be The Division, but first person and like brutal like survival shooter, right? And it was supposed to be so massive that it would be rare that you ran into other players. But that would keep you on edge. The idea that you could run into other players. Obviously, that's not what the game turned into. But that's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be Stalker Online. Essentially, yeah, pretty close. Yeah. The first version we got of Tarkov was PvE only, as well as for about a year. Yeah. Yeah. That's what DayZ is like. Yeah, kind of like that. Metal Gear hype never dies. Loving every second of it. Way too low. That's actually not great. I don't know, actually. I don't know how much this remake cost them. 1 million copies for a remake in 2 days, I think is pretty solid, to be honest with you. I think that's pretty impressive. The only problem is that if I'm not mistaken, the game is like kind of racked with issues right now. Performance issues specifically, right? Oh, very positive on Steam. People seem relatively happy about it for the most part, so it can't be that bad. Does the game look good? Yes. Does it play well? Yes. As a faithful remake? Yes. Does it change the fact that it's way too overpriced for a one-to-one remake that's very unoptimized? No. What did I tell you guys? What did I say? I knew that was going to be a complaint for people. I knew the price of this game was going to be a complaint. It's way too expensive. It's way too expensive for a remake. A full price title as a remake is bold. Doesn't deserve it. It's a lazy port. Yeah. Yeah. Which we run into that quite frequently. And I think a lot of the people that are going to be doing like positive reviews for the most part will start with the bad performance is a bit iffy. And most people are complaining about the performance more than anything else. Fix the performance and it's a great game, right? I would imagine that's probably what most people are going to say. Nostalgia hits hard, man. I mean, Metal Gear is just a really good... It's just a great series. Like, end of the day, it's just a really great series. There's nothing else to say about it. I'm not going to go over this. What time is it now? I kind of want to just... I kind of want to play games. I don't know. I'll listen to, like, the first couple of minutes of this and see if it's worth watching. It kind of ends up being a gamble when, you know, when it's like these like smaller channels, but we'll check it out. We'll at least hear what she has to say at the very beginning and see if I want to go from there.
I am about to say something that might shock you. As a woman who loves gaming, I don't...
What is this called? As a woman gamer, I don't want games changed. Here's why it's a good thing. Okay.
I don't want companies to change masculine games.
Woman gamer?
Stop it.
Oh, God.
Don't do it. And Space Marine 2 is the perfect example of why that's actually a good thing. But before you click away thinking this is just another culture war rant, hear me out. Because what I'm about to tell you might completely change how you think about who games are really for and why the gaming industry's obsession with fixing perfectly good games is actually ruining the medium we all love. All right, so let me paint you a picture of what's happening in gaming right now.
I think you're gonna Space Marine 2 is a really I mean, yeah, Space Marine, yeah, it is. I mean, like, the video that I had made on Space Marine 2 was quite literally Space Marine 2 is a reminder of what we lost, right? Like, I made an entire video that was a discussion based on this, right? She's your competition. You think so? Volume is her volume is kind of low. Yeah, I can bring it up. I made an entire video that was literally called Space Marine 2 is a reminder of what we lost. And the idea of it is that it was just so unapologetically a Xbox 360 shooter that it was like you couldn't ignore how good it was. And it's just like, it felt so refreshing to be able to play a game like that because, like, the themes and the conversations and how the characters were depicted in the world and the brutality and it just being just so wholly Warhammer. Like, it's just like, bro, why can't we have games like this anymore?
We've got boardrooms full of executives looking at spreadsheets, seeing that roughly half of gamers are women, and thinking, how do we capture that market? And their solution, tape games that have traditionally appealed to men, and, well, let's call it modernizing them. They also can't seem to read the spreadsheet because if you dive deeper into the half players are women thing, you'll find a lot of complexity and a lot of mobile games happen to be involved.
Well, no, like for the most part, when it comes to no, like she's absolutely right with this. The problem is, like, it's very easy, and you'll see a lot of these like really lazy, mostly game journalists are the ones that are bringing it up, and they'll talk about how, gamers are 50-50 men and women, which is true until you start accounting for what devices they use, and then if you start actually accounting for what genres they play, right? Like if we actually look and we say, Stardew Valley, what do you think the split of Stardew Valley players is? It's probably more heavily weighted towards women, though I'd imagine that game is probably more 50-50, to be honest, because like it's just a good game overall. The Sims is a really good example. I would guarantee that the Sims audience is probably more women than men. What's that? Love in Deep Space. I would imagine that's more women than men, right? Mobile games, I would almost guarantee that most like regularly played mobile games are probably more leaning in the direction of women as well in a lot of cases. Now, if we go and look at a game like Call of Duty, we look at a game like Battlefield, right? We start looking at like fantasy games and stuff like that. Then all of a sudden, things kind of start tilting a little bit. Look at a game like Dark Souls, Elden Ring.
So it's not that simple as just two separate numbers. It's very weird how business does this. It's almost like we have
dudes for
real
days. Yeah, it's a sausage
that
fest.
it could use to make informed decisions.
Which it makes sense because those are things that men are interested in and women aren't necessarily interested in. Not to say that women can't be interested in those things. There are some that are. But it's mostly things that men are interested in. And it's okay that we have different interests. And you're not going to be able to bridge that.
But, Anyway, tangent. Here's where it gets interesting. I have been gaming for the last few years, but my husband is a lifelong gamer. And we've both watched this industry evolve. And I've seen what happens when companies try to make...
I have a question. Why do people buy these things? Like my mom has one of these. You know what I'm talking about? Like the fake fireplace. I don't understand why people have
every
those.
Demographic. Spoiler alert, it appeals to no one.
Oh, it's under my face. I'm sorry. It's under my face. She has like one of those fake fireplaces in the room. See it right here now? It's underneath me. It's like right here. Right here. I don't understand why people have those. I don't understand what the point of it is. I just don't. Cozy feeling, probably. It's a heater. Is it a heater?
Become another casualty of this approach. Picture
no idea. Never noticed them.
Alternate timeline here. The Space Marines have diverse gender representation. There are romantic subplots between characters. The violence is toned down, and there are lengthy discussions about the ethics of their actions. And all men look stupid, and all women are OP. Sounds pretty terrible, right? That's because it would be betraying everything that makes Warhammer 40K and Space Marine 2 as a game compelling. So let's talk about what Space Marine 2 actually delivers, because this game is a masterclass in knowing your identity and sticking to it.
Yeah, I kind of get where she's actually going with this. I don't think I could watch this whole thing because it's like for the most part, as much as I'd love to sit here and react to something like this, this is all stuff that I've already talked about in great detail and in great length. Yeah, so it's like I don't know if I want to sit here and basically like listen to like some of the talking points that I've gone over myself a million times, or necessarily want to sit here and repeat myself too often either. Don't give too many views to your competition, but she's a girl. It has nothing to do with it. There's nothing to do with it. If you guys want to watch it on your own, you're welcome to. Personally, I would like to play a little bit of Path of Exile. But, I mean, like, overall, looking at something... Plus, on top of that, it's just... to be honest with you, the real reason is that we're already 4.5 hours into stream. I'm getting hungry, and I want to play Path of Exile, and I kind of just want to chill and just, like, play games. at this point. But I shared a link to the video, to her video in both chats. So if you guys wanna listen to her talk about that, go ahead. Essentially, like, I agree where she's coming from. Like, the thing is that if you try to take a game like this and you try to curve it to appeal to an audience that isn't its core, it's just going to wildly change it to the point where it's not going to reach that audience anymore, and people are just not going to be interested in it. If you take a game like Warhammer or Space Marine 2 and you try to gear it so that it's somehow now inclusive for women, and it's about how women are strong too, well, that goes against everything that Warhammer is, at least not necessarily everything that Warhammer is, because it's not like strong female characters can't exist in Warhammer. There's definitely like psychers and stuff like that. Not Space Marines, but they're psychers and whatnot, right? And unless it's about the sisters, yeah. So with that said, you know, if you try to turn this into a gender discussion, or you try to downplay how powerful the men are in this world, it just doesn't make any sense. Right? Like, it just completely undermines the entire narrative structure of a game, of not only just this game, but also at the exact same time, like the entire IP itself, the entire Warhammer 40K IP itself. It's just not, it just doesn't fit in here. Those are not the kind of stories that you tell in this kind of world, right? I'm sure there's a mod out there to turn all the Space Marines in underdressed hot women. You think so? Man, you know what? You might actually be right. You might actually be right. This video makes me want to play Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 is such a good game. Such a good game. No, but I agree with what she's talking about here. I've just personally, like, for me right now, I've already talked about all this stuff. The authenticity factor. She goes into what women actually want in games. I'll listen to that part. What is this? The guest house principle in gaming. Why male power fantasy matters. Well, like, male power fantasy matters specifically because of the fact that you're targeting male audiences, right? It's like the same reason, that men don't watch, like, women's basketball. Like, imagine what would happen, like, I don't even want to say this. Imagine what would happen if they put women in men's basketball. And then they, like, tried to purposefully also make sure that they got men that were worse than women. Men wouldn't watch it anymore. Nobody would watch it because nobody watches it to begin with. Right? Like, what are you going to do? How are you going to be able to cross that bridge? It wouldn't even make any sense. Only Gooners do? It's not even a Gooner thing. I don't think people would even watch it for that. You know what sport Gooners watch? Gymnastics. Beach volleyball. Which is an incredibly competitive sport. Which is a very competitive sport. Women's tennis? Yeah, I guess you could probably see that a little bit too. Mud wrestling? Mud wrestling was not a sport. I want to hear what she has to say about what women actually want. Let me hear.
Good. Compare this to games where you can feel the focus groups and committee decisions in every
hot dog eating. Is
every
that a thing
design
too?
choice. Characters who feel like they were designed by checklist rather than passion.
In the context of us talking about women's sports, hot dog eating is probably not the direction that we need to go in.
Dialogue that sounds like it was written by someone who's never had a real conversation or a real bad day in their life. Themes that are afraid to commit to
somebody in Twitch chat's like, they still would lose. All right, we're getting distracted.
Any particular viewpoint because they might alienate someone. Space Marine 2 has the confidence to be problematic by modern standards. The Imperium of Man is a fascist theocracy that commits genocide on a regular basis.
Do you guys remember, like, we ran into this before. Remember when they were trying to do like Helldivers 2 and they were talking about how the what did they say? The fascist role play of Helldivers 2 is getting out of control. And they didn't like how the community was like having fun pretending like they were, you know, part of this like fascist regime or whatever like that. And then they talked about like how that was then working to create these. Oh my God. I remember Polygon wrote an entire article that was talking about how a Helldivers like gay Discord was under attack by anti-woke fans and people that were fascist role-playing in Helldivers 2. And I'm like, and then they in the article, they even go to say the Discord of 20 people. And I'm like, this literally just sounds like some random Discord drama. And you guys wrote like dude, I think it was like a 4,500 word article about just like a random Discord drama. And it's just like, what is this? Like, this is the fucking red herring you guys are chasing right now? Yeah, wow, 20. Who the fuck cares? Exactly. And it's just like they're trying to make it seem like it's this like widespread issue because it happened to these 20 people.
Your character is a
Your first mistake was reading a Polygon article. I sometimes am in the mood for comedy.
religious zealot who solves every problem with violence, and it's fantastic.
Yeah,
the game never stops to question whether this is morally correct. It just asks you to buy into the amazing fantasy. And somehow this moral ambiguity makes it more compelling, not less, because it's not trying to be a moral instruction manual. It's trying to be an entertaining, badass power fantasy.
Yeah.
It trusts the player to do the most basic thing, which is separate fiction from reality. And to understand that enjoying a game about space fascists does not actually make you fascist. Guess what? Gamers are intelligent. We can think for ourselves. Now let's talk about numbers.
I mean, gamers can think for themselves. Can we? I will say that there is a general feeling pretty much across the board that I think these companies think we're stupid. I think that they think general audiences are stupid. And I guess on a larger scale, I don't know. I don't fucking know what the IQ of like the random fucking human is. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you. We're all a little bit retarded. That's right. And like, there's certain things that they have to do to be able to make games more accessible to more people. You do not want to create your game thinking that your audience is the smartest people in the world. Otherwise, it's just going to make it far too difficult for most people to be able to navigate. And there are games that I've played in the past that have been far too complex or complicated or built in a way that was just like way too abrasive for me to want to continue to play it. So yeah, in some cases, you kind of do need to treat your audience a little dumb in some places. It's just how you pace things. But the problem is that I think with like, especially when it comes to like the AAA side of this industry, these guys are so like heavily fixated on trying to make everything for everyone that it's gotten to the point where like they don't do anything in half measures. It's like, oh, well, we have to make sure that our game can't offend this group and this group and this group and this group and this ethnicity and this and this gender, and then like and they just keep going through a whole list, and the next thing you know, they end up with a whole pile of things that they have to shove into the game, and all of a sudden what it does is it just flattens the entire curve of a narrative, of their characters, of the personality that the game would normally have, and then now all of a sudden you've made something that is just so it just doesn't have personality, because personality by existing is offensive, right? So you have that, then you also have it, they apply that same kind of thinking to the actual design philosophy of the game and how the game plays. Well, we can't make it too difficult because then these players won't play it, and we can't make it too much of one of these kind of games because then these players won't play it. And the next thing you know, well, the same thing that they did to the narrative curve, they're now doing to the gameplay curve, and everything just gets flattened down and flattened down and flattened down, and it just gets to the point where, well, it's too uninteresting for them to be able to make money off of it. It's too uninteresting for them to be able to sell.
Because at the end of the day, the gaming industry is a business, and businesses respond to success. Space Marine 2 was a massive hit. It sold over 2 million copies in its first week, had overwhelmingly positive reviews, and generated massive amounts of positive word of mouth. The game succeeded precisely because it delivered what its core audience wanted without trying to appeal to demographics that weren't interested anyway. Meanwhile, we've seen numerous high-budget games fail or underperform when they tried to chase the broad market appeal at the expense of their core identity. Games that spent more time thinking about representation than gameplay, more time crafting the perfect inclusive message than creating compelling characters. The market has spoken pretty clearly here.
I mean, the problem is that when you become so distracted with like the game that you're trying to make and the game that you should make, or how do I want to word that? How do I want to word this? When you get so distracted with all of these other things that are so non-essential to the actual experience of playing the game, when you're trying to position it for target audiences that are outside of the audience that would normally play this, you're starting to make so many sacrifices on the inside as well as on the outside that it's going to harm the overall experience of playing the game. And at the end of the day, the one thing that people respond to the most is quality. That's all they care about. People care about quality. It's the one thing that they want to see in their games. Is it a fun game? Is it an interesting game? Is it something that I'm going to remember? Is it going to perform properly? Is it going to be worth my money? And I don't think, has anybody ever gone into a game and thought to themselves, I hope it doesn't have anything that's offensive towards women in it. I hope this game doesn't have anything that's offensive towards gays in it. I hope this game doesn't have anything in it that's offensive towards this or that or whatever else it might be. I don't think that ends up happening. And I also, the funny thing is that I don't even think games are even designed in that way. Right? I don't even think games are even designed in a way to be able to like offend people in that way in the first place. GTA? I mean, I guess, yeah, GTA is probably a really good example. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll concede GTA. But the problem is that GTA is a game. The difference there is that GTA is built with the intent to insult people, right? It's built with the intent to insult people, sorry. So you're going into it and it's being advertised as that. Get salted. That's right. It's there to salt you. It's crazy how he understands game development logic without having made it. LD has definitely done a lot of research in sales and marketing. I mean, it's what I have my degree in. So, yes, I have. Yeah. By the way, that does not make me a subject matter expert since I've never actually practiced sales or marketing. Well, I guess I sold cell phones at one point, but I've never practiced marketing. I only know just like the philosophical side and then like the pillars of it for the most part. But I don't have any like practice in it, so I don't pretend like I'm a subject matter expert by any means. I just try to apply whatever my like firsthand experience is or my firsthand knowledge is, and then go from there. That is the one thing that you guys will always, you'll never get that from me. I will never pretend to be a subject matter expert. In most cases, when people will say something, I will say, like I don't actually know what I'm talking about. I'm just giving what my best assumption is going to be. Right? You're doing marketing every time you make videos? I mean, kind of. Yeah, I mean, essentially, yeah.
Authenticity beats inclusivity when it comes to sales. People can smell corporate cynicism from a mile away, and they reject it. But when a game comes from a place of genuine passion and understanding of its audience, people respond positively. What a novel idea. This doesn't mean that inclusive games can't be successful. It means that inclusion needs to come from genuine creative vision rather than marketing strategy. When developers create diverse characters because those characters serve the story that they want to tell, it honestly works. When they create diverse characters because the marketing department said they needed to hit certain demographics, it feels forced and artificial. Space Marine.
So it's not the marketing departments that are telling these guys specifically that they need to be the ones that are actually hitting whatever demographics. Like marketing departments, like they are getting involved in this, but it's the salespeople, it's your executive leadership, and a lot of this stuff is also just coming from like their board of representatives. It's just shit rolls downhill at the end of the day, and that's what's happening. It's the marketing people have their own fucking job to do. They're not telling the game developers what kind of game to make. I do think that they're largely too involved in the process and have become more involved in the process as years have gone on. But yeah. Who knows what you get into, but I believe that in most cases with most games, like if you play Call of Duty or Battlefield, and you know it's Allies versus Axis, and you know that it's multiplayer at some point, you're gonna play a Nazi. Yeah. And well, the problem is now, I mean, like the problem is we're running into today is the fact that like with younger generations, I mean, they're gonna think World War II is a sci-fi game, right?
Too even had some quote unquote diversity. You had many different races
Motherfuckers were like, this never happened.
representing the core 3 group that you played with, but it didn't ruin
We're so cooked, man. We're so fucking cooked.
the story in any way because they weren't out there saying I was a black
One of
man
the old
and a space marine.
one of the old school turn-based monster games was a giant rock, we'll say. Which was basically a griffin. You can capture it and add it to your team. I laughed my ass off. Argarest, that's what it was. Yeah, Argarest on PlayStation 3. There's a bunch of games that used to have shit like that all the time. I think that didn't Shin Megami Tensei have a bunch of stuff like that as well? Like Shin Megami Nocturne. I think it was Nocturne. I think Nocturne had some stuff like that. There's a bunch of those old school RPGs that used to throw in some like straight up just like toilet humor shit.
Ruined it. They just were there as their own characters and it was unapologetic and I loved it. Space Marine 2 succeeds because it's not trying to be anything other than exactly what it is. It's not ashamed of its masculine appeal. It's not apologizing for its themes, and it's not trying to sneak in messages that would contradict its core identity.
And I mean like really that's kind of the core root of all of this. Is the problem is that like, I guess I was trying to say this before, the more that you try to capitulate to other audiences, or the more that you try to change the identity of a product or a service or whatever it might be to be able to suit an audience that is not the core audience that's actually like playing these games or buying these games or whatever it is, well, then what's going to end up happening is that you're just going to remove the identity and the authenticity out of the product itself, which then compromises its quality, which then makes it not worth it to the players, which makes them not want to buy it anymore. That's it. That's how it works. Like the thing is that it's kind of like the idea of like, here I am, and I mean, this is probably gonna be a terrible analogy, but it's like, you know, I'm building a birdhouse, and well, squirrels might want to use it. Well, I'll build something for squirrels on it too. Oh, well, you know, not every bird is going to be able to fit into this birdhouse. I should make a second birdhouse on the side of this birdhouse to be able to fit some of the smaller birds, the bigger birds. Oh, well, you know what? Let's start adding, and then you just keep adding more and more shit onto it, trying to give it more and more access. And the next thing you know, you've built something. Yeah. Now what about the dolphins? What about the dolphins? I need to make sure that this can float in the water so the fish can live in the bottom of it. And the next thing you know, you have something that nobody's actually going to use because you can't put that these animals can't even use because it's not even going to be able to be usable in the first place. So it's like the more you continue to add, the more you get away from whatever your original purpose was. And without the original purpose, well, with these games specifically, they just kind of suck at the end of the day. But yeah, I shared the video to you guys. If you guys want to watch it, we're welcome to watch it on your own time. Me personally, I want to play some video. Thanks for all the fish. Oh, god damn it. I haven't read or watched Hitchhikers in a long time. I used to read Hitchhikers like probably every other couple of years or so. And then, but I haven't watched it. I haven't read it in a long time. I also really like the movie too. I'm just gonna play Path. I'm gonna play Path of Exile because Twitch voted basically one-sided and said Path of Exile. They voted 80%, and then YouTube I think ended at 50%, 53%. So between the two of you guys, that's where it's sitting. It leaned in. Twitch ended up beating you guys out, which is fine. Don't worry, you'll be getting SILKSONG out of me soon. It's just more or less I just don't really feel like streaming a game in front of an audience that hasn't played it or is already playing and stuff, because you never know. I don't like spoiling shit for people. Path of Exile is a known entity. A known entity. Was it PoE that was the one that was not showing up on my stream settings? I wonder. We'll find out. If it's not, then I gotta switch to my other one. Let's see. Gaming? I think it's not working on here. I wonder why that is. I guess I have to screen cap. That's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Twitch favoritism? It's not Twitch favoritism. You guys were split. You went 50-50 and Twitch went basically 100%. They took the fucking 80%, I think is what it was on their side. You can't blame me for that. How's the volume? Volume okay? Is there anything that I can like? God, man. I hate YouTube. I love YouTube, but I hate YouTube. There's nothing more that I want to do right now other than just absolutely just jam some fucking metal. I just want to rip some metal right now. You know what I mean? Like I just want to just absolutely just fucking just especially, did you guys listen to the fucking, what was it? Courtney LaPlante, Poppy, and Amy Lee from Evanescence did a song recently. So good. So good. I guess I'll just play where he at?
What's this? A real challenge?
There we go. That works. You still going, man? Let me know if you have any of those construction gigs in my area. Might need a gig once the YouTube apocalypse is over. Rough. Oh my god, this is where my worst nightmare was. This fucking bug that oh no, do not come back. You're not the one. Okay. It's not here anymore. I think it's dead. There was a bug that was here and it killed me and I was very upset about that. Are these guys thicker than they were yesterday? So my build is not feeling very strong right now. I need a power boost pretty badly. I did get a really good craft off of a staff. I'll show you guys where I'm at right now. Hold on a second. I'll give you guys my PoE update, okay? Okay. Okay, here's the deal. My resistances are not looking good. I need to get some boost in my resistances. I'm really low on lightning right now. I am level 64. So, and this is the last, I'm in the last prologue before I go to maps, which I think is like where I'm supposed to be level wise before I go into maps. So I think that's good. I did get this staff, which I think is actually a pretty good staff for me to be able to take into be able to take into maps. I think it actually rolled relatively well for a level 58 staff, getting spell damage, lightning damage increase, mana, levels to lightning spells, increased cast speed, a critical hit for spells, pretty good. But the rest of my gear is kind of like iffy. It's a little bit here and there. I'm playing an Archmage, Stormweaver Archmage. I'm hoping this build will actually work in maps, because I would like to just casually map here and there when I feel like it. If it doesn't, that's going to be sad, because that would mean that I would need to make another character to be able to get the current, to like something more meta, to be able to like farm the currency, to be able to build the Sork to make it worthwhile, which would be kind of ass. I've been saving some of my currency for trade, but like not too much of it, because like I don't really know how trade works, since like there's like different tiers now of currency. So you have like the like tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 of I think like almost every currency, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't think the cave is on this side, because it says find the Howling Caves, but I would imagine the Howling Caves must not be here, because it didn't show up on this map at all, unless it's in the middle of the map. I have no idea. I think I'm just gonna go this way. It's classic pre-map Sork struggle. Oh, okay, so I just want that's good to know, that it's just this is normal, and it's just slow to get here. Because it's been a fucking grind on Sork. Holy. I'm also only Ascendancy 2, I think. I don't know when I'm supposed to do Ascendancy 3. I haven't figured that out yet. What the fuck is that? I guess it's a fucking elephant. We don't talk about the elephant in the room here, okay? Fucking poison damage. I don't have any chaos resist. Oh my god, the bulls are running. Oh god. Oh, no, 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 I dodged the wrong way. I got my fingers mixed up because I went to hit my potion and then I hit my mana instead and then like removed my fingers and then dodged forward into the bulls. I'm so good at this game. How are you liking your build so far? It's really good when it's working. I think like the two things that I really need for this, I'll show you in a second. I'm cornered. All right, we're good. The things that I really need for this to work. I need to get deeper into here. I need to be able to get my all damage contributes to shock chance. And then I also want to go in on, or actually, no. I think I want to go into here. All damage from hits contributes to chill magnitude. That way I can start getting chill and lightning on my attacks, which would be really nice. And then I need to come in here and grab this node here. Once I get that. Right now, I'm moving into these, and these are going to give me a big power boost. I'm just waiting on them right now. But it's also gear as well. From what I've seen, yeah, you're lacking for maps. No, I know that I am. I'll have to probably trade or figure something else out. Or I'll just quit playing. It's not really that big of a deal if I have to. There's a lot of games that are going on. Path of Exile is one of those games where it's like, if it wasn't for the fact that, like, we're in like such a storm of a shitload of games that are coming out right now, I wouldn't give that much of a shit, and I would just go make something that's a little bit more meta and say, yeah, fuck, I kind of bricked this build. It's not very good. It's going to be too expensive for me to be able to fix it. And just walk away and be like, okay, I'll just play a different class. I don't really have the time to play another class. So if this doesn't work for me, then I just don't play Path of Exile for the rest of this, probably for the rest of the year, to be honest with you. Just because there's going to be so many other games that are coming out. And Path of Exile is always going to be here. And I think I'll be fine for tier 1 maps at the very beginning. You get a pretty quick power boost once you actually start getting drops in like the first level of maps. It's not even complete. Yeah, the game's not even finished yet, right? And I'm also not using my full rotation either. Like, if I actually, like, weaken stuff like I'm supposed to, stuff dies a lot faster. Jesus Christ. These fucking elephants, though, are thick as a son of a bitch. It takes so long to build the stun up on them. Good lord. And even with stun, you don't do shit to them. Jesus, man. I'm like doing nothing to this thing. Jesus Christ. Adorned wraps. Even with Deadeye, they die in like 4 to 5 hits. Yeah, I know. They're so thick. Flat damage rings usually solve the damage issue. Yeah, I think my rings are actually fucking garbage, if I'm not mistaken. I have not been lucky with gear. Like, at all. Like, I've had a couple of good pieces of gear since I've been playing, but yeah, for the most part, no. I've had no luck with gear while I've been playing at all. More elephants. Great. Golden mail. I don't really care about Sandward Tiara. That's fine. We'll try that out. I think actually, I think my, like, I think that I think my staff is fine. I think the staff is fine. Staff is good for now. But I think my chest is okay for my level. You can buy some really nice stuff for like 1 exalted. Yeah, that's kind of the thing too. Is that like once I get into the market, I'll be fine. I just don't want to go and start spending on gear right now where I'm not even in maps yet. I'd rather, if I'm going to buy stuff, I'll buy stuff when I actually get to maps. And I personally like to find my own upgrades rather than buy a lot of them, but it kind of is what it is in some cases. I'm the same way. Yeah, I just take my time. It's not that big of a deal. I don't need to feel like I'm absolutely, like, I don't need to feel like I'm blasting during the campaign. I just kind of enjoy myself. Plus, on top of that, I don't mind being like a little bit nerfed for like bosses and stuff like that too. I don't want to just like absolutely just like shit on bosses. I kind of want to just play the game and enjoy the way that they try to design the fights and whatnot, and see what the fights actually have to offer. The one fight at the end of Act 4, holy shit. That dude just kept ramping, and I'm just like, homie, could you just bring it down a notch? Like, every single step of the way, the dude was just like, now I'm going to do this, and I'm also going to have this ability, and this ability, and this ability. I need a belt. That's what I need. My belt is not very good. My belt is not very good. Fine belt. What do you say? No. You say nothing. I'm also waiting until... Oh, wait. This is a level 14, isn't it? Yeah. 100 spirit required to use. Where the fuck am I gonna get spirit? I need to get that on my gear. I love the boss. I love the music for that boss fight too. Yeah, it was really good. So I need spirit because I want to do cast on ailment and then do snap on cast on ailment. And then if I get frost in my attacks too, then that means I'll get snap frost and fucking shock snaps. That'll do a lot of damage. That'll do a lot of damage. Once I cross that bridge, I think the build will start coming, really start coming together. I just got to figure out how I'm gonna get where I'm gonna get the fucking 100 spirit from. How much spirit does your character have passively? Actually, I might already have it. I just need to turn off this, right? No, I do not have enough. I currently have 60 base. I thought I had this on a playlist. Where's the music at? There we go. A 100 passively? There's 100 passive. There's 100 spirit unique. However, it makes your int so that your int doesn't work. And some from chest and amulet. 100 passively. I only have 60. I only have 60 passively. I haven't seen it. I haven't got any other spirit. I know that I've done all of my like side bosses and stuff. How many people have died to running? I largely do not use running anymore. I stopped. It killed me way too many times. I was like, bro, this is just like getting too much. And on top of that, since like Path of Exile is so fucking brutal, and they're just like, okay, so since you died, everything is now respawned. It's just like, I'm just not gonna run. Me every day. Oh my god. There is 100 passively. You're missing some in some acts then. Okay, we'll look. I thought that I did everything. I love sprinting to death. It is funny to see it happen. The way that your character just gets like knocked down and then just absolutely fucking just destroyed. It's pretty funny. Nice. All right, let me go grab my food real quick. My food's at the door. Be right back. Oh, we're back. We're left. Okay. All right, we're back and we're chilling. So hungry. Mm. Huge. Huge, actually huge. Hold on. Hello? Yeah? Okay. What do you eat? What do you eat, man? Pizza? I'm eating, Asmongold's dad calls you too. No, it was a DoorDash guy. No, I got Taco Bell. I had a hankering. I had a hankering for ringing the bell. I could have made a frozen pizza, but I feel like I do that way too often. And I just don't need that right now. Live Moss. That's true. Live Moss. Which is much better than Live No Moss. A little silent.
My king died by the spirit's will. You'll die by mine.
Will I? Oh wait, is this chick all over again? But she has different moves now? Okay. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, she hits hard. Don't let her touch you. Name of the game. I really like the one boss fight where you fight like the knight and there's like dudes that are like cheering and they're buffing him on the side and you have to like get him to throw the rocks into them to be able to like interrupt their casting. I thought that that shit was like really cool. I do like the mechanical complexity that they've, or like the kind of attention to detail that they put into, Jesus Christ, that they put into some of these fights. It makes the game a lot fucking cooler. It really does. Like, this shit is fucking rad. I'm gonna be real. Like, that was fun. That was fun. I like that. Hey. What did I tell you guys? I haven't missed anything. I told you I didn't miss nothing. You said there's 40 passive spirit that you get from the campaign? There it is. Which means now I can take this. Missing socketed skill. Okay. I still need to like deck that out with the other spirit gems and shit it needs, but yeah. I almost never see you this late. Hey man, hope things are going well. Don't I stream to about this time? Typically, don't I? Did you tame a beast? Excuse me, what? How do I tame a beast? Is that from when they Oh, it costs spirit? Oh, okay. You can tame now? Is that something that they brought in during the update where they brought in the like the Amazon? Oh, okay, maybe that's why I missed it. They're great with auras. And for your case, they can be a life tank. Oh, that would be really nice. Still, though, the spirit part of that is the tough part. It's a way too long straw for that. The guy didn't bring. There was no straw in my bag. It's a spear skill. It's in spear skills. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Can you still get keys for this game, or is it too late? Keys? You just buy it. You just buy access to it. Unless you're talking about like a free key, I have no idea how to get that. The hunters can capture creatures and use them like a minion. So is that why I've seen people riding around on Roas? I've seen like I think I've seen like rangers riding around on Moa, or yeah, Roas. Only paper straws in Canada? I mean, depends on where you are in the U.S. It's the same way as well. Or, like, it also depends on, like, the restaurant. Which is kind of aggravating because there's, like, biodegradable plastic that a lot of these other companies are using, which is, like, way better. I mean, they shatter very easily, which is annoying as shit. But it's a hell of a lot better than a paper straw. Anyway, sorry for throwing you out randomly. What is this? I didn't even see what you said. Perhaps because I'm always watching, catching up on your videos, always making such bangers. Thank, man. Appreciate it. Anyway, start throwing you off randomly. Taking a lot of drawing a lot of inspiration from you. The way you're speaking in your videos. So much that I noticed how it's changing how I write things. So that's good for you, man. Good, man. I hate paper straws. I fucking hate paper straws. They're absolute bullshit. They suck so bad. They fucking fall apart inside the drink. They fall apart, you know, in your fucking mouth when you're fucking having a drink. It's annoying. I hate it. I should break that down, right? Crafting materials out of that. Oh my god, I hate these things so much. That, like, teleport ability that I don't think you can actually dodge their teleport. Maybe you can. I have no idea. But they'll always catch me slipping when I'm, like, my attention split or something like that. And then all of a sudden, the next thing I know, like, I just get, like, smacked by one of them and half my health is gone. Paper straws are one of the dumbest ideas I've ever seen. Well, you know, society doesn't always make the best choices. I mean, us also filling the oceans with plastic is also a pretty fucking dumb idea at the same time as well, right? But we should just be using things that are actually biodegradable or easier to break down in general. Like, I have metal straws at home, which are fucking awesome. But they're easy to clean. I just use reusable ones rather than disposable ones. Greater essence of the mind, superior greaves. I need to go dump my inventory. Do you have a video on Peak? I've been thinking about making a video about those games specifically. Not necessarily Peak specifically, but just those games in general. Why? Just looking for a video to watch during dinner. Oh, yeah. No, I haven't talked about Peak specifically. I've talked about it like tangentially in other videos that I've made, but I haven't made like a video specifically talking about that game, no. You have to understand that game is deeply social. Why would somebody like me play that? Garbage. There's a whole like what? Such like fucking terrible rolls. Good lord. I swear I have negative luck in this game right now. These rolls are fucking savage. Peak has a new procedural map generated every day. What? That's crazy. Urban Gamer, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Super generous of you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. Make sure to thank him for the membership, guys. I think that they have, just for the people that are over on Twitch, I think there's still Twitch drops for, I need to put myself in the category. Holy shit. There you go. I think they still have Twitch drops. I'm so sorry. I feel bad for the people on Twitch. I didn't have myself in the PoE 2 category yet. Oh, that's right. I was going to rip this apart. Oh, let me see here. See what we got going on here. What was I gonna use? Energy retention. I don't think I have access to that. Oh, what am I doing? Support gems.
This isn't the place.
And then I need my... I wish I was... I'm always so jealous when I watch other fucking people play this game, and they're so much faster at all this shit and know, like, exactly what they're doing. They have these buttons, like, mapped to their fucking minds. Meanwhile, I play this game like I'm a fucking grandma. What's the right one for me to use?
Exile has tested you, my brother.
Okay.
Now let's see what God
Head back.
I've dealt with far darker shadows than you, Exile.
Most of them are using build guides, so I don't care so much. Love to use my love to create my own build. It depends on what I'm in the fucking mood for. Like, I think my first time through with Path of Exile, I did my own build for like my I don't know, did I? I don't really remember what the fuck I did. I've done builds of my own. But the problem with Path of Exile is that, like, you will get yourself into a position where you will just get fucking hammered throughout the entire game and have no way to get your character back without making another character and starting over. And I try to avoid those situations. So usually what I do is, like, I'll use somebody else's build that it, oh my fucking god. I use somebody else's build that looks like it has, like, the bones of something that I plan on doing or what I would like to do. And then I'll freestyle off of it once I get to a point where I feel, like, relatively confident with what I'm doing. I'm not a build guy, Andy. I'm not really smart. I'm not technically savvy in these games like that. Not like I used to be when I was younger. Now I'm too old for it, you know what I mean? The juice is gone, and now it's just, I just like clicking the buttons and picking up the loot, you know, just, oh, okay, what are you doing? Oh, that kind of shit. That's not special. I've seen that before. Are you gonna do it faster and faster, huh? That's kind of shitty for you to do it like that, by the way. At least I caught him with that, I guess. I don't like that I can't hit him while he's up in midair like that. All my shots are going through him. God damn it, he's doing it again. Bet you won't hit me here. God damn it. I spoke too soon. He's gonna do it faster and faster, right? Alright. Again? I realized I could hit him while he was up there. I was too focused on the mechanic. I was way too focused on his mechanic. What is this? Howling Peaks or Crier Peaks? Prior Peaks? The Tactician's ability supporting fire straight up doesn't work. I mean, it seems broken since it does nothing. I hope they fix that. Yeah, I mean, they'll get to it eventually. Way I see it is they'll get to everything eventually because the game has to release at one point. It's weird that this didn't light up. This says I already killed whatever this thing is, but I don't have the portal for the area. No, I've never been to the Howling Caves. I get there from the Glacial Tarn. Okay, so I get there from this area. It's still in early access. Yeah, I mean, I think that like I've seen a lot of people that have gotten like really twisted up about the fact that like certain things aren't in the game yet, or you know, the game's not the way exactly they want to be. I don't know if anybody remembers this, but I remember seeing like so many people like dooming and glooming the fuck out of this game with like when it first released into early access, that were like, Grinding Gear Games is cooked, Jonathan Rogers is ruining the company, Path of Exile is dead. At least we have Last Epoch now, guys. It's so over, man. It's so over, man. And it was like, this is an early access game. It's not finished. Like, it's gonna have a shitload of fucking problems. These guys are just trying to get this into like a solid conceptual stage so that they can give players enough of a game to be able to play, to give feedback that's going to be valuable enough for them to be able to perfect the final product. Like, that's how early access works. Like, one of the things that I don't think people really pay attention to is the fact that like Baldur's Gate 3 was absolute ass when that game went into early access at first. It crashed all the time. It barely could stay up. Most characters were bugged out. The combat didn't work properly or have half of the tools that it has now. Like, God, that game was like, I mean, you could see the markings of greatness. You could see where it was headed, but it was still just like, this is not a video game. Like, I mean, it was very much in the, you know, earliest iterations of that game. So it's always really, really funny when I see people that are like shitting themselves over like the state of a game in early access, and then they try to like write it off as it's finished. And it's just like, guys, look, man, if you're gonna buy into an early access, part of that process and part of that understanding should be that that's not the attitude that you should have. And instead, the attitude you should have is, let me actually make sure that my criticisms are properly written down and given to the developers through the feedback channels that they have given me while in early access. Like, you have a, like, I'm one of those people, and like, this is gonna probably sound a little, maybe this is me being game developer cringy for you guys. I don't fucking know. If you're participating in an early access, I feel like you have, even though yes, you gave them money, you have a responsibility to give them feedback. That is what you're signing up for. Like, yes, you bought the game. You bought the game to play a video game. I will not argue that fact. And if you don't, you don't. That's fine. It is what it is. But you can't bitch about the state of the game or how it's not going in the direction you want it to if you yourself have not contributed to it at all. Like, that's the shit that is just like, bro, what the fuck are you guys doing? GGG is not an indie studio, dude. 10 cent. It has a big disclaimer when you buy it. That is actually literally, there's a fucking big fucking disclaimer that says this is a game that is in early access and most features are not going to be here, and there's no telling whether the game will even get finished and all that kind of shit. At least Chinese companies are decent. I love Black Myth Wukong. Wu Chang got some controversy. Huh? People don't read? You're not wrong. No, you're fucking dead on with that shit, bud. You are dead on with that shit. The amount of people that actually like pay attention to the shit that they're buying, no. Fuck, people don't even, I mean, like, most people don't even know, like, I would guarantee that if you sat down 100 gamers in a room, 100 out of 100, not a goddamn one of them would know what's inside of like the fucking end user license agreement for any game that they buy. Like, not even a piece, not even a single thing that they would have like I signed up for what? I signed up for what? And like, I get it. And the funny thing is, like, from a consumer perspective, I totally understand that kind of shit, because it's just like, you can't expect these motherfuckers to read like 300 pages of legalese that's specifically written in a way to make it where like the layman can't actually like understand, read it, or really understand like the gravity of the contract that they're signing themselves into by buying a video game. Even though, and the reason why is because largely largely when it comes to end user license agreements, it's just a bunch of nothing ever happens. I think that's probably the best way to say it. It's just a bunch of nothing ever happens, where it's like, oh, you know, they say that, you know, by law you have to destroy the game, when they stop supporting the game, right? But it's like, are they going to come to your house and stop? No, they're not going to. And there's never going to be a legal precedent for it to actually happen. Sometimes these fucking lawyers throw some fucking shit in there that's just like, bro, what are you doing? Why are you like this? Feels like edge lords, like legal edge lords, essentially, that are just like, you have to destroy the game once we've stopped supporting it. And then you need to send pictures of it. Pictures. You breaking it. And crying. And smearing lipstick on your face. I'm now legally gay because of the terms of service. I like that. It's liability protection. I know it's liability protection. Maybe Nintendo will. Yeah, if there's anybody that's going to enforce their end user license agreements, it's going to be Nintendo out of anybody, right? Oh! How do you guys feel about the league mechanic? I like it. It can be tough as fucking nails sometimes, though. There's been so many times that I've like randomly walked into one and wasn't expecting it, and then just get absolutely dunked on, and I'm like, oh my god, there's so many creatures. What's the go-to currencies for like at least at my early stages of maps? Is it gonna be Exalt still? Imagine it's probably gonna be Exalts. I do like the crafting mechanic for the new league mechanic. It's really nice. Can't you essentially just like basically like roguelite your entire gear if you wanted to, and just be like, oh, I'm gonna and just roll like every stat using Desecration? Exalts, Chaos, Divine. Okay. If Nintendo disables the Switch owners get what they paid for. I mean, are you talking about the original Switch owners? Like Switch 1? And Mirror of Calandra. Right, but that's like... Mirror of Calandra is more of the dream, right? Switch 2, Steam Deck all the way. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really impressed with the Switch 2, to be honest. It's all right. It feels a lot better in the hands than the original Switch. I'll tell you that right now. XKO. I don't know what that is. I refuse to buy the Switch 2 because of Nintendo. I'm wondering how much of like the online backlash that we actually saw from people that were like upset about the pricing, upset about the game. I mean, like right now, like I think largely people can say they won't buy a Switch 2 because there's nothing really worth playing on the Switch 2. I mean, let's just call it out like it is. If Zelda if they drop like a fucking banger Zelda game, it's going to be real difficult. But at the same time, most people are just like, most people on PC are just going to wait until they see something, until they fucking, they're just watching the emulators. And like, well, we'll see how this progresses. I know that I played Breath of the Wild. I know that I played Breath of the Wild at 1440p over 60 FPS. I don't know about you guys. I would buy a Switch 2 if it was made by anybody other than Nintendo. They make me so fucking sick. Yeah, they fucking suck. Do you think SILKSONG is made on the same engine as the first game, or is it a different engine? I think they're still using Unreal 4. Or is it Unreal 4, or do they use Unity? SILKSONG is not on UE5? I don't think it is. I don't think a game like that would like necessitate an engine like that. Unity, if I recall. How'd you get the Hollow Knight badge? I saw that they were gonna have a Hollow Knight badge, or Hollow Knight. Yeah, I saw that they were gonna have the Hollow Knight badge, but I didn't know when they were gonna do it. You can still get it. Just give someone or sub. Just give someone like on any channel, or does it have to be somebody that's actually playing or does it have to be somebody that's playing Hollow Knight? Do I have a SILKSONG? Yes, you have a SILKSONG badge. I guess it's any channel, I guess. I don't know. SILKSONG category. Got you. How much more challenging is it to get my... When do you get your third ascendancy? What level do you typically go to get your third ascendancy? I don't remember. Well, I guess I haven't even seen it. I haven't even got the currency for another ascendancy yet. $60+. Moonlit, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. How close is PoE 2 to full release? If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say they're probably about halfway done. They might go to full release end of next year, if I had to take a wild guess. Could be longer than that if they take their time. Personally, for me, fucking take your time. There's no need to rush this whatsoever. Done at all. I think that when PoE2 is done, especially with the amount of feedback that they've been given, especially with like how good they've been about implementing feedback, I think that's like the key thing here. I pointed this out in one of my, I think in the last stream where we had talked about it, where it's like the players complained about how the maps were too big and they were too difficult to or like they didn't like having to backtrack and navigate and shit like that. So then they're like, oh, okay, well, instead of making the map smaller, they just make it where characters can sprint. Like that's a really unique and that's a very interesting way to problem solve, rather than just like fully capitulating to like what the fans asked for and saying, okay, we'll make maps small and we'll change how objectives work and shit, like instead of going back through and like scaling down or removing functionality, they instead just add more functionality. I think that's like the really interesting thing that I really like about Grinding Gear Games as a company, is that like their answer more times than not is not the removal of something, it's the addition of something. So they add solutions rather than subtract problems, which can work sometimes, but I guess you just kind of have to see like how that's going to work out in the long run. Because I think the reason why they choose to do addition rather than subtraction is specifically because of the fact that the game is not it's not necessarily a problem that players are complaining about. It's like a symptom of an issue. What? Damn, I might buy it. You might end up having to. Well, I mean, when the game releases, it's going to be a free-to-play game. Right now, if you want to access the game while it's still in active development, you can pay for the early access fee, which is like $30. The in-game trading market is a huge W. It's fucking massive. And also for them to drop something like that into the game and it works day one without any issues, it's just crazy. Like, that's crazy. Think about how transformative something like that is. Now you no longer need to go to their website to use their website to trade with people. That's so fucking awesome. They're not afraid to experiment with solutions. Yeah. You think Diablo is dead? Yeah. Yeah, that game is dead. It's a fucking corpse. It's so good, man. So easy to trade now. Well, it's not even just like the ease of the trade as much as it is like just getting rid of the. As weird as it sounds for some other PC gamers out there, there are people that do not game on more than one monitor, which sounds terrifying. Which that just sounds like such a terrible experience. I multitask so frequently on the games that I play. Or not even games that I play, but like when I'm like researching, like especially if I'm like playing a game, right? If I'm playing a game and I'm like doing like review stuff for it or whatever, or I'm taking notes for like a video I'm making, like I have my notes right next to me. I play on my laptop, it's doable. I know it's doable. That's not the point. It's just an annoyance. Diablo Immortal probably made more than Diablo 4. Probably at this point, yeah, I would imagine it probably has, because I think that game is still doing fine, largely because people are in it because of like sunk cost fallacy, and I also think that the game is like really popular in the East. Have you ever heard of the band IHLO? No, I don't know what that is. I'm not good at band abbreviations, though, because I might have heard of them. Whales love pay to win. It's a disease, man. It's a disease for the bored and lonely. That's what it is. When I was in, like, when I was like doing, like, when I was like traveling constantly, I didn't really have a lot of time to be able to play like legit video games. And I fell into a gacha game, my first one, which is called Summoner's War. And I played the fucking dog shit out of that game. And I spent a lot of money. Likely, if I had to take a wild guess, because like you have to think about it, like I had no friends, no family, like as I'm traveling, right? I had no friends, no family, no girlfriend or anything like that. I was working 12 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. So like I was making a lot of money, but I also wasn't spending that money. I wasn't doing anything. Like I had nothing. Like there was no life outside of work. So the only thing I did was just I played a fucking mobile game. And I mean, I probably blew, I don't even know. I don't even think I'm comfortable even saying how much. Or even trying to guess at how much. What's your favorite metal band? Right now, my favorite metal band is Spirit Box. Also Bill Murray, but I don't think you can really qualify Bill Murray as a, like, he's kind of more like pop punk, I guess. But he's like pop punk meets metal, which also, and then also meets like Midwest country. Right now, they're my favorite metal band. All time, if I have to like go for an all time, probably Dio. I'd probably pick Dio. Yeah. It'd be kind of tough. It'd be between like Dio and Maiden. Spent hundreds on Hearthstone years ago. I never got into that. I got into it when it first came out and I played it, and then I fell out of it like pretty quick after that. Love to see it. Lightning skills chain an additional time. 40% chance to increase shock. Gain 5% of lightning damage as extra cold damage. That's what we're going to head towards. Doriani. That's my buddy Doriani. I might actually try to see what my necklace is garbage. My necklace is garbage. Spirit Box and Bill Murray are both absolutely amazing. Love it. Oh, they're fucking insane. Bill Murray's latest album is just fucking so good. Literally anything that Courtney does is just god tier. It's like that whole band, Spirit Box, is just insane. So like insanely talented people, drumming, bass, guitar, vocals. Yeah, it's a bad neck roll. Dude, that this neck is fucking terrible. This is probably better for me to probably just roll on this, to be honest with you. See if I can get something else on it. I didn't realize I was walking around with such a broke boy necklace. Chaos spells.
Imperfection must be reshaped. You must be reshaped.
But I'm not running chaos. The chaos.
Father, it's me.
Everything short of perfection is irrelevant.
To me, Exile, quickly.
That does nothing for me. Lightning resistance. Good defenses. Mana. Lightning res. Shield recharge rate. Mana recharge rate. I might actually hold on to this because I don't think this is necessarily bad. For an offhand. If I can find a good wand, which I would like to find a good wand, I feel like this is at least holding on to. Because if I don't have anything else to start with, because I don't have another focus, I don't feel like this is a terrible roll. I don't know what you're looking for on a shield, though. Probably spell damage, maybe? Depends on your build and synergies. I mean, it's really, like, for me, it's just going to be spell damage. It's going to be lightning. Because I'm going all lightning. I mean, some added energy shield, spell damage, and plus skill level. Oh, so you can get plus skill level on these. Okay, if that's the case, I'll just dump it. I should be saving my orbs of alchemy for maps. That's already better than what I'm using, right? Regal. Kind of useless. Convert those blue orbs to EX, buy some stuff. Do you have food in your beard? I know, I'm fixing that problem. Grow a beard, they said. It'll be great, they said. What's for dinner? Tacos. Chile Verde? Yeah. I usually go green when I can, yeah. Wait, hold on. Wait, I need. I can turn these into exalts? Oh, through the currency exchange? Is that what you're telling me? How many fucking exalts could you get out of that many orbs? Do you consider to play Chronos New Dawn? I do plan on playing it, yes. What's the song? I'll share it to you. It's Attention on YouTube. It does like Path of Exile remixes. Supposedly Chronos is Resident Evil kind of quality. Well, that'd be kind of cool. That would make it way up my alley. I wonder why it moves just because it's tier 3. I think it was Dead Space like. Well, I mean, Dead Space is Resident Evil like, right? He's getting through Act 4 now. Yeah. I'm almost there. Almost done. I kind of like how they did the prologue. I think it was a cool idea for them to do that. I also wonder if if these quests are still going to be I mean, obviously this stuff is going to be repurposed for main main chapters, right? What the fuck is that? Is there any extra mechanic with these? Because I always see that like sometimes the altar won't come up and there'll just be nothing there. Is it because I didn't close it fast enough, or like I didn't kill the monsters fast enough, or what? Like that. There's nothing there. I think it's random. Oh, okay. Good to know. I was hoping that I wasn't doing something wrong, or I just didn't understand the mechanic or something like that.
Winter Owl has heard your name. I am Elder Maddox. Your silencing of the wayward spear has calmed the spirit. Here, I observe the biting chill of the gale, while I mourn our losses. The Winter Owl blesses you, and the spirit concedes. I have little time left in this world, and I am on my last adventure. From here, I shall observe winter across 3 weeks of night. Then I shall join the wisdom of owls who came before me. Before you depart, I bear a gift. Choose wisely.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's all fucking uniques. I should probably... I don't know. I guess I should probably take something for like another class if I plan on leveling one, yeah. Well, because I mean, like the only thing that would be for this character would essentially be this, but this doesn't do me any good. That's kind of nice. You have no life. You have no life regen. How you finding the game market they added? I think it's really cool. I'll just take this. Not that big of a deal. Give me all of it, actually.
Stay warm.
But just like took it all from him. Just ran away. Now it's too loud. This is one thing. That's what I hate about. I hate Path of Exile. I hate Path of Exile. It's the worst game I've ever played. I try to give it like a little bit of like, you know, I try to give it like a little room to breathe, and I'm like, okay, well, we'll turn the volume up a little bit more on it. And then when I turn the volume up, it's just like, oh, now I'm going to be too fucking loud. And it's just like, all right, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's how it is. There we go. I fucking hate those things. Nice. I think we're gonna be like, I mean, skill tree wise, I think I'll be in a good position. Gear wise, I will not be in a good position. Gear, I'm gonna buy some shit. It just is what it is. Otherwise, I am gonna get absolutely fucking hammered in maps. Please, I do not want to die. You, sir, you can chill out. You're being a little too angry for me right now, okay? Good deal. Man, I kind of need to go to the bathroom, but the cat found himself into the like crack behind the chair, so he's like sitting up, he's like laying on my back right now. And I know he's comfortable, and because he's comfortable, I don't want to move. What kind of fucking sense is that? I'm the one that's uncomfortable. Yet I don't want to move because the cat's comfortable. What is wrong with me? Do not think this is the direction I need to be going in. North. Need to go north. Touch me. Your greasy little fingers. Oh boy.
The worst of the cold is behind me, I hope.
Yeah, you can see him. He's just chilling. He's just chilling. Okay, so this is, we're going to the Val Caverns. I wonder what this is, Roving Wisps. I don't know if that's for anything like I want. I always check them to look to see, because they usually will have like a little plus mark next to it, right? That'll tell you, like this guy did. Like he had a little thing telling you get something from it. Okay, we're good now. Live Hassan reaction. I know absolutely fucking nothing about that, dude. All I ever see is just clips of people being mad about him. And all I know from like the few clips that I've seen is it's enough to tell me that I have no interest in knowing anymore. He's the worst kind of internet commie. It's not even the internet commie stuff. Like, I don't really give a fuck about like the political viewings of any of these people. I'm more just a judge on, I just judge based on like character, and then like also like personality and like entertainment value. Like, I'll watch people if they're entertaining, even if I don't like agree with their opinions or their life choices or honestly anything. I could just not agree with them at all and on any matter, but if they're entertaining to watch, like, I'll still watch them every once in a while, especially if it's something that's like something that interests me, a topic or something like that that interests me, just because I like to hear like other people's perspectives and stuff. But yeah. He has no character or personality, so that tracks. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to really. I mean, I guess at least from like what I had seen, it wasn't anything for me to be able to like latch onto. That's for sure. Though I will say his laugh is memorable enough. I see him tangentially in like Asmongold clips, right? Like, you'll see some like goofy fucking clip from Asmongold, and I think the dynamic between the two is really funny, to be honest with you, because it's literally like a unstoppable force meets an unmovable or immovable object, right? Like, Asmongold is just getting entertainment value out of this. He doesn't actually it's super funny. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Jesus. Tali Zora, 95. Thank you for the 750 I'm gonna say I don't know what countries. I don't. It's a lot. It's a lot. You gave me a lot. That's a thank you, man. That's really generous of you. Bless up, brother. Thank you for thank you for being such a stand-up guy. You deserve all. You deserve all the best, my friend. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Amiriates, yeah, that's crazy. Like $200. Yeah, that's insanely generous of you, man. Don't feel like you ever got to give me money. I tell people this all the time, like subscriptions, donations, all that stuff. I don't need like while I do appreciate it and it helps out a lot, at the same time, like, all you guys got to do is just watch the videos and support there, and that's all that really matters to me. I don't expect anything beyond that, but that's insanely generous of you, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. People have been so like fucking wildly supportive over like the last, honestly, since I got started, to be honest with you. Like, there hasn't been a single time that I ever felt like people weren't like insanely supportive of like either the discussions or the channel or whatever it is. I'm fucking, dude, I'm just gonna tell you guys right now, I'm fucking blessed and I'm insanely lucky. Like, the amount of people that have like, for whatever reason, the amount of like positive reaction that I've gotten out of the internet is just fucking crazy. It's just like, I don't even believe it half the time, because I feel like in most cases people in this position would be in that back and forth, and I look and I see like how many people are like constantly in these back and forth arguments with other content creators and all this other shit, and like, I just got the easy ride. I literally was just like, everybody's just been like really fucking cool with me ever since I got started. And it's just like, man, especially like on a community side, that's like the one part that's like really nice. I've never dealt with anything community wise. Because you're not a typical you're not a typical corpo bootlicker. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll whip the tongue out for some fucking money here and there, but at least I warned you guys first. It's because what you say, you say what we think, what we all think out loud. Well, I mean, like that's honestly the that's it's because I think it. I just say what I think. I don't try to do my best to like codify what other people believe, right? I don't try to do like, I mean, I look at like general market trends and like just constant conversations and shit that I see online or whatever. And then I bring that stuff to the forefront because it's like, well, if I get a video that has like 200,000-300,000, maybe I get lucky and I get a video that has like 500,000 or 1 million views. If I can take opinions that I think have been like relatively obscure or for whatever reason, like haven't been brought to the light or these developers are not paying attention to, if I can encapsulate that in a video that these developers most likely will not be able to ignore, well, then I've done my value, right? I've made myself worthy. I saw a YouTuber make a hit piece on you, and that's the only negative thing that I've seen. But I thought the video was largely just weird. I mean, that's gonna happen no matter what, though. Like hit pieces, like that shit's gonna happen all of the time because there's just there's an economy in social media that is based off of selling somebody else out to get yourself up. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of people that are doing their best to basically create a wall of corpses to be able to climb their ways to the top. That's what they do. The fuck made a hit piece on you? Don't give it any credence. Don't give it any views. Don't even pay attention to it. Because all you do is just embolden those people to want to continue to make that kind of content. And then do you guys really want YouTube to be nothing but fucking Sunny V2s and what is it, internet anarchists? Because essentially that's what these guys want to be. But the difference is that like where those guys, like I think largely like Sunny V2 and internet anarchists, those guys will basically cover the death of somebody's career after it's died. You have another economy of people that are trying to make that death a reality by imagining it into like existence. You took the higher road when a viewer asked you who you think the biggest grifter is. I appreciate you. Yeah, I just don't involve myself in those kind of conversations, man. It's just not worth the time. They want to be the next more Pegasus. Yeah, I think that's probably the case. But like also imagine like how fucking pathetic and also absolutely just, it's not even more Pegasus because I like more Pegasus kind of does this shit in a different sense, to be honest with you. I think like covering drama is just covering drama, but like these are like people that are like genuinely trying to make a case for like why somebody should like not be around anymore. And it's just like, unless somebody did something like genuinely like illegal or fucked up or whatever it is, but it's not that. Like one dude made a video on me accusing me of essentially being like a pipeline to the alt-right, saying that I might be like, guy thinks I'm like paid by fucking thinks that I'm like paid by Fox News or something like that, saying that like I mimic their news reporting style, which doesn't even make any fucking sense. Literally all it was, dude, quite literally. Okay. Dude saw on Twitter that I had posted saying, hey, YouTuber that is I think I said something along the lines of like, I'm aggressively not political. Like I do my best to like try to avoid political discussions. He took that and he took that as I don't have any politics and that like that's it, right? Like I'm zen. Like everybody's gonna have their own. Everybody's gonna have their own issues. And the funny thing is that it was all mostly based off of like, it was mostly based off of any of the videos that I had done that had anything to do with like culture war topics or Polygon. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude. This is some of the, like, softest pussy shit I've ever seen. And on top of that, they'll go out and they'll make some, like, crazily unbased accusations. Talk about, like, the amount of, like, insulting and shit. And it's just like, I don't insult the people. Like, in most cases, I don't think that I even insult the developers that I'm talking about. But it's like, but you feel like it's necessary to try to insult me over some shit. And it's just like, I see people like that, and man, I'm like, you know what, bro? I hope your closet's clean. Because, like, this shit's going to come to bite you at one point in time. You're going to go around slinging shit like this, and then somebody's going to fucking find out you got a Discord problem. Or something like that. You already know. We've already seen that shit play out. I don't even know how many fucking times. I thought he said you took money from China. That was a different guy. That was a different guy. There's another dude that made a video that was emulating the first guy that made a video, and his one was the fact that I made a video. I took a sponsorship to like showcase Blood Message, the NetEase game, the single player, fully priced Eastern game that's essentially kind of emulating vibes of like God of War, but it's going to be like a war story of a father and son. Because I was positive about that, and I talked about how I thought that Eastern games largely have a really good opportunity to be able to capitalize on a lot of the Western markets issues and target largely male audiences. That was actually controversial. That was a bad thing that I made that video and I talked about those things. The things that I've literally talked about in 300 videos past that video. The irony is that like he was trying to say that I was like bootlicking for China and bootlicking for the CCP and stuff, because the fact that like I don't make videos specifically calling out like Tencent or NetEase or whatever else. But honestly, they just haven't done anything for me to... They haven't done anything newsworthy in the... Like I could make a video, I guess, talking about the Sony... Like, the PlayStation lawsuit or whatever. When something actually interesting happens with that, maybe I will. Fuck, I talked about it on stream today. I just brought up in my last video about how, like, a lot of these Eastern games are looking samey, and that's going to be a problem, and how we're also going to be seeing some, like... slop come out of there too. As many high quality games we're going to see just as much junk at the same time. But I've always been a major proponent of Eastern games and have been since Black Myth Wukong. So like for somebody to try to make that kind of accusation without actually watching the rest of the videos that I've made is just fucking goofy as shit. It's people that try to pretend like they know who the fuck you are, but they don't know a goddamn thing about you. Video games are a business. Be as creative as you want, but if it doesn't make money, it fails. I mean, yeah, no shit. It's still a consumer product at the end of the day. One of his big points was he saw... one of the big points I saw was he was a fan of yours, but then he got mad because you would shill for China. I was like, okay, bro, insane. Yes, yeah. And it's just... But I've been doing that... I mean, if you want to call it shilling, I mean, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. I've been doing it since Black Myth Wukong. And that was far before I ever even took, like, a sponsorship with, I ever took a sponsorship from those guys. It was terrible. I turned it off in, like, 1 minute. The dude was just, like, LD, got caught in drama. So it was so fucking weird, dude. Like, even, like, when I tried to watch it myself, like, I couldn't even finish it because it was just, like, there were so many, how do I say this? There were so many assumptions and also like conspiracy theory level shit where I was just like, dude, and you're just like throwing this shit out here like it's fucking fact or something like that. And also like the clips of me being taken out of context and then like used to make me look stupid or something. Like, it was just like, what are you doing, dude? I don't do this to fucking people. Like, I don't clip people out of fucking context or anything like that. Maybe there's like the one time I did with like a pirate software clip just because it was funny, but like outside of that, like, where is Asmongold when we need him? I mean, like, it's not anybody else's place to try to fucking step in or fucking, you know, defend me or whatever. I can take care of myself with that. And to be honest with you, I probably shouldn't even respond to some of that shit, but the only reason I did was because, like, people like genuine fans and people within the community, people that have been in the community for a long time, had questions. They were like, hey, you know, like there are some like concerns that this kind of does bring up, you know, like I kind of want you to at least like approach that a little bit. So I made a video, I addressed all the concerns, and then that was the fucking end of it. That's how you solve those kind of things. One shot it, baby. I don't like dwelling on shit to begin with. Asmongold can make it funny. You know, one of the things that actually is like really funny about that whole like quote unquote drama is the amount of people that were like, wait till Asmongold sees this. You're so fucking done. And I'm like sitting there reading these comments and seeing these people like acting like absolute fucking idiots. He took the same sponsor. Asmongold took the same sponsor. And he said almost the exact same shit that I did. Because he has the same opinion on them, on these games as I do. It's just so fucking dumb. Like, I see this shit and I'm like, that's why I just don't pay it any fucking mind. I just keep doing my fucking thing and don't worry about it. People are going to say whatever they want. And at the end of the day, you're never going to be able to change their mind on this stuff. Because when people have an opinion on you, they've already made up their mind. It's as simple as that. People have already made up their mind. Do you think the people that hate a guy like Hassan are gonna wake up and be like, you know what, I want to hear his side of the story? No, because most times they don't really give a fuck in the first place. Or they already know what they largely already know what the resolution to that would be as well, right? Oh, now it's the lightning one. Oh shit, you hit for half my health. That's not good. My god, okay. Oh, you're spicy. You're getting real spicy now. You got some attitude, I see. Yeah, I can't believe I actually got a window to like fucking use my mana, whatever it is. Was it called Mana Storm? Mana Tempest. Is this Act 4? Haven't played since the new patch yet. Both bosses seem reused from Act 3. No, this is actually this is the prologue. This is the prologue. This is after Act 4 and between getting to maps. It's meant to get you up to map level and get you ready to get into mapping. This Ice Wall Temple came up. It's pretty cool for a temporary interlude. Yeah, I kind of I like the aesthetic, to be honest with you.
The Val languished in their own opulence. A pity.
It's true. You build 100 bridges and you suck one dick and your dick suck. Well, it's not even that. It's just like people just have their opinions of you. Like let's not fucking pretend like any of us haven't met a single person and for whatever reason, inexplicably, we just don't like them. Like there's something on a like instinctual level that we're just like, I can never like you. I hate looking at you. When you're in the same room as me, it makes me uncomfortable. I don't know why. Like everybody has had somebody like that at one point in time. We're just like, I have no reason not to like this person, but I need to not like this person. I can't help it. Beyond that, I also think when it comes to like just social media in general and like content and whatever, like watching YouTube videos or whatever else, like you're just gonna kind of like generate an opinion off of somebody within like a couple minutes of watching a clip. There's an old Green Day song about that exact same thing. Yeah, I think that's what the kids call the ick. Oh fuck, I hate that term. Fails the vibe check. Yeah, it might be something like that, I guess. Like it's I don't know. I remember, I think I saw a clip of Asmongold like way before I ever actually started watching the guy. Because I don't think I started watching him until Final Fantasy 14. I think Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, it might have been a little bit before that actually. Either way, the point I'm trying to make is I'd seen him in clips and other things like that before that, and I didn't like him at all. But the thing is that like there's like certain things you don't understand about somebody until you've watched them for a little bit longer, and you're like, oh, this is him just playing it up. Oh, this is him just bullshitting. You know, like shit like that. It's so easy. Because that motherfucker specifically does it really well. Where he does this thing where like he will put himself into a position where he will try to get himself clipped out of context because he knows people will clip it and then ship it, and then all of a sudden he has another viral moment. First Asmongold video I saw with him, I didn't agree with him at all, but I'm a fan now. Well, I mean, like, you can also not agree with somebody and be a fan. You don't have to sign up for everything they say while also just enjoying them or finding them entertaining, right? Like, there's a ton of shit that Asmongold says that I completely fucking disagree with, where I'm just like, nah. Like, I understand his reasoning. I understand why he's coming to some of the conclusions that he has, but in a lot of cases, like, he has a very, like, authoritarian perspective. I don't know if it's authoritarian, but, like, I don't know. Like, in some cases, like, he just has, like, a very hard line on solutions for things where I'm a little softer than that, to be honest. I'm a little softer than that. So I'm like, I hear it, I'm like, nah, I don't really fucking like that now. Come on. Like, there's a bet, like, we still have, like, even though, like, I think there's things that we have to do, you know, as countries and as people and as society, like, we still also have to be human. There's something about that still has to be there, right? He's become out of touch. I don't think it's necessarily out of touch. It's just like people just come to their own conclusions. That's it. There's a reason why folks like us aren't in office, I guess. His mask slips. I don't think either guy has a mask. I think he just kind of says what he's thinking at the time. And in a lot of cases, what he'll do is that he'll play it up for entertainment value. Like, you need to know when the dude's like fucking around. There's always an air of cynicism in the things that he'll talk about sometimes. It's and it's also, the funny thing is that I think you can kind of like you pick up on some of this, some things like this after watching somebody for long enough, but you notice their like personal mannerisms of like when they're serious and when they're not. Like when they're actually deep in thought and they're contemplating what they're actually saying and like, you know, what they believe or whatever it might be, and then like their body language when it changes. I can't remember what it was, but I saw some like clip of him like I don't know, like a while ago. It was a while ago, where he had like said something wild. He said something wild, and like all these people online took it fucking like dead serious, and I was like, God, you guys got baited by this guy so fucking hard. Like you fucking walked right into that trap. You walked right into that fucking trap. Hook, line, and sinker. Hook, line, and stinker. I think he'd probably be the first to say that he's been out of touch. He was a WoW guy for ages. He's talked about how he used to put in job applications he had to be free on raid nights. Well, yeah, I mean, like, obviously, like, I'm not gonna say that he's the most like he's not a paragon of anything. He's a paragon of content. I hope everything's going good for that dude, though. I kind of like, I sent him like a video of mine not long ago, more or less just trying to like start a conversation and just like see it, like you know, say hi more than anything else. But is this already? No, it's not. Is this so heavy belt? Am I supposed to be chance orbing this? I also saved a utility belt, I think, as well. I think it's like utility belts, and his dad is sick. I know his dad is sick. That's why I reached out to him. But the one thing that's like really difficult, like this is hard. This is like weird for me, right? I'm a very social person. I like making friends. I really do. Like, it's one of my favorite things to do. I like hanging out with people. I like bullshitting with people. I got into this because it was an avenue to be able to make more friends. And I was like, well, that's kind of cool. Like, I get to be social while doing and talking about shit that I really enjoy, right? And I was hoping that I'd be able to meet more people that were like-minded, liked games, interested in the same kind of games, shit like that, right? And one of the weird things that you run into with content creation, and I'm too fucking, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm too old to give a fucking shit about this kind of shit, is just like in a lot of cases when people are trying to make friends as content creators, they're trying to make friends because they see it as an opportunity for them to elevate their career. I don't give a fuck about that. I really fucking don't. I do not need the support of anybody else for me to be able to have a career. That's fucking case in point and obvious by now. Like, that's not like you wouldn't need to, I wouldn't want to do that in the first place. If I needed to ride on somebody else's fucking coattails to get anywhere, that doesn't, I'm not very much of a fucking man at that point, right? So it sucks though, because it's like, it's so difficult nowadays to be able to like communicate like authenticity or like your genuine desire to be like friends with people. I've noticed that with like more content creators that I've talked to and that I've become friends with, because I have made some content creator friends, like Darth Microtransactions is a cool fucking dude. Me and him chat off and on. I've talked with Tectone a couple of times. I've talked with Asmon a couple of times. But I think that like largely when Actman more recently, him and I have like played a couple of games together and stuff like that. But I've noticed in some of those conversations, it almost always like jumps straight into like content where they're like, so you're like trying to do this, you're trying to do that. And I'm like, no, no, I'm literally just here to bullshit, dude. Like, I don't give a fuck about making content. Like, I'm not trying to feature anybody in my fucking videos or anything like that. I wouldn't even know how to do that shit in the first place. Like, I'm too fucking self-important for my own opinions for my own videos to be. I have too much self-importance in my own videos for me to want to share that space with somebody else. Like, you're not fucking coming on my channel. The content creator space looks toxic as hell. I wouldn't trust most. And like, that's the problem, is that I think in a lot of cases, these guys are seeing most people that are like, oh, this guy's just trying to get a fucking leg up or whatever like that. And like, I can tell people like, hey, that's not what I don't need you to fucking, I'm not trying to collab. I'm not trying to do this. I'm literally just trying to make friends to play video games with and bullshit that understand the job, right? Like, they understand the shit that you can, so you have other people to talk to that understand the work that you do and the shit that you can sometimes run into, or the difficulties that you can run into, people that you can go to for advice on certain things and stuff like that. But like, nothing deeper than that. No.
Indeed.
That's a lot of fucking life. Do I roll on this? I'm trying to get some of the pieces. This is... do I chance orb heavy belts? I can't remember what are the items I'm trying to chance orb, so I remember to hold on to those. I know one of them is like the stellar amulet. This. Because that can become the... I think it's heavy belts. Not at your current level? Okay, so the item level matters, right? So this is just junk. Right? Both of these are just junk because of... No, because these will level up as you add shit to them. Press Alt. Okay, so the item level matters. So this is just junk right now. I don't need this shit. This is not worth chance orbing. Okay, cool. And then I saw somebody said, do you have essences to be able to chant the belt? I do, yeah. I should have some essences. Lightning... I can stand to lose cold. I need fire, so fire resistance would be nice to see. And then I can just like should I desecrate it now? Essence is almost always better than Regal. Yeah, because at least you can guarantee like what you're looking for on the third one. Because these are like lower end desecrations, right? Like there's higher end desecrations than this. Desecrate now since it's useless after 64. Okay, cool. Oh, that won't work now. Right? This is the one that's useless. Okay. Oh, fuck. I'll wait until I finish this first. Literally almost just got fucking wrecked by those guys because I almost ran into them. Glad I fucking jumped at the last second. Jesus Christ, you hit hard. What do you do? Oh, it's his shock damage. Nearby shock that was hitting me. What are you doing here? I always find it funny when I see a bunch of them just standing in one room together. You should be hell diving at level 18, sir. I've been waiting because I know that the game has had like issues and I just don't really feel like dealing with a lot of that stuff. Actually, something really funny I saw today. Fucking I caught Baldur because I saw an update, right? I saw like I got like a video notification for Baldur. There was like a video that was posted, and it was like, it's so sad. It's so sad, but it was like him making like a pause. It was like at first they had marketed their Helldivers video that came out today. I think it was like he marketed the video as like being positive. They're like Helldivers 2025 Surge. Where it's like, you know, kind of like more kind of positioning the video like it's going to be talking about like how the game continues to like bring back players, which he does end up talking about in the video later on. But then they changed like the entire marketing for the video to be about like the thumbnail and the title. They instead changed it to be like in like negative connotation instead, where it's like, you know, the game is crippled by tech debt and this and this. And I was just like, man. Like it was gonna be like initially it was gonna be sold as like a positive video, and then they flipped it last second. Kind of wish Sprint was on its own button. Yeah, that'd be kind of nice.
What nonsense do you speak?
No matter. Now you die.
God damn it. Fucking chaos damage. Jesus Christ. Calm it the fuck down. God, you guys are so aggro. Oh, there we go. It's been a while since I've had one of these. I get hit with this every once in a while. I looked at it before because I'd have like the... I'm starting to lose my voice. Okay, it's not just me. No, it's not just you. This is the first time we've had it today, though, which is pretty good. But, I looked to make sure what it was to see if it was like, is it GPU? Is it CPU? It's latency. Literally just latency. It's something on their servers end that gets gummed up. She's the one I need to focus because she's the melee range one, and she is fucking killing me. I'm gonna die. Chaos damage got me. Yeah. Servers are overloaded or something? I don't think that's overloaded necessarily. I'm still in the is this still in the campaign or the end game? This is in the prologue, so this is getting closer to the end game, but not there entirely yet. Almost.
What nonsense do you speak?
No matter. Now you die.
I'm focusing on her first. And I'll just dodge him on the side. That's not good.
No sacrifice is ruthless. I will avenge your sister.
Am I supposed to kill them near at the same time? Because he keeps like sucking blood off, bro. I wonder what that's about. Yeah, he keeps just healing himself. Okay. I got worried there that he was just going to keep healing off of her. I was really worried.
Fools! Did you not hear the code phrase?
Is it really you?
Did you not hear the code phrase?
Doriani himself? I am not worthy.
You seem sane enough. The spirit of the Val endures. Assemble yourselves. The time has come. You will march forth unto war.
As you wish, Master Thaumaturge.
Let us meet back in King's March. The Quachik shall join our cause.
Bro literally came in and was like, bro, they said the password. They're like, we didn't believe him. We didn't believe. Oh my god, fuck off. I'm loving the warrior class. Yeah. I've seen some people having fun with it. I've seen a totem build and a couple of other stuff.
chief may have be wary. Time is short.
What is it?
No. So not bad. 25 lightning res, 55 maximum mana. This is just categorically better. Because I get int. Like, yeah, I lose some energy shield and I lose some like rarity of items found, but it's just way better. Way better. Hey, buddy. I need you not to stand directly in front of my inventory. Monk Ice Strike feels bad. But wasn't that like the main build before? Yeah, he's looking at me making like sleepy faces. Okay, so now I have something else to look at here. This does give me some cold res. Cold res isn't my problem though, if I'm not mistaken. Not right now. Now, this would fix my lightning issue. Not entirely, but it would help me considerably. The int is super nice. I'll take those. The added lightning damage to attack. Maximum life. I don't know if it's even really, like, I don't know if it's worthwhile for me to, like, see if I can get anything else on this. If that would be better than this. How are you just straight intelligence build? I don't know, man. I'm just shit at the game. Like, I probably should... I don't know. It's just what I've done. Like... You can desecrate if it's still under 64. Item level 65. Are you telling me to desecrate the, these? I didn't even mean that as disrespect. I just find that impressive. Well, I mean, like, I'm a fucking mage. What do I need for... What need do I have for strength? What need do I have for strength? I mean, I'm meeting the... Like, obviously, I'm probably going to have to come up on some of them. On some of my stats to make sure that I can meet for, like, support gem requirements. But I'm literally at the line of my support gem requirements. And most of my support gem requirements are being met by... No, all of my support gem requirements are being met by my skill tree, not by anything else. Like, it's int on the gear, baby. Int on the gear. Oh, I could desecrate this. I don't think I can desecrate those, though, can I? I can. I'm going to desecrate them both. See what they do.
Yes. Time is of the essence. What is it? Choose what you need. Gold is useless to me. Take it.
No, I need it back.
Time is of the essence.
Cthulhu Vault. What am I supposed to be doing?
How can I be of aid?
Oh, speak to the hooded one in King's March. Oh, okay. Okay. I desecrated all my gear during the campaign up to level 64 and had good damage boost survivability. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I fucking love this mechanic. I love this crafting mechanic so much. Mostly because it's easy for me to understand. It's not easy for me to understand when I don't know when I need to desecrate. That's the problem. Fire plus chaos resist would be really nice. Seeing as that I have no chaos resist. Let's see what these get. Pretty much garbage. I feel like this is just an upgrade. And then let's go with those. You think flask recovery is better than yeah, I guess I don't know.
We will die. Move
So
swiftly.
this is King. We're ready till next time.
It is me. Ray, come.
I've been working on a strategy of sorts.
Indeed, the time of heroes is upon us once more.
Nice. Now what? Speak to the hooded one and travel to Oriath.
How can I be? The time has come. We can only hope a fateful hour.
Let us show the world.
With our forces united, we set sail from King's March and head for Oriath. But as we approached, the unthinkable took place. We were too late. My worst fears have come to pass. The world is consumed by madness once more. Our last hope for refuge is the ziggurats of Exile. Perhaps Doriana's preparations will shield us while we plan our next move. It appears Doriane truly does have a plan for every contingency.
And now we're back into mapping. Okay. That's really funny. That like, it's funny that they continue to make these like, it's funny to see them make these segues to get you back into the mapping. Where like before it was like, oh shit, everything exploded, and then we just woke up in the ruins, right? And then now it's like, oh, so okay, now we're going to war, and then we're like, but then the worst thing ever could happen.
Well,
You would have never guessed what happened next.
But I am glad you are safe, Miss Valai.
I've been quite busy studying that blood magic tome I found. If I'm honest, I'm quite amazed.
They outdid themselves with these interludes. They really did.
In any case,
especially considering they're going to be thrown away. They're not. They're just going to be repurposed, is what they're going to do. It's probably still some of this stuff is still largely going to be in the campaign, but just not in the same sense that we have it right now. Now, somebody said I could trade in orbs. Orbos. Do I actually have a currency that I could trade in and get some exalts, some more exalts? Because it would be worthwhile for me. Like, I'm not going to go buying gear right now. I'll probably do that later, to be honest with you. I'm not going to do it at the moment. Just short on lightning resist. But at least it's a start. That also now explains these two, because these two were here during the last couple of patches, but we just had no idea who the fuck they were, where they came from. So at least they've been introduced now.
You're finally awake. That's a small consolation. We have lost so much. The Hooded One used the weapon to keep us alive during the Cataclysm. We were too close. It absorbed too much energy and was shattered. The situation is grim. The Hooded One has become comatose. Rayclast has been devastated and is no longer habitable. Grieving would only be a waste of precious time. We must face reality and make difficult choices. We are living the worst possible outcome, but I did anticipate every contingency. Before us is a translocation device, which should allow us to open portals to a wide range of coordinates across Rayclast. With this, we can reclaim the world from the grasp of corruption, so that civilization can one day return to its former heights. There was some damage, but while you were unconscious, we worked to repair the machine. I believe it will function as desired, but it must be tested. That is where you come in. By placing waystones in the machine, let us use this malleable.
I totally forgot about the Desecrate thing on my crossbow and just got a huge upgrade. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, Desecration's fucking sick. It's so good.
Rayclast is wounded and
Let's check out my map. What we got?
Shape its future and heal it anew. The initial cataclysmic event is over, but corruption is still radiating from certain locations. From these points, it spreads like a disease. Travel to one of these regions and investigate. We must know why it is still spreading. Report back to me with your findings, and we will plan our next move. The Realm Gate was the sister project to the Time Gate that brought if you find...
Okay. What's this over here? How do you like upgrade air? Like, oh god. I think at first it's best to just go ripping, right? Like, don't really worry about trying to curate the map at the very beginning. Otherwise, like, because they're not using the same tower system that they used before. I need to look more into the end game. Daggers and stuff, yeah, all that stuff's gonna come out at one point in time. We'll get it one day.
Skittering legs in the shadows.
Oh, this is the boss summoner, isn't it? Shit. I can't see the screen, cat. Hope I don't die. The cat is now licking my hand on the mouse. I have no idea how he learned like all the things that are like just enough to like distract me from playing a game to like get me to get away from playing video games. He's like, well, I'll perfectly position myself exactly where your inventory is. Now I'm going to lick your hand while you're controlling your character to distract you from the fact of what's going on the screen. Now I'm gonna do this. It's so funny. Galvanic Wand, Stoic Scepter. I will need to at one point in time. I will need to. Oh. And you see these little guys a little nipping at my feet there. Okay, so that's good. Now I need to get some chill in there at one point in time, which I'll grab the chill damage from this node here, which I only need 2 passives to get. And then I think somebody earlier had said level 70. Level 70 and probably try to get some decent gear before I do my 3rd ascension. I wonder which one I should do for my 3rd ascension. You get out of there? Thank you. I need a damage boost. Bad. Oh, Jesus Christ. This chick is thick. Three of Sekima is easier than Chaos Trials by a long fucking shot. I always see people bitching about like Trial of Sekima, and like it's bad. Don't get me wrong. Like especially if you don't have if you don't have relics. I don't mind it. Once you actually have relics, it's not bad. It's just bad at the beginning when you don't have them. And you have like no honor resist. Really, it's just honor resist. Honor resist and also like the bonus currencies that you can get. Like that shit is like, that shit gets really good later on. I love Trial of Sekimas. I actually do too. I just stay quiet about it because I know like most people fucking hate it. But like when you get busted in Trial of Sekimas, you're just like, yeah, y'all can't do fucking shit to me, dog. Like when you get really fucking lucky and you get like the what happened like when I did I did it for my second ascendancy, or I did it for my first ascendancy, and right before the boss I got the boon of you cannot take any damage until you've completed the next floor. And I was just like, well, that's fucking great. I'd rather do anything but trials. I don't mind it. I hated it at first, and I thought it was the worst thing in the fucking game, and I was just like, this is such bullshit. I hate GGG. Why did they think something like this would be fun or interesting or cool? This is the most torturous thing I've ever dealt with in my entire fucking gaming life. And then I like got relics and like good enough relics, and then I started to like understand how the trial works better, and was like, oh, okay, I like this actually. It's like the meme of the bird that's like angry until they eat it, and they're like, oh, okay, well, it's actually not that bad. If there's anything in this game that I would point to and be like, this is the worst part about the game, it's monsters that have the mana drain. it's monsters with the mana drain fucking modifier. Like, fuck off, GGG. Why did you think that that was going to be a good idea? Why did you think that that was cool? Like, it's the most annoying thing to deal with. Not because it's threatening, but just because it's like, it's just annoying. That's it. It's just annoying as fuck. It's just like, holy shit, dude. Like, I gotta, let me try to keep a distance. Now let me run away and try to potion. Okay, now let me do this. It's just like, holy shit. I might end up going with the mana stacker and trying to get the whole like what's the thing that you can get where you can make it where you're just immune to chaos.
Changes hands. I must travel light.
CI, yeah. Chaos inoculation, is that what it is? I feel like if I try to do a chaos inoculation build, it gets super fucking expensive though. Oh shit. Jesus Christ, you hit so hard. Shut the fuck up. No. I do not want to fail my first map. That would not be fun. Fuck off. God, I hate these things. This is just like that beetle that I fought. We're just meleeed me to death. I should also not be running. I'm just gonna get myself killed doing that. that necessary? Oh, no, 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 not right here. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. The fucking chaos dance. The fucking blood dance. Oh, it's this guy. This dude killing me. I hate these guys too. And these bitches. Honestly, I hate everything in this game. If it deals damage to me, I hate it. Which I think is a fair criticism to have. Play Thorns and you'll love when everything hits you. True. I don't like waiting on spikes and flames to pass. Yeah, I wish it was a little quicker when something dies. Like, I feel like I wish it would just disappear immediately. Oh my god, it's one of these. I was like, why am I taking so much fucking damage? Fuck off. Jesus Christ. Sephirim, thank you for the thank you for the tier 1. I played Fireball Mage last season. Was strong, was it?
The device still functions despite the damage the category.
I think like basically, isn't it just like Essence Drain is like what's OP for mages, and actually it's not even don't play mage, it's play like witch as a mage or something like that. I forgot. I don't even know what the strongest builds are this season. I have no idea. I'm sure it's Archer because I've seen a lot of Archers. I always know at least one of the meta builds because when I play with one of my buddies, he's always playing whatever the most meta thing is at the same time, like at the moment. I played Essence Drain last season. It was smooth as fuck, yeah. Lightning Deadeye seems to be pretty much the GOAT. Riding around on a Roa. Yeah, I've seen people just like riding around on a Roa and shooting lightning arrows and just like nuking everything on the map and like clearing maps at like insane speeds. Widow Hail Sork. What is that? Is it Blood Mage? You'd play it on a second character? Well, I'm not going to play Thorns on a fucking Sorceress. Oh, not on a first one. I see what you're saying. Anything worthwhile here? No. Maddie, can you please move, buddy? Thank you. What do I need? Oh, this. Oh, completing this will give me. There we go. I now I can get my second or my third ascendancy when I'm prepared. Currently, if not prepared.
Go on.
I am Solin. A conversation.
Oh, whatever you say, bud. What is this?
How's it going, Exile? So welcome to my second iteration of the Spark Stormweaver, and now we have the Frozen Spark Stormweaver, which is just an amazing build. Quick disclaimer, I'm currently doing the tier 2 bosses because I still have to make a major pass on my gear, but now let's start with the showcase, and we're gonna start with tier 2 Zesht. So while you're watching this, the only thing I haven't figured out completely yet with this build is mana sustain during boss fights. As you can see, I'm completely out of mana, but I'm gonna have that fixed very soon, and then we're also gonna be very smooth on these bosses. Alright, let's go on with the all-dreaded Simulacrum. So this is a tier 2 Simulacrum, which is very hard content right now, and it takes a little while, obviously, but as you can see, we are going through that like a breeze. We are just standing in the middle.
This guy's I can't unhear it. Oh my god. This makes me feel. No, I don't want to say. This guy's accent like immediately is making me think of. Do you guys remember those old vines of the dude that would talk about like Game of Thrones? Games of Thrones. Like I don't know why that just like fucking like just ripped into my fucking like a memory just like creeping its way back into my mind.
We can even like camp in the Mana Tempest all the time, and we just spam our Spark and everything around us keeps dying, and we barely have any issues with clearing this. You can see here the bosses are spawning. They cannot even jump on us because they get frozen just before they will even reach us.
Jesus
and
Christ,
now we just
that's
have
cool.
to wait for
Okay.
our loot to drop and go on with the next. Next you see in here is Ritual. So as you can see, you will not even see a mob spawning. They just die before they even receive a health
Oh my
bar.
god.
And we just stand in the middle.
Wait a
in the
minute,
Mana
wait a minute,
Tempest.
wait a minute. Can I do this? Well, no, because this is this is Stormweaver. I mean, I could build into this. Widow plus budget. Widow Hail plus budget. Okay. So is Widow Hail a... What is Widow Hail? So Spark is still broken? It seems to be the case, yes. 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 Widow Hail is a bow? What? Well, I guess you could still get... So you use bow and quiver?
Just spam our Spark and be happy. And yeah, just for
Unique bow that multi your quiver. Oh.
reference, here's a random map boss. And last but not least, while I'm talking a little bit more about the build, here you're seeing like a random Delhi Breach map, and I can tell you all the other contents like Expedition or whatever you want to do are absolutely no problem with this build. And also the build is super duper budget friendly. You can make this build for less than a Divine. You can probably even make this build for like 10 to 20 Chaos. There's absolutely nothing in this build which is going to be expensive. However, if you want it to be expensive, you can scale it up as high as you want.
Of course you can.
So I'm going to do a very brief explanation on what drives this build now. So if you want to skip ahead, make sure to check the description down below. We have links to all the sections of this guide. We have links to the itemization. We're going to explain how the Widow Hail works. I have a big section on how to craft your quiver on a budget if you don't have a lot of currency, or also how to craft it if you have a lot of currency. And at the end we have the full Simulacrum, the last couple of waves, the full tier 2 Zesht as a showcase. And of course, as always, we're gonna have all the trade links and the planner and the POB in the description down below. So let's get started with the brief explanation here. So in 0.3, we got a
I like the fact he literally has the like specific like items that you're looking for with like all of the shit already like clicked in here, so you don't even have to like put in the filters yourself. That's
gem,
cool.
which is called Projectile Acceleration 3. And what this gem does, it gives you 40% more projectile speed, but more importantly, it also applies all the projectile speed modifications to your projectile damage. So if you have 500% projectile speed, you're gonna get 500% projectile damage as well. Now it's very handy that we can use the Widowhail bow, which gives us up to 305% increase bonus from our equipped quiver. Now that doesn't sound very good, but if you look at our quiver, it actually has a lot of great stats. It has projectile speed, which we just talked about. It has level of all projectile skills, and it also has another desecrated modifier. It has mana on kill, it has dexterity, and on top of it, we can also corrupt it to make it even stronger, which is something we're going to talk about later. So that gives us an insane amount of projectile speed and projectile damage and skill levels for our Spark. But we also have our Arc on cast on Elemental Ailment. And our Arc, luckily, is a projectile skill too, so it gets exactly the same bonus.
Oh,
and you might have...
I didn't even think about the crossover with projectiles. That's really cool. GGG will have this vid in mind when they nerf it. GGG doesn't really go like that. They don't go off like that on a lot of these. Like, this is kind of the point. Like, for endgame, like, this is the power. This is somebody that has achieved a power fantasy. Like, these items exist in the game. It's not supposed to play like I mean, it's not always supposed to play exactly like building it to Spark is a cheap build. Still interesting. Yeah, that actually might be the way to go, to be honest with you. This build got transferred to PoE to PoE 2 from the first game 1-to-1. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that, like, for whatever reason, maybe it's people that didn't play Path of Exile 1 a whole lot. Like, I mean, this is, you don't even see them spawning. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the power fantasy. The power fantasy of these games is to get to the point where, like, you have essentially got the game on autopilot. That's what you're aiming to do. You're not aiming to just constantly be in these like one-in-one engagements with every rare in the game until you finally just run out of steam and stop playing. Right? You're trying to get to max level. You're trying to beat all of the bosses. You're trying to clear the maps as fast as you can, because like at the end of the day, like that's why I like the dichotomy, or like the way the game kind of diverges, where like you have this like really engaging, slow, methodical, like first character getting through the campaign experience, and then after that it's just pure like ARPG like degeneracy, because that's what these games are all about. These games are you getting to the point where it's just like, I feel like a fucking god, because you've already invested a shitload of time into the game. You should be able to feel like a god. When you can pretty much mentally check out of the game, you've beaten it / made your top build. Yeah, exactly. And like that's what people are looking for. They're looking to see like, how far can I push this build? How powerful can I get it? Can I get it to the point where I can do just absolutely crazy shit, and then, you know, I can just shock people with how fast it clears and whatnot? Like, yeah, that's what it is. Good or bad, I'll always play minions. I played minions, I think my first league. And then I switched from minions to Monk, because Monk was just so fucking busted that it was like, I can't not play Monk. Right? Like it was just so gross that it was just like, I can't not, like, this looks way too fun. I need to play this. And then I did, and I never regretted it. Good or bad, I'll never play minions. I like minion builds. I mean, you still have like your own shit that you do, right? I just don't like getting it to the point where it's like my minion build is literally me just putting out a debuff and then sending in the minions. I don't like that. I like still having something for me to do. Casting something or whatever it is. But, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm tired. We've been streaming for almost 8 hours. That's a long time. I hope that you guys enjoyed the stream. If you guys did enjoy the stream, come back next week. I'll be here next Friday. Maybe earlier than that. I say that every week in every stream, and I never actually do stream an extra day, but who knows? It could happen. It could happen. But either way, I'm getting to bed. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for all of your generosity. Thank you for the views, the support, the kind words, and everything you guys give. It helps out more than you could ever possibly know. So, hope you guys have a safe weekend. Hope you guys have a great next week. You guys will see me in videos next week. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Catch you in the next one. Peace. Peace. Say bye. Say bye, buddy. I know, you're ready for bed.